Good morning, everybody, and welcome to H4 Life 2022. Who'd have thought it? June the 30th, the year is half over. But we are going to be talking very much about the future here, the contribution this fundamental element, H1, can make to industry, to prosperity, and of course to the pursuit of net zero. I'm Adam Bolton. I attended this summit last year, covering aspects of it for Sky News, and I've been invited back to try and steer you through the day's proceedings, very much as an ignoramus, or as we like to say, we journalists like to say, an inquiring mind. Here in the main conference hall, we've got a series of main sessions, half a dozen today, which are going to go through key aspects, investment, production of hydrogen, transport, contribution to homes and heating, and also the contribution to heavy industry, as well as looking at the global aspects, where we're going to be joined by a very special guest, the new German ambassador to the United Kingdom, Miguel Berger, will be here. That will be just before lunchtime. We are going to get a contribution from politicians. If you are prepared to give up your lunch, the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Hydrogen will be here, brought from the Palace of Westminster in a right bus. Unfortunately, for the opening session, Lord Grimstone was unable to join us. He's unwell. We do wish him the very best and a swift recovery. At very short notice, the government was unable to field another minister. I think they weren't so much afraid of you guys as the business breakfast beforehand, so they're not going to turn up. But instead of that, we do have an excellent panel, which I'll tell you more about in just a moment. Just to go through the housekeeping, you can see on the screen there, if you want to connect to the Wi-Fi, it is H4 Life and password H4 Life 2022. If you want to tweet about this, those are also the hashtags preceded by a hash. And of course, it is possible, and we know that there's an audience out there who couldn't come in person on the @UK Leaders Live channel. And when we come to the main sessions, there will be normally a keynote speaker introducing those sessions. Then there'll be a moderated panel discussion here, and most of those sessions will have questions afterwards. The usual request, which we'll make again, please wait for the microphone to come to you before you make your contribution, particularly because people online won't know what you're saying. Otherwise, we're also going to be taking contributions from those people watching online, which will, I hope, come up on this iPad, although my relationship with technology is pretty poor. Anyway, without further ado, let's go now to our first session. I'm delighted to say that Peter Campbell of the Financial Times is going to talk to Vonjie Rajakoba, the UK Managing Director of Bosch, who is, of course, one of our sponsors here today. Thanks indeed to Bosch, to Ceres, to Hydrogen One, to SGN, and to Petrofac. We'll be hearing from representatives of them throughout the day. Also joining Peter Campbell will be Dr. Angie Needle, Director of Strategy at Cadent Gas. So without further ado, I hope he's here. Over to Peter. There he is.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, no, I am here, and hopefully through the magic of technology, questions will come up on this iPad here. So if you're watching remotely, do please send those in. We'll try and take those throughout the session, and if you're in the room, be patient. We will come to you as well towards the end of the session for your questions. We would like today to be as interactive as possible, so do please be thinking about what you'd like to ask. So Dr. Angie Needle and Vonjie Rajakoba from Bosch, thank you both again for being here, as Adam said, on short notice. But we are not short of things to talk about. There has been so much going on in hydrogen over the last year. It's been a year since we had the hydrogen strategy set out from the government. Dr. Angie, I'd like to start with you. Give us a sense of what has happened in the last 12 months.
Well, I mean, it's been significant, hasn't it? So, I mean, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's always great to be here at short notice as well, so I'm glad to be filling in. But the hydrogen strategy was definitely a moment in time, and we've got to thank the BEIS team for pulling off, you know, what is a gigantic piece of work. And like, I know that a huge amount of progress has continued to happen since then. The lights are very bright, it's hard to see. And it's so what has happened, right? So we've had, you know, the fallout from the pandemic. You know, we've got lots of things going on globally, which is putting all kinds of pressures on government. And despite that, we've still managed to continue to delivering a whole range of things that progresses things forward. And obviously the energy security strategy that was produced as a result of, you know, pressures about energy resilience and security, on concerns about the future of energy security in the UK, has doubled the hydrogen target for the UK and 5 gigawatts of that for green, which is, you know, we were pushing for more production. We've just been in the great meeting this morning. We were talking about, like, is that a realistic and achievable production target? Yes, it is. You know, but we still know we're going to have to go a lot further than that to get to net zero. You know, what happens after we do the 10? What kind of roadmap have we got to get there? And so it's brilliant to have that energy security strategy, you know, but that was caused, let's be honest, by, you know, global political pressures. You know, part of the energy strategy and the hydrogen strategy, a series of things have happened over the last year. So we've had the business models for carbon capture and storage and hydrogen production being firmed up and cemented, and I think we all agree that that's brilliant. You know, it gives investors confidence. We've had the low carbon hydrogen standard, which is supporting both blue and green production opportunities. You know, we do know we need both to get to net zero, and then we've also got, you know, the development funds which are providing that seed funding that's really important. So there's a load of stuff happened. There's loads more that we need to happen still.
And we'll come on to that in a second, but thank you. That was a very fulsome answer, and we'll unpack some of the things in that in the next few minutes. Vanjie, I want to come to you next. From your perspective, what has changed over the last 12 months? Because we have had, you know, we've come out, if we're allowed to say coming out the pandemic, we're sort of out the pandemic, and we've had the Ukraine situation with the political pressures that it brings. What has changed in your mind in the last 12 months?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I think if one wants to summarize what has changed or what has increased, it's the sense of urgency. We need alternative sources of energy. The geopolitical situation in Ukraine has shown to us that, you know, energy independence, energy safety is crucial. And we think hydrogen here comes as one of the main solutions in order to meet that challenge, to meet that demand. Yes. And especially here in the UK, we are privileged with wind energy, with solar energy. So this gives us the opportunity really to unleash the potential that we have on the production of hydrogen, and more specifically, green hydrogen. So there's more urgency, the potential is here, but then we need to transform it into tangible actions and really unleash the investment in order to have hydrogen playing the role it should play on the ecosystem, energy ecosystem.
And has anything changed in your mind in that time about what specific role hydrogen can play in that? Because when we think about decarbonisation, we think about hydrogen, we think about batteries for storage, we think about lots of other solutions for renewables. Has the way that hydrogen feeds into that changed in your mind at all in the last year?
Yes. Remember last year we had COP26, and then the targets were made more tangible, but also much more ambitious for decarbonisation. So that also has prompted the, let's say, that was already clear for some people, but I think it is now clear to a wider population that we have less time to do more. So decarbonisation is not only possible through electrification. Electrification is going to play a key role there, but it's not sufficient. So that's where hydrogen, once again, as a source of energy, has to play a bigger role. And we need now to identify really the accelerators to enable that, because there are different technologies, and we need to ensure that these technologies have the opportunity, as much as electrification, to help the decarbonisation agenda.
what are the specific accelerators that you want to see from government?
First of all, if we are talking about the UK, there is here the UK is an innovation powerhouse for hydrogen technologies. Yes. We need to ensure that this innovation, that the UK leverages from that innovation. That, of course, it helps other countries, and we know that there are many prominent companies like Ceres who are selling developing technologies, selling them. We've got ITM also who are exporting outside of the UK, and more outside than in country. So we need to ensure that all these companies also have the possibility to sell their technologies or to implement their know-how here in the UK. So we need enablement measures there. But the UK government has already given clear signals with the hydrogen strategy, but also with the energy security paper. We need now, and that is attracting attention, but we need now more concrete measures to unleash investments here in the UK. And maybe from a demand point of view, I'll take the examples on heating. Yes. The regulatory framework needs now to be developed to allow a transition from gas boilers, for instance, really into hydrogen or hydrogen-ready boilers.
Great, thank you. That's one specific example. And Angie, you were telling me before this you had quite a long list of things you'd like from the government. You can give us the whole list if you like, but tell us about some of the things on that list.
So, I mean, first of all, huge progress has been made, right, which is brilliant, but there's always a but, isn't there? Government's role is to add certainty, right, and there's still a lot of things that are uncertain. So you need to know what happens after 2030. We need to know where the main demand centres are going to be for hydrogen. Is it transport, power, heating, all of them, right? We need to understand also that natural gas today does pretty much all the heavy lifting. It dwarfs, actually, the amount of electricity that we use in this country. And just the assumption that you can just flip that without looking at not only the massive investment in electricity, but the huge investment in hydrogen needed to make these two systems work together. So we continuously look at things in silos. So I'd really like government to start thinking about how molecules and electrons work together. I'd like to see more certainty beyond 2030 so that investors can really see how long their projects are going to be investable for. And actually, I'd like to see the regulation joined up. So as a gas network, today we're regulated for a methane gas network. There's a blank sheet of paper on how you're going to regulate hydrogen gas networks and infrastructure. It can't be that different from how we regulate, things today, but it seems to be like something that's thought about, in the long grass. Our investors need certainty too. So I think that's where I'm really trying to push government to start thinking about things across teams and with a bit of longevity. Some of these projects take a long time to get going.
The government's been bending over backwards, particularly in the transport area, to try and remain technology neutral when it's pushing for decarbonisation, which certainly in the car industry has led to a lot of confusion over what hydrogen can do versus batteries. Would it give you more certainty if the government was to turn around and go, hydrogen will be used here, here and here, and not here?
Yeah, and I'll give you a good example. So large proportions of the gas network take methane to people's homes for domestic heating. There's a plan to make a policy decision in 2026 on the role of hydrogen in homes. That isn't going to be a policy decision on the role of hydrogen in homes, really. I can't see that actually happening because it's basically been portrayed as the future of the gas networks. We'll have a decision then. We're actually going to need the gas networks for all kinds of other things. So let's not try and sort of push it all together and let's bank what we know. So we already know that we can have hydrogen appliances in homes. We already know that the gas network can transport hydrogen. We already know, we don't seem to be able to bank what we know, like lodge it as fact, and so that we can then move on. It still seems to be a hydrogen versus conversation than a hydrogen and conversation. So again, I think it's important that we do get that direction. you know, because it creates innovation. If you're clear on what your goals are, us in the room will get on with it, won't we?
Exactly. I remember there was this big debate at COP26 about whether or not the car makers go for full electrification or whether some of them hold out for other technologies. And the boss of Volvo at the time said to me, you need an end date, because when you've got an end date, people are then finally incentivized to work away from it. No one wants to work on a product with an end date, which wasn't very comforting to me because I work in newspapers. But I think his point still stands. Vijay, can I come back to you when you're looking at, you know, Bosch has operations all over the world. There are lots of different places where you could do your development work, where you could develop your technologies. How attractive at the moment is the UK as a place to develop hydrogen technology as opposed to other technologies? And what is there that the government could do to increase that attractiveness?
Right. Allow me, just before I go into that, to come back to transport. You were saying, indeed, the government says it has a technology neutral approach. We would like to see more of that, because indeed in transport, the, let's say, regulatory framework, the incentives are more for electrification. Yeah, that's where we really need, we're seeing a push, and once again, it is right, but other technologies also, like hydrogen, should be given the same opportunities as electrification, as electrical vehicles. Because, for instance, for heavy good vehicles, we know that electrification is not sufficient. So we need hydrogen there, but we need also measures in order to enable that from the government. So we'd like to see more of the enabling measures confirming that it's a technology neutral approach.
And now, just on that briefly, particularly with heavy transport, given that many of those trucks cross between the UK and Europe, how much of that actually is in the government's gift? Because it's all very well having a hydrogen network here, but when they cross to Europe, if there isn't one, then they won't go to hydrogen.
Yes. We know that there is, on the other side, namely in Germany, already an infrastructure for hydrogen, for filling hydrogen stations and so on. So, of course, we're not isolated for that, yes, but we need to work that out with the European partners, but we need to do more locally or send clear signals on where, in order to de-risk investment, actually.
Thank you. And then you were about to go on and talk about the UK's attractiveness.
Yes, yeah. So the UK is attractive, once again, coming back to the innovation powerhouse, which is here. So there is an ecosystem of companies, very dynamic companies from large to smaller startups who are working on the hydrogen technology. So there is a know-how which one can leverage on in the UK. On the top of that, the government has sent clear signals that it wants to, to foster, develop further the hydrogen technology, and all the measures which have been announced in terms of business model, definition on what is low carbon hydrogen are pointing to the right direction. So we have a good infrastructure here in order to make the UK as an attractive place. But what we're seeing also is that there are other countries are also catching up. Yeah. There are many incentives in Europe, but also in Japan, in China more specifically, who were investing and seeing hydrogen as an industry to be favored and to be developed. So the UK is attractive for us, but I think the UK now needs to accelerate in order to really transform the potential into real measures for the development of the hydrogen strategy.
Now, one day we're going to hold a conference where the question of Brexit doesn't come up, but it's not yet. Has Brexit changed anything in terms of the attractiveness of the UK in your mind?
It has changed But I think it's a reality today. It's a reality today, and these intrinsic, the basics of the attractiveness of the UK are still there. There are additional challenges with Brexit, but the basics, the fundamentals remain. So we have to deal with the challenges. We have to deal with the challenges, for instance, of having workforce working on hydrogen technologies, but the basics and the fundamentals remain. So the UK remains an attractive place.
Great, thank you. I want to ask briefly about blue and green hydrogen. Andrew, I'd like to come to you on this because they both do different things. There is different speeds at which they can be commercialised. How do you see the balance between those two shaking out, particularly given we're trying to decarbonise using this technology?
Yeah, and I mean, I get asked questions about blue and green all the time, and just to say that, gas networks are colour agnostic, so as long as it's low carbon, of course, and our job is to make sure that the energy goes where it's needed. I mean, we mustn't underestimate the challenge of the amount of hydrogen that we actually need to produce in the UK, and let alone exports, which I know people are excited about, but 20 to 30% of the UK's energy system is going to be provided by hydrogen in the long run. And so that is a lot of energy. And yes, there's lots of different ways of producing it. And so blue's important in the near term. Green's really important because it's genuinely net zero. So, there's a sort of early carbon emissions abatement at scale that you can do with blue for big industrial demands for hydrogen, whilst green gets going. And, what we need to make sure is that the destination is always the lowest carbon hydrogen. That is the destination. And that's the way the standard's been set out. It is slowly going to force, producers of hydrogen to make it the lowest carbon that they can. And I think that's right, because that means that they're not pushing one particular technology over another. There are other colours of hydrogen available. So I think ultimately we'll end up being as greenest as you can. And I'm hoping that is, heading towards green. But the blue projects in the near term are going to save a lot of carbon emissions, and we mustn't underestimate that.
Just practically, as a gas network operator, how easy is it to switch to hydrogen, and also presumably there will be a long period in time where you are carrying both hydrogen and gas in the same network? I'm not an engineer. Can that work?
So we've done loads of work on the gas network, and we know that we can blend 20% hydrogen into the existing gas network, and the whose appliances who's really affected by different blends of gas don't have to do anything. We've still got a few things to test in terms of commercial appliances, but largely that's the case. But you can't then ratchet up, to get to 100% in the same gas network. You have to change your appliances. So in the early days, you're going to need some new 100% hydrogen infrastructure to make sure that your 100% hydrogen goes to your 100% hydrogen user. And you can blend any excess into the gas network should you need to overspill or run out of storage or things like that. But we are planning on converting the gas network that exists today to be able to run on 100% hydrogen. So there will be a conversion strategy, which means you've got to have, swathes of places that you zone off and you go, right, it's your conversion day this week, these many houses over time. We're really thrilled as Cadent to be delivering and planning the hydrogen village up in the northwest. And so we can demonstrate in actual reality what conversion looks like, what it practically takes. But what we do know is that the existing gas network today can take 100% hydrogen.
Okay, that's very helpful. Do you want to come in?
Yes. On the colour topic, I think I said it's true. It's important to have hydrogen as green as possible, but also we need to have the adoption of hydrogen as quickly as possible. So let's have the adoption of hydrogen because we need it as a solution, and then make it as green as possible as we're moving forward. Because ultimately, the goal is helping decarbonisation, and hydrogen has to play a role there.
Thank you. We've had a question come in from the viewers online of cost. How much does it cost to produce a kilogram of green hydrogen per month? No one's going to try and tender you on this figure you're about to give, but give us a ballpark sense of how much it costs at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a hydrogen producer, but there's some in the room who will definitely be able to answer that question. My understanding is at the moment, blue hydrogen's of 3 or 4 times the price of natural gas, and green hydrogen's a bit more than that.
And is that likely to come down? Either you can answer this. Is that likely to come down in time, or is that price going to be fixed?
No, I mean, this is all about economies of scale, right? So we need to do as many hydrogen production plants as we can so that we get scale efficiencies. And this is one of the questions that we put to the government all the time. Let's not just pick a couple of really big projects that are unique. Let's make sure we've got plenty so that we can get that economies of scale, which is the same that happened with wind. And the trajectories by Bloomberg and many others is that, the cost parity, if you like, between hydrogen and natural gas will get there somewhere in the 2030s.
Perfect, thank you. We have some time now for questions. Anyone in the room have a question? Or maybe you work in government and you like to push back on some of the things they've said. A question, gentlemen, the microphone is on its way to you, so keep your hand up. And then once the microphone's with you.
Thank you. Adrian Delmaestro, PwC. Great presentation, thank you. I'm going to be cheeky, I'm going to ask 2 very short questions. Hydrogen is often described as the Swiss Army knife, multiple applications. Realistically, there are some big opportunities in near-term demand. What are those opportunities? And secondly, on the economics again, I get the argument about blue being scale, green being sustainable, but do you think with the outlook of energy prices being high for at least the next 2-3 years, does that argument become undermined?
Thank you. Great questions. Who'd like to take those?
I can take the first part with the application. So the ultimate goal is decarbonisation. If we look in the UK, heating or residential emission is the number one, or more than 30% of CO2 emissions. So in heating, then hydrogen can play a key role and have an impact on decarbonisation. Then transport accounts for about 20%. So there again, if we couple heating and transport, we're already addressing half of the emissions in the UK. Therefore, these, I would say, are killing applications.
I'll add if that's okay, because I think we often get quoted the sort of Liebig ladder in terms of where hydrogen should go first, second and third, and the rest. And obviously we're focusing on industrial decarbonisation first, which is key. I think it's actually about how hard to abate that sector really is. And so you talked about domestic, which I think I agree with actually, which is we continually underestimate how hard it is to decarbonise people's homes. I used to work in British Gas doing loft insulation, believe it or not. We couldn't even give it away when we emptied people's lofts, right? So it's really difficult to get over the threshold and think about how you decarbonise homes. And I do think hydrogen's got a really key role there because it's less disruptive than some of the other technologies. I'm not saying that it should be the only one, by the way. You need lots and lots of different technologies to get to net zero. And just on the blue and green thing, I do think you're right, by the way. So the increasing cost of natural gas has definitely squeezed the value, if you like, from a blue point of view, because the price of hydrogen is ultimately driven by the input fuel, whether it's electricity or gas. So, but the economics still stack up for those projects right now.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room? There you go. Question at the front here. There's 2 microphone handlers having a race at the moment. There we go. He's one.
Hi, thank you. Melissa from E4Tech. Just to continue on that question of kind of where is the value and how squeezed is it? So to produce blue hydrogen right now, when we talk about prices and being 3 to 4 times the price of natural gas, what capture rate is that assuming? How much are we actually fully utilizing the potential of CCS? And as we go higher with those capture rates, is blue hydrogen actually still feasible? Does it actually make sense, or does it make more sense to have a big push for green when you don't actually have to worry about that extra CCS cost and also that storage cost? How does that play out?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what I know. Again, I'm not a blue hydrogen person necessarily, although we are part of the HyNet consortium, so our job is to take the hydrogen that's made from that blue production facility. The plans there are a 95-97% capture rate. You know, and there's the CO2 stores being developed for that purpose, along with a CO2 capture from some of the industrial processes. I mean, it all comes down to the economics. Does it work for those who are going to use that hydrogen? When you price in the CCUS with the storage of the hydrogen, the production of it and the distribution of it, is it cost effective for those industries to use it? And the answer right now is yes. So obviously dependent on the business models too. We have like CCUS infrastructure in this country that is the envy, if you like, of Europe. If we don't start utilising it, others will, you know, bid in for it, I'm fairly certain. So, you know, there's opportunities to make sure that we utilise that in absolutely the best way.
Thank you very much. We had a question at the back of the room.
Yes, thanks very much. John Hunt, Toyota. Just a really question and opinion from the panel. If we're really serious about investing for the future, is it right that in the UK we've spent just £23 million over the last 7 years to invest in transport refuelling in hydrogen, less than 10p per vehicle? Is that really going to help us sustain our ambitions to be a world leader that's there for our taking?
Clearly not.
To take that one.
Clearly not. So, I mean, I live not that far from a hydrogen refuelling station in Sheffield at ITM, and I do think, you know, it's that chicken and egg, right? Somebody's going to have to invest in refuelling infrastructure so that you can invest in the vehicles, so that you've got enough, you know, density of scale. It's continuously something that we, as the hydrogen sector, are putting forward to DFT to support.
Yes, and comparing with Germany, for instance, it's definitely not enough. And it's a question that we need to also anticipate and solve much earlier in order not to fall in the same situation as for electrical vehicle, where the charging anxiety or the charging challenge is still not solved today, while we are on the other side pushing really for the adoption of electrical vehicles. So it's not enough, and we need to prepare that as much as we are pushing for the adoption of hydrogen for vehicles.
Thank you. We have a minute and a half. We have time for one more question if it's brief, if anyone has one. No, that's fine. I have a question about Elon Musk, which we can finish with. We had Musk at the FT Auto Summit about a month ago, and he was talking about hydrogen, and he said that it was broadly terrible, was how he put it, because of how inefficient it is to produce and all the losses you get throughout the system when you're making it and storing it. Do you think he's wrong?
I'll come back to the basics here. I'm repeating myself, but ultimately we want to decarbonize. Electrification alone is not sufficient to do that, so we need hydrogen. And like any technology, it has its challenges, and leakage is one of these challenges. But also, hydrogen is not a new technology. Yeah, we've been producing hydrogen for decades. Now it's only a matter, so it's not a technological breakthrough. It is a matter of now scaling up, you know, increasing the production, the volumes for hydrogen. So in that sense, like any technology, like or manufacturing process, there are some challenges that we can solve as we are scaling up. So, but we have to keep in mind what is the ultimate objective.
Perfect. Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you so much for your questions. And thank you very much to our panelists, Angie and Vonjay. Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed, Peter, as well, for really chairing what was a fantastic scene setter, I think, for the rest of the discussions we're going to have today. Now, in my haste to keep everyone to time, I forgot to mention what we're calling Speaker's Corner upstairs, the breakout area where there are exhibits and fringe speakers and also refreshments. And we are actually over capacity, so you are free to take a few minutes off from the main hall to go up there, and of course at lunchtime as well. Now, the whole question of production very much featured in that scene setter just now, and we're now going to have our main session on production today, starting with a contribution from the Chief Executive of Ceres, Peter. Sorry, I'm very sorry, I've got my notes wrong here. Starting with the Chief Executive, Phil Caldwell, Chief Executive of Ceres. I hope he's here. Everyone seems to be in the dark. There he is. Excellent. Phil. Coming on.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Phil Caldwell, Chief Executive of Ceres Power, and I'm delighted to introduce this topic about hydrogen production. We've got a very knowledgeable panel coming from all different aspects and backgrounds, covering renewable energy, conventional energy, nuclear energy, and the engineering services that support that. I myself have worked in the chemical industry in some of these places that we're talking about levelling up, and now I have the privilege of running one of the most exciting UK technology businesses, Ceres, and we develop hydrogen technologies, fuel cells, and electrolyzers. But to frame this topic, and it's a big topic, I just wanted to say, maybe start with a few points on the demand side, then really talk to, I think, what we've just been getting into, which is scale. And then I'll say a few words about how Ceres as a technology business approaches that scale. And then I think we'll get into the topic with the panel. So, there's lots of questions about where does hydrogen play, etc. Hydrogen, for me, decarbonises the parts of society others cannot reach. It really is about the hard-to-abate parts of society. And our philosophy at Ceres is, if you can directly electrify something, you should. That's the most energy-efficient way of doing it. But very often, to hit net zero, we just can't do that. And hydrogen provides that pathway to do that. So if you think about decarbonisation of society, 24% transportation, 24% industry, about 40% in the buildings that we work and live in, heat and power. That's a big challenge. And where there's low-hanging fruit on electrification, we're making good progress, and we should do, and we have great assets in the UK from renewable energy. But that combination to use hydrogen as a pathway to decarbonisation is predicted to be about 18% of primary energy by 2050. And not to forget, a $2.5 trillion business opportunity. And that's something I want to come back to as well. So this is not just a UK problem about carbon. This is a global business opportunity that we need to address. When we look at use cases, we just talked about some of these, but first and foremost, decarbonisation of industrial processes, green steel, green ammonia, petrochemicals. They're already using grey hydrogen today or other components like coking fuel, etc. Hydrogen can play a big role in industrial decarbonisation around industrial hubs. There's a question there about transportation. We can electrify lighter end of vehicles, but as we go heavier, then using things like hydrogen and other fuels can start to play into things like decarbonisation of long-distance heavy goods vehicles, and some of the really difficult parts of society to decarbonise, like shipping and like aviation, potentially as a pathway into future fuels like ammonia and synthetic aviation fuels, etc. Had Angie from Cadent talking about integration into gas networks, is how do you link these together? But also it plays a role potentially in long-duration energy storage, which is going to be how do we balance intermittency of renewables and how do we electrify more by using hydrogen. And then not just the UK, but big parts of the world are looking at, can they actually export renewable energy in the form of hydrogen? Will we see a future where hydrogen is produced at low cost in the Middle East, in Australia, Chile, etc., and shipped, and how does that work? So it's not just a UK issue. Everybody faces the same issue, but I do think that we have a big opportunity here. And you're going to hear lots of big numbers, mega, giga, hyperscaling, etc. the fact is, it is a mega trend. It's 600 million tons that is the projection by 2050. There's a lot of demand that supports this movement. Industry has to transition. Most of the big industries in this room have plans for a net zero future, and predominantly they're being recognized with hydrogen as one of the key factors. We're seeing more and more targets and more government policies, again, not just in the UK, but in most developed economies. Good news is renewable energy is getting cheaper, more efficient all the time. And then what's come into focus very recently, again, sharp focus, is energy security. So that move away from being dependent on fossil fuels towards alternatives is now more urgent than ever. And I've quoted some numbers there, but what you can see here, there's various different well-respected bodies from IEA, International Energy Authority, IRENA, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, Hydrogen Council. You know, they're projecting the demand for hydrogen between 500 and 800 million tons a year. Whatever you believe in that, that's a very big number. The split, green, blue, pink, whether you're using fossil fuel, renewable energy, potentially nuclear, will depend largely on the assets that countries have and the geopolitics. You know, in the UK, we have assets coming out of oil and gas. We have capabilities in nuclear. We've got a thriving renewable energy industry. So we're quite privileged in the UK to look at all of these different pathways to hydrogen. But then if you look at the right-hand side of this curve, what you can see here is this is a marathon, not a sprint. You know, this is not something that's going to be over in the next 5 or 10 years. If you look at all of these projections, the first thing is today we only make about less than 100 million tons of hydrogen, and it's grey hydrogen, and it's used predominantly in industry. So one of the early markets that we can really go after is decarbonisation of industry. And then you can start to roll this out into lots of these other applications that we talked about that can benefit from decarbonisation through hydrogen, using this combination of green and blue and then onwards. But if you look at the projections here, you're talking more than doubling 2030 to 2040, 2040 to 2050. There was a question around cost, and this is not an exact science, but at Ceres we're developing high efficiency electrolysis with the aim of low-cost green hydrogen. And we're doing that to high efficiency because 2/3 of the cost of that hydrogen is the energy input. And we were targeting less than $2 a kilo as a target for green hydrogen production from our technology. And that's because green and grey hydrogen crosses over about $2 a kilo. For a lot of industrial decarbonisation, you need to get the cost of green hydrogen down so that those industries are in the money, like green steel, green ammonia, etc. What's changing, this curve you can see here with grey and green and that crossover point was about 18 months old now. If you were to actually take European gas prices and put it on there, this grey dot I've got on the left-hand side shows you that actually that whole curve shifts. So there is more and more demand for green hydrogen coming because the energy system, the gas prices that a lot of the grey and blue will be based upon is also moving. So it's a very dynamic picture. What that all translates to is a big opportunity. 3,500 gigawatts are going to be needed by 2050 of green hydrogen production. Today we've got about a gigawatt, and that means about 100 gigawatts equivalent has to be added every year to hit that 2050 target for net zero. So that's the size of the demand. There's no question that the demand exists. It's recognised it's needed for net zero, and we need that scale. So really, it's no longer an issue of technology credibility. It's no longer, I think, an issue of demand. I think it's about credibility of scale, and that's what the panel will discuss today. A few words about Ceres. We're a leading electrochemical technology business, and our mission is to ensure there's clean energy everywhere to hit that net zero. And we do that through collaboration, and that's key for me. This is a global challenge, so we work with some of the world's most progressive companies to bring technology at scale and pace. I don't think you can wait and do this first just in the UK. I think you have to work internationally, and everybody's facing the same issue. Electrochemistry, we say we're leaders in electrochemistry. What does that mean? We use this analogy of a bridge. If you've got a green electron, you should use it. But you can take a green electron and make a green molecule like hydrogen and potentially green ammonia and others. And that's an electrolyzer. If you run it in reverse, you can actually produce power, and that becomes a fuel cell. So we do both of these technologies. The technology we have actually came from next door at Imperial College. It's 20 years old, and that's how long some of these deep tech technologies take. And what we've done is we've established global partnerships in things like heat and power with Miura in Japan, Bosch in Germany, looking at decarbonisation of data centres, utility scale with Doosan in South Korea, and into heavy-duty vehicles with Weichai in China. And then if you run that in reverse, you can have a green electrolyzer. And we signed our first partnership just this week with Shell, looking at can we produce very high efficiency, low carbon, green hydrogen. I mentioned that 600 million tonnes. I also want to get this in perspective. If you look at where this energy, the hydrogen demand is going to be, Europe's about 100 million of that. Ultimately, China and the rest of the world are obviously going to be a big part of this for the decarbonisation. And that's how we scale as a business. So I talk about scale. We need to really scale lots of things. I'm going from the technology point of view. We're establishing partnerships and manufacturing globally, Bosch in Germany, Doosan in South Korea, Weichai in China. And really, we embed our technology to address this challenge at scale and pace that is required. So that's a few words about demand, scale. There's a lot of expertise on this panel. From my point of view, I think it's how do we get going in the UK? How do we establish hydrogen production? And don't forget, how do we maximise the business opportunity as well that's created for the UK from this opportunity? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil, and good morning, everyone. Isn't it nice to be out and about again? So welcome to this session on hydrogen production. As you know, we've just had Phil speak from Ceres. Under Phil's leadership, Ceres has grown into one of the UK's most valuable clean technology companies. It's early in the morning, but you've clearly laid out the scale of the challenge and the role of hydrogen in achieving a net zero future, so up to a whopping 18% of primary energy by 2050. We'll have the opportunity to discuss your points with the panel. A brief introduction then to our other panel members. We have Gareth Richardson, who is Atkins Low Carbon Technology Lead, Phil Rogers, who is Technology Leader in Hydrogen at the National Nuclear Laboratory, and Dan Sadler, who's Vice President UK Low Carbon Solutions for Equinor. First of all, may I ask each of you for a brief reaction to Phil's speech? Gareth?
Yeah, I think it was really good seeing that you're looking at where the demand is and focusing on the heavy industry side of that. That is where there's demand now, that's where you can do it. And that will allow you to drive hydrogen into other aspects of the demand chain as well. So I think that's really, really good that was brought out in that.
And Phil?
And from my perspective, I think linking that scale and requirement on the production side right the way through to the primary energy of where we source the energy to produce hydrogen. I think that linking both ends of the spectrum there is ever so important. Maybe later on we'll talk about how we could do that as a hydrogen sector to drive growth in primary energy of renewables and nuclear and gas CCS as well. But I think linking those two ends of the spectrum really came out and is very important.
And Dan?
Yeah, morning everybody. So, yeah, good presentation, Phil. I think what I'd say is in terms of the context of this session, I think what we have to consider is value chains. You know, we've got a low carbon hydrogen standard, and it's important to remember that a steam methane reformer doesn't produce blue hydrogen and an electrolyser doesn't produce green hydrogen. The systems that they're connected to dictate the colour, and the systems will dictate the constraints. But I think what's also important is we're trying to grow a new nascent market here. And to grow a new nascent market, to put that amount of investment into that market, which companies like Equinor are looking to do, you also need to know that the demand is there. You know, you're not building white elephants here. So it's actually a value chain challenge. And unlike renewables, where we could trade electrons directly into an electric grid, it's a bit more of a complex challenge as we look to deploy at-scale hydrogen production in the UK and indeed across the world.
And we'll come on to talk a bit more about demand in a minute. Question first of all about why hydrogen's time is now. In 1923, as I'm sure many of you in this room know, John Haldane, a British geneticist and biologist, gave a speech to the Heretic Society at the University of Cambridge about how to solve the issue of depleting coal for electricity generation in Britain. His solution was a network of turbines producing, you guessed it, hydrogen. The idea of using hydrogen then as a fuel has always been considered attractive, and yet sceptics say hydrogen is the fuel of the future and will remain so. Dan, might I put you on the spot and ask you what's different now and what gives you the optimism that now is the time to scale hydrogen production?
Well, first of all, remember that hydrogen isn't the fuel of the future. I think for the last 50 years, we've averaged between 3.5 and 7.5 gigawatts of hydrogen production around the world every year. But it's been for a different industry, a different cause. It's been a chemical component. What we're doing now is we're trying to use it in a low carbon format to allow us to transition to a low carbon economy. And I think that the reason that it's different now is because the recognition of the urgency to decarbonise, to meet our global decarbonisation challenges is different. You know, 2050 in the context of big energy, I approximate to, tomorrow. There's no time at all. It's like rebuilding your house in 3 days. So, you need all the tools in the box. You need all the elements coming together, whether the renewables, hydrogen in all the different applications, energy efficiency, et cetera, just to ensure that we can meet the target. And we've got a 2035 target now. It's 13 years away, where we're looking to have 70% reductions from today. I mean, it's a huge target. So what we have to do is establish the infrastructure in the 20s, and then we can accelerate that through the 30s and 40s to net zero in 2050. So I think time and reason, which is transition to net zero, are fundamentally different than where they were in the past.
Thank you. And Phil Rogers, you advocate a technology agnostic view towards hydrogen production and say systematic thinking and collaboration will be crucial. Points which Phil reinforced in his speech. Are we seeing more of that kind of pragmatic, big picture approach now as we seek a world in which we leverage all of the available technologies to decarbonise quickly?
I fundamentally believe we are, and I think UK government are leading the way in the policies that they're developing to encourage that approach. The hydrogen strategy was groundbreaking internationally in recognising the full suite of available hydrogen production routes. And I think that's now following through into the low carbon hydrogen standard and into the business models as well. So I think if we can set the policies correctly and bring together communities like this in order to recognise the value of particular technologies for particular purposes, then I honestly believe that we will be able to achieve this. And I think that whole systems thinking is crucial, because while the UK government set targets at 2030 and 2035, the challenge doesn't stop there. And we're going to continue to have energy security considerations and energy system resilience considerations way beyond that. So ensuring that decisions are made today for deployment or technologies that can produce hydrogen through the 2030s, 40s, 50s and beyond is crucial, because these large infrastructure projects don't land overnight. So ensuring that we have a pipeline of technologies coming through, and that we can meet short-term needs with certain technologies, but then consider actually what might build the best blend of a system into the future, I think is definitely part of our thinking.
Thank you. We've heard a bit already this morning about targets and reality. There are clearly some very big targets on hydrogen's head. Indeed, as Angie just mentioned, the UK has recently doubled its low-carbon hydrogen production target to 10 gigawatts by 2030, with half of this from electrolysis. The EC's REPowerEU plan proposes a hydrogen accelerator programme which spurs an additional 15 million tonnes of renewable hydrogen by 2030 on top of the existing 5.6 million. And unveiling that plan, the Commission's Vice President for the European Green Deal, Frans Timmermans, said, "It's hard, bloody hard, but it's possible." Gareth, may I ask you, are these kinds of targets realistic, and are we going anywhere near fast enough to meet them?
I think the answer to are we going fast enough is no. We're not moving fast enough to deliver these. It takes a long time to get some of these projects, especially in the UK, to get them over the line and get them into production. I mean, for hitting, you need to have gone through all your feasibility and concept designs now, and then compressing your entire schedule to hit 2025. So it's saying you're going to have more and more gigawatts of green hydrogen by 2025. I see that as very, very difficult to meet. And then you start going out to, say, the big blue hydrogen projects, where you've got to have all that infrastructure, all those off-takers and all that system around it. That takes years and years and years to develop. So I think the government can do more to try and speed things up in that space with regulation. Getting that regulation through quicker, getting it out there quicker would certainly help us accelerate that. And then you've just got the time it takes to engineer it, manufacture it and build it. It's still going to be years and years and years to get to that point. And I think there are companies like Ceres and all the other electrolyzer companies, who are looking at the green side, are really starting to, you look at, most of their companies are looking at 2025 are really big ramp-ups in their production of electrolyzers. So, you know, if they're ramping up then, it's going to be starting to get difficult and difficult to hit those targets if you want at 2030. That's only a 5-year time frame. So I think everything needs to accelerate quicker. Government needs to support that. And I think industry as well needs to start realizing that there's, you know, if we're going to make all this stuff, you also need to be ready to take it. And that's, again, where the government comes in to support as well, I think.
We'll talk about regulation a little bit in a moment. Dan, before we move on to that, can I ask you what you think is the role for transition sources of hydrogen to help catalyse the sort of infrastructure and technology that we'll need to scale green hydrogen production? Just wondering specifically how gas and CCS fits in.
Yeah, so you know, realistically, with a 10 gigawatt target by 2030, and I think Gareth's just set it out perfectly, that's a bloody big target. And what you have to do is you have to build the foundations. And it's not just the complexities of building a project. You have to finance these projects. You know, we have to create a commercial environment in which these projects are investable. So you have two things that are running along in parallel. And the UK has got some great activation policies. It's working well on its business models to allow us to deploy blue and green hydrogen. But fundamentally, what we have to do is we have to ensure the systems are in place. So if you think about hydrogen production, you know, you need the right technology at the right scale at the right time to create a new market, to justify the infrastructure between supply and demand, the pipelines and the storage. So you can't do that with a 1 megawatt production facility. You need gigawatts to justify the scale. When you look at CCS for blue hydrogen, the constraint could be not, is there enough CO2 storage? I mean, between the UK and Norwegian continental shelves, we have 2/3 of all the European CO2 storage capacity, so we're incredibly fortuitous with the geology. But is it going to be ring-fenced for blue hydrogen production? And that's the same on the renewable sides for green hydrogen. Green hydrogen isn't just electric-driven hydrogen, it's directly connected to renewables. So is that going to be ring-fenced at the same way? So what we can do is prioritise hydrogen deployment, ensuring we can meet the low-carbon hydrogen standard, and then we need to prioritise the downstream end users to justify the connections between the two. Because no one's going to start building gigawatt scale production if you don't have gigawatt scale demand. So we have to look across the value chain so that we can establish the technology and the basis in the 20s. And it's not just about constructability, it's about financeability, creating a commercial environment.
So let's move on to talk about investment for a few moments. Phil Caldwell, what's your view on where the majority of investment is currently coming from for hydrogen production, and where do you think we need to see more come from to scale at the sort of pace that you've described?
Look, I think you know, government has a role in setting targets and trying to get this moving, but ultimately I think it will be private sector that's has the balance sheets to do this. That's why we collaborate with companies that need to do that energy transition. So I don't think it's a case of looking at governments to fund all of this. I actually think there's a big business opportunity there, and I think the private sector probably needs help just starting to deploy capital. Look, I'm on a different end of it than say Dan, but as a technology developer, we raised money in the public markets last year. We were 4 times oversubscribed. The amount of investment that wants to back technologies that can go into this net zero future, from the ESG angle particularly, is there. It's massive. But I think what holds it up a bit is that deployment. I think investors they get quite impatient. They want to see certainty and they want to see pace. So I think set the right framework, help companies to start on this journey, and then I think the investment is there.
So the pipeline of announced projects in Europe has swollen to over 7.5 million tonnes of annual production by 2030, but only a fraction of these have achieved a final investment decision, FID. Dan, can we discuss some of the sort of specific bottlenecks for investment for reaching FID? What do we need to see from the UK government, from the European Commission, by way of incentivising the right market frameworks and policy design?
Well, first of all, I'd say that I think the UK government is ahead of the game. I mean, I've been looking at these type of systems for half my career now, so over 10 years, and what you need is a recognition of a target. So we've got great policies, but we need enduring policies as well. So we don't just need activation policies. We need to see how we're going to work through the 30s as well, not just up to 2030, so that you can see that investment chain coming through. But I think the other thing is that we need business models, and business models aren't just about making things financeable. They're in new markets. It's about sharing the risk. You know, these are new markets going to new off-takers, and what if the off-taker goes out of business, and what if the wind farm shuts down for the electrolyzers, or what if the CO2 store is out of commission for a time? How do you share the risk, especially on the first projects? And the UK government is doing great work on developing the business models with industry to allow those first projects to take FID. And we're hoping that we're able to take FID next year, incidentally, through the cluster sequencing phase 2 process on certainly our H8 Salt M project up there in Humber. But then the other thing that is the missing piece of the jigsaw is there's great policy and there's great business models, and there is investment from industry. I mean, Equinor have committed to 50% of gross capex by 2030 on low carbon solutions and renewables, and that's tens of billions of dollars of investment. But what we also need to support the government's business model is an affordability envelope from government, and that's supported by Treasury. And that's the thing that we don't see much of at the moment. You know, how fast or slow you want to go is dictated by your appetite for cost and carbon savings. So I think the key thing is establish the infrastructure in the lowest regrets way possible. Big blue, increasing green in the 20s, get the business models right, the investments there, expand through the 30s, and then you can go as fast or slow as you want. I mean, ironically, you want to go faster. But you need those things to come together so that companies like ours and other companies can actually take the FID, because we're very, very close, and we're a lot closer than in Europe, by the way. Because in Europe, they've got lots of policies, not knocking them, because they're fantastic policies and ambitions. But I don't see the same level of maturity of thought in terms of the business model and affordability envelope and process for starting to deploy in specific regions. So the UK is ahead of the game.
So not too much to get done there then.
Yeah.
And a call for action for the Treasury, I think, in there somewhere. So
yeah, a little bit.
Phil Rogers, a quick question. When thinking about the primary energy sources needed to scale hydrogen, and I know obviously you look quite closely at nuclear whilst being technology agnostic, where do you see investment flowing first? Which of those primary energy sources will receive the most investment quickest?
Okay, so the business models currently, as we've just heard, are driving that investment. I think there is a priority on understanding that longer term picture. I've mentioned it before, but particularly for technology that take a longer time to deploy or come to maturity. And what I think the challenge with the business models right now is that they're focusing on these nearer term targets. And it doesn't therefore promote investment in the technologies that could come along in the 2030s and 40s. We don't have a model for that yet. And I think I'd hope that at the next stage of the business models rounds, that's going to be opened up. Nuclear is an example where we have project life cycles of 100 years. You know, from the first breaking ground through to going back to greenfield, that's a 100-year investment. And how do we finance that becomes very challenging. So governments introduced the regulated asset base model for large-scale nuclear, which shares that risk, as we've heard here, between the consumer, between government, and between investors. And that could be a model that gets rolled out further for nuclear and related to hydrogen production. What that does is reduce the cost overall. So ultimately, I think the technologies that are likely to secure the greatest levels of investment are those that are going to find the markets as a result of the lowest price. Governments need to have a role in making sure that the appropriate balance is brought out.
So I think as a panel, you've talked on a number of ways to ensure the bankability of hydrogen, but what other levers need to be pulled by regulators to help scale production Maybe a starting point to have a look at some of the countries in which you're seeing the most positive regulatory developments. Dan, for example, you've said that the UK is leading in terms of its model for hydrogen production. Why is that, and what more needs to be done? For example, you've talked about the need for ring fencing to make sure you can meet the low carbon standard, incentivising the end use, linking through infrastructure and storage. Any other sort of specific levers that you would like regulators to spend more time on?
Well, God, that's a good question.
Lots of things there.
Yeah, let me just have a think for a second. Now, I mean, again, it comes back to the value chain. So what we have to do is, we talked in the earlier session about which end-use market should we go to. Well, the bottom line is the ones that are ready. You can't just convert a gas network tomorrow because it's not ready to be done. There's no policy decision. We're still gaining the safety case evidence, and maybe that's a great anchor. But there's a big political piece in there. But also we'll need to look at the end-use sectors that are technology ready. So we know we can produce ammonia, for example. We know we've got a maritime fleet, but the maritime fleet will pay a higher commodity price for the hydrogen, for example. But that's an organic replacement cycle. We're not just going to magic up 200 ships and a fueling depot, even though they'll pay the commodity value. So we might be looking at, for example, flexible power. So we're looking at building the world's first 100% hydrogen power station by 2029 at Kidby, up there in Humber, which is a technology developing nearly ready idea, but we can also produce chemicals from the hydrogen, we can fuel switch industrial users, we can blend into hydrogen natural gas turbines, reducing the current power on the electric grid. So I think what regulators and policymakers need to be doing is looking across the value chain, looking at the target and making sure that they're incentivising the right elements with the right technology at the right scale at the right time, which can justify the infrastructure and meet those 2020 targets. And from there, what we'll see clarity on cost, we'll see clarity on technology, and we'll allow more organic replacement users, such as HGVs, for example, be able to tap into these systems, and then through the 30s we can tailor that to meet.
Thank you. I think we're hearing quite a lot around the fact that electrolysis projects in Europe are struggling to gain grid connection agreements in time for 2025 production targets, and that there's a real need for a robust certification system before mass balancing and co-production of mixed origin hydrogen can proceed without the risk of fraud. Phil Caldwell, do you have any thoughts on how some of these things can and need to be sped up, and particularly thinking about electrolyser connections?
I think I'm one step removed from that as a technology developer, but what I hear is lots of targets and lots of announcements of projects, but then not actually getting into the FID stage. And there's something holding that up, which I think could be accelerated to just start deploying this technology. And I think that's kind of just maybe it's because we've not done it before, but it's that urgency. We've got an opportunity in the UK, but everybody's looking at this opportunity as well. So I think it's a case of how quickly you can actually get into the market, and I think that's the key thing that I'm seeing.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on network connections or certification? Gareth, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's not only hydrogen that's struggling to get connected to the grid. It's pretty much everything struggling to get connected to the grid at the moment. Renewables are struggling to get connected. There's a long wait list to get connected to the grid. I mean, we're even seeing at the moment where renewable projects, especially land-based ones, are going, well, actually, I don't want to be connected to the grid anymore. It's too hard. It's going to take too long. I've got a 100 million project I want to go develop. I'll stick extra 20 million on, build an electrolyser, make hydrogen, or even make ammonia for farming locally. So there's a change that's happening in the market out there because you can do that, but you can't do that completely. We still should have a grid makes everything work more efficiently when you can transfer things across it. So I think that's a key point.
Talk a little bit now about the technology side. A CTO that I was at an event with the other day said that the energy market in hydrogen is still so new. So for the producers of hydrogen as well as the users, whilst hydrogen itself has existed a long time as a specialty chemical, it's not been an energy commodity in the way that we're thinking about it. So the industries that will need to use it need to learn how to use it. Gareth, again, if I may, how can we scale all of the possible hydrogen technologies simultaneously in order to reach our net zero goals? I think that's probably a question we're all asking, but do you want to have a stab at that one?
I think there's something that's happening in the UK where, because we've taken the technology agnostic approach, that blue hydrogen will, is going to help that in respect, because it's driving a move into that low carbon space. It can do the capacity now. Green hydrogen is going to come up very rapidly behind it and will be more than likely cost competitive, if not is cost competitive now. We saw that from Phil's slides earlier. You can see it coming down, and that's going to transition. And it's also about energy security then. Bringing those different technologies through to the market is quite an interesting problem, because you've got to go find it, demonstrate it, show that it works. And I think, as Phil said, that's been done. Lots of those technologies have been demonstrated in the market. They've gone through that demonstration phase, and we're now moving into that. So now it's all about scaling it, the manufacture of those, and getting that cost and running it down that cost curve, which requires you to have big deployment of those electrolyzers to do that, I think.
I mean, I've got a particular view on this, which is, look, we're establishing supply chains, the technologies, the productization, the manufacture of those things. You can either try and do that all yourself organically and try and build, like Elon Musk, and you just try and build, the world's biggest electrolyzer company in the UK, and that's it. That's one approach. Or you collaborate. And we at Ceres collaborate. We collaborate with people like Bosch in this room who have balance sheet strength, have supply chain capability, etc. And also localization of supply chains. Like, our technology is based predominantly on steel. It's low cost, it's recyclable. But that means it could be manufactured in South Korea, it could be manufactured in China, it could be manufactured in the UK. So the approach to scale, I was at a McKinsey conference the other week on hyperscaling. And it was like, what can we learn from wind and solar, particularly, and batteries? And this is the thing, is we're almost looking at hydrogen and saying, oh, well, that's too hard. It's not, actually. As soon as you start to have an ambitious target and scale, there's lots of capabilities. It's not new technology. It's not rocket science. It can be scaled, and it's just about doing things in parallel, establishing supply chains, establishing manufacturing capability. And, can all hydrogen technologies be developed at the same time? Look, there'll be winners and losers, and that's the market. The market will decide, and ultimately it'll come down to economics. But it's not difficult. We've done this before in other industries.
Just on the UK specifically, and again, probably this is one for you, Phil. You've said that the UK is world leading in manufacturing of electrolyzers and fuel cells. How can that be a catalyst, to harness the sort of huge export opportunity for the economy here?
Well, I think it's the point I was just making, really, which is right now, this is not a unique problem for the UK. I mean, you saw the targets on the slides. Ultimately, this is a massive opportunity globally. And you're either producing stuff in the UK and exporting. We won the Queen's Award for Export last year, so we're proud to be a UK exporter. But we actually export technology, and we localise and scale wherever the demand is. That's the opportunity I think we've got in the UK, is if we're quick and we develop these technologies and we maintain our reputation, then we've got a huge export opportunity. If we're slow, we'll lose that advantage.
And to the rest of the panel, to that point, what can we learn perhaps from previous industries where scale up or investment hasn't happened at the speed we might have liked to have seen it? Don't know who's Dan.
Yeah, I mean, look, we need to remember that a low carbon hydrogen economy doesn't exist anywhere in the world yet at any scale. So the first mover always gets the biggest advantage. So you only have to look at Denmark with wind. So, and if you look back into the gas industry started 200 years ago in the UK, and the UK still exports gas industry knowledge and technology because it was the first mover. So the first mover gives you the biggest advantage. And I think what we need to do is if we can start and scale the industry in the UK, likely starting in the industrial clusters, use some big anchors, supply and demand, which justifies the infrastructure, get some hydrogen storage going so that actually you're not limited production, you can balance supply and demand. What you do there is you layer the innovation across the top of it because you've got a market that it can access, whether it's a production technology or whether it's an off-take technology. And I actually chair the Sector Development Working Group for UK government. And what we really want is we want long-term, high-paid, high-skilled jobs in the UK economy. And the way we do that is we build the new low-carbon hydrogen economy and then we incentivise the manufacturing across the UK from a local content perspective. And not only does that benefit the UK's hydrogen economy, but you can export it around the world.
But I just want to add to that. I agree with that, Dan, but it's not just manufacturing jobs. You know, on top, as you say, that innovation on top, that's the thing that people come to the UK for. You know, with respect to, you know, people, colleagues around the room from different countries, Germany's got a proud heritage of manufacturing. China does, Korea does, etc. But what they don't have necessarily that we have in the UK is world-class innovation and technology, and that's a big export opportunity.
Yeah, I agree.
But I agree with Dan. If you look at wind, we sometimes say wind was a big success in the UK, and it was in some aspects. But you're right. Ultimately, it wasn't a UK technology as such, and therefore we're not world leaders in that technology.
Thank you. We'll talk a little bit about demand before we turn to Q&A. And Phil, obviously, you mentioned several of the sort of use cases and demand drivers there. Who's building the large-scale investments? Where are we seeing most progress in terms of big anchor users or organic replacement? I don't want us to get too much into the weeds of very specific applications because other sessions later today will do that. But just a top-level view from one or two of you would be great. Dan, in particular, perhaps you could talk a bit about some of the hydrogen hubs that Equinor is developing and the demand drivers you're seeing there.
Yeah, I mean, we've got hydrogen hub developments all across mainland Europe, the States and the UK. But as I said earlier, we see the UK as the forerunner for all the reasons that I've mentioned. But I think that what we're doing, we're looking at flexible power, because flexible power, which you need alongside growing intermittent renewables, and remember we build wind farms as well, you can blend big volumes, you know, hundreds of megawatts can blend into those power stations. We can also look to 100% hydrogen power stations, which is what we're aiming to do by the end of the decade. And then industrial fuel switching. In Germany, we've got a project with ThyssenKrupp Steel, which is a 20-plus year transition to a hydrogen economy for the steelworks to produce truly green steel. And these are huge volumes. Well, up there in Scunthorpe and Humber, we've got British Steel, one of only two remaining primary production steelworks in the UK. And I think what's good at the salt and chemicals part, where we're going to deploy the H8 Salt M project, it's a 600 megawatt project. It will offset 1 million tonnes of CO2 emissions. And that chemical part produces 2 million tonnes of critical chemicals for global export every year, ranging from acetic acid to the plastics that you wrap food in. And actually, it's an integrated chemicals part, so we're fuel switching multiple users. And what that should do is in a green economy, drive up a commodity value on that product. So I think in terms of the kind of end-use markets, you go for the lowest hanging fruit. You need the business models that justify it, so the first movers aren't artificially penalised. And then hopefully you start to get the higher commodity value users, such as maybe shipping or aviation, etc., over time, and that ultimately levelises the cost out for everybody.
Phil.
So from a nuclear...
Two Phils, this is a bit of a hassle.
Go, Phil.
My phone's just stopped on the floor.
From a nuclear perspective, I guess we're seeing demand centres around the clusters, as we've heard there, but we're in the process of developing technologies now that have the potential to scale from sort of 5 megawatts up to gigawatts. And so producing hydrogen at those sorts of scales means the potential to couple with direct users, off-grid potentially as well. And where you have an electrical grid connection, that nuclear power station could switch from producing 24/7 hydrogen for local use. Maybe when wind capacity production, when wind output is high, that power station would produce full hydrogen, but switch to producing electricity when wind output is low, for example. So you not only enable local consumers and that decarbonisation at scale of off-grid and on-grid applications, but you also build in the resilience of the electrical grid by having that compensation for the variability in renewables as well.
Okay, and Gareth, a quick question for you. What are some of the ways in which additional money streams can be generated by industrials and oil majors by having hydrogen on site?
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you look at electrolyzers. When you're using hydrogen as a feedstock, you can vary your electrolyzer up and down and store some of that hydrogen to carry on feeding the system while that electrolyzer is down. So you can provide grid services, which can be very beneficial. You can even provide services to the rest of the facility. And so, for example, steel plants, they have electric arc furnaces. They go up and down every 40 minutes. That requires a lot of spinning reserve on the grid. You can actually mitigate that with electrolyzers to do that, and that's an added value. So you can start value stacking on top of what that electrolyzer is providing, which really adds to your overall commercial benefit of that product.
Great stuff. I can see we've had a few questions come through from the audience online. So is the introduction of a carbon tax to help support the hydrogen market bringing cost parity into the energy or production sector? Is that a realistic and useful thing?
So
let's take that, Dan. Thank you.
Sorry, so the challenge with the carbon tax is you can't just bang up the carbon tax, because what you'll do is offshore your industry, and then you'll lose all your jobs. And ironically, you know, climate change isn't a UK problem, it's a global problem, and the chances are that industry then goes to countries where it pollutes even worse. So what I think you have to do is have a balance where you have to provide the infrastructure and the mechanisms for industries to decarbonise, and then simultaneously start to increase the carbon tax. And that's where actually the cost of the hydrogen will start to levelise out with unabated natural gas, for example. But you can't just do it immediately, because everybody would just offshore.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd just like add a little bit of that. So if we look at somewhere like Ontario in Canada, or Canada as a whole, and what you've seen straight away is, say, the steel producers there have gone, right, we're a massive producer, that makes us uneconomical, we're flipping to a different type of steel production. But it's that certainty that you know what that price is doing over the next 10 years that gives you the people the right to invest and say, well, this is the right thing to do there. So I think we need to take that into perspective of, you need to have certainty in terms of time frame, and that was brought up on the introduction earlier, where what happens beyond 2030. If you're going to build a new steel plant, that's not a 10-year investment, that's a long-term investment, same as like a nuclear power plant. That's 100 years. So you've got to start looking at that a little bit, I think.
A great question here. How much international cooperation is there between governments? What are we seeing on that front?
I can comment on from a nuclear perspective. So from a nuclear perspective, the UK government's got action plans and collaboration agreements set up with a number of other international entities, and other governments, as well as multilateral entities like the Nuclear Energy Agency under the International Energy Agency and the International Atomic Energy Agency as well. And all of those organisations and those collaborations recognise the potential for hydrogen production from nuclear, and in particular, perhaps the coupling of electricity and heat into something like a Ceres electrolyser for that ultra-high efficiency hydrogen production. So by developing sort of common international approaches, particularly around nuclear, which tends to be a global business, you do see synergies in the research and development. You see synergies in investment profiles and the models that are going to be used to deploy nuclear as well. So I guess I veer onto the source energy, because if we don't address where the primary energy sources are coming from, then we will have a constrained market, and that's the benefit of taking a technology agnostic approach and enabling all technologies to come forward.
Conscious of time, I'd just like to leave a couple of questions for the room. Anyone here have a question? Thank you. I think there's probably a microphone coming. Lady just here, please. No, well, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. I work with a technology named RDOW, and what that can do is it can produce green hydrogen from waste or from fossil fuels without any emissions. They use carbon capture and storage to capture the carbon with the CO2. We use this word decarbonisation. There's nothing wrong with carbon. Carbon's part of the constitution of every living thing on the planet. It's carbon dioxide that is the problem. We can produce green hydrogen and capture all carbon dioxide using waste or fossil fuels. So how do we get that? How do we promote that? How do we get companies like Ceres Power to take that seriously?
Well, send us some more details and we'll take a look at it.
Of course, yeah.
But look at Ceres, we're looking at new technologies as well. We're looking at things like long duration storage, things that we think achieve a net zero future. But to be honest, in our sweet spot of electrochemistry, that's what we think we do best. But these technology alone, innovation alone is not enough. You've got to have a technology and then be able to scale it. So it's all about great technology, and then can that be viable with the business?
Oh, this is thoroughly scalable, absolutely, up to power station level.
I mean, the UK government, remember, has got opportunities for new technologies to partner with government to develop the technology. I mean, you know, an SMR or an ATR actually takes a fossil or a biofuel form of gas and strips out the CO2 and then uses the hydrogen. So I think you can look at UK government as well and partner with government. And I also think, coming back to his comments earlier about if you establish the market, you know, with mature technologies, then new opportunities for different types of production technology can grow alongside it. But I think there's definitely pots of funding available.
Yeah, I mean, I have had a conversation with Greg Hansen.
In interest of time, sorry, may we have a microphone here for the lady? Thank you very much for your question, sir. Conscious that there's probably a couple who would like to ask the panel while we've got them. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Johnson from KPMG. You were talking about encouraging investment and you mentioned the call to action from HM Treasury. Can you expand on what it is that you need them to do?
Yeah, so what you have to remember is with a business model isn't just about the capex investment, which is what people tend to do. I mean, this is about a return on investment, a minimum return on investment over a period of time. So it might be 15 years or 25 years, whatever. So if you're going to put a multi-billion-pound investment in, then you need to look at the duration of that investment and also the ongoing OPEX associated with that and make sure that actually you're able to make a return on investment in what is a new market. So what you do is industry and government in new markets, just like wind, where you have a CFD, effectively will provide almost like a subsidy gap, which as the market grows, that subsidy should diminish over time as either the carbon tax increases or maybe the green product value increases or maybe the markets you trade in the hydrogen to will pay a higher commodity value. So what you need is an affordability envelope. You know, people are so keen to look at, well, how much does the capex cost? But this is an affordability envelope that says if you're going to do 10 gigawatts of hydrogen, you need an affordability envelope to justify those investments over a period of time. And that's the piece in the UK that we don't really see. So we see the policy, we see the business model where it'll say, well, we'll give a differential between the sales price and the kind of reference price. But what we don't see is the visible commitment from Treasury that says, and we have allocated this amount of funding to support that type of business model over this period of time.
So I think that's a suitable place to end. Another call to action for the Treasury. Thank you all very much for your contributions and thank you all for your participation.
Well, thank you very much indeed, especially to Phil Caldwell of Ceres there. Apologies for my pronunciation earlier on. Thanks to Gareth, Dan, Phil, and of course to Elizabeth for chairing that session. We are going to move on shortly to the issue of transport and logistics, which Phil touched on in his speech there. I think we've got our participants assembling. So in this session, the keynote speaker is Dr. Andreas Kufferath of the Hydrogen Energy Alliance. Peter Campbell of the Financial Times is going to moderate the session. Philip Oldham of APC and Adam Durant will also be on the panel. So over to Dr. Kufferath.
So thanks a lot for invitation to this meeting, to this conference. Lovely location. Normally I'm a Bosch engineer and I talk about deep dive into thermodynamics, into other technical issues. But today this is not my task. So I'm here as a representative from the Allianz Hydrogen Engine, a new industry voice for decarbonized mobility. And I want to find answers for questions you could see on the slide. So why hydrogen engine? Simple question. Why Allianz Hydrogen Engine? Also a simple question. Hydrogen engine, is this just a European idea or should we look beyond Europe? And for the hydrogen engine, arguments for or against it. Normally, or I'm a friend of an honest discussion. And we have here 4 simple questions, but the answer is not so easy. So 10 minutes, no. I will need 15 minutes, but I thank you once again for your patience. Okay, let's start. First question, why hydrogen engine? So if we look for the segments or the use cases, we wanted to cover today all the commercial use cases or commercial segments. And from our perspective, the path towards CO2 neutral mobility, we will see 3 different powertrain options. This will be the battery electric option. And once again, we are talking for commercial vehicle. This will be the fuel cell. And for the fuel cell, we will need the hydrogen, green hydrogen, or perhaps another color. And we will have the hydrogen engine. A technology-open approach is required in order to identify the best solution for every application. Resiliency, energy sovereignty call for a multitude of solutions and energy carrier. Once again, look into the hydrogen engine and a clear statement at the beginning. The battery electric vehicle is part of the solution, no doubt. And the hydrogen engine will not replace battery electric vehicles or will not replace the fuel cell. I think it's mandatory, it's a complementary solution because these applications for commercial vehicles are highly heterogeneous. It is not comparable with passenger car. We have different load or power requirements, different topographic conditions, dust, hot, cold. This is different, and therefore we need this technology-open approach. There is no one-fits-all solution. If we look for this picture, on the left hand, we have the battery electric powertrain. And for example, for local transport tasks, for regional transport tasks, when the requirements on the load side, on the power side are not so high, then battery electric is the best solution. If we have longer distances, perhaps a little bit more payload, then the battery electric vehicle is perhaps not the best solution. And also for this big battery, the price is also difficult to handle. So here the fuel cell could offer you a viable solution. And if I compare now these requirements, longer distances, heavier loads, for example, with different boundary conditions or difficult boundary conditions, Transalpine crossing with a long-haul truck, where the long-haul truck will power about 1 hour close to full load. This is now the region where the hydrogen engine is a viable option. And we should not forget all these off-road applications, like you could see on the slide on the right hand, agriculture machines, or also all these construction site machines where the hydrogen engine could be or is a good solution. And we need all these 3 technologies to fulfill customer and society needs for all these different applications. Why Allianz Hydrogen Engine? Bosch is a member of the Hydrogen Alliance, and I will show who is also a member of the Hydrogen Alliance in some seconds. But let me discuss, let me show you the history, why we set up this Hydrogen Engine Alliance. So first, this is a Bosch internal view. We started our investigations about 2080, and we step into this technology, hydrogen engine, for commercial applications. So very fast, we have promising results with regard to efficiency, emissions, durability, and we have the first discussion, this was 2019, with different customers, first in Europe, and then a little bit later, all over the world. And there was a high interest on the customer side. They want to step also into this technology. They ordered samples and very good discussion. And then we offered this technology on the political side with NGOs. And this was for us a very frustrating experience. So if I summarize the discussion, no, we don't want this solution. It was not the question, we don't need the solution. No, we don't want it. This was a very frustrating experience. We followed this path, and 2019 up to 2021, this was a kind of a deep dive into the technology. A lot of hurdles, but not hurdles we could not handle. And this was for us the clear way, follow this path. Once again, intense discussions with customers, with all relevant stakeholders, and during side discussions, we feel this same frustrating experience on the customer side, also for suppliers on the research side. No real discussion was possible. Like I mentioned, we don't want this technology. And this was the starting point to look what we could do. And then that was a very intense discussion between these industrial partners, and this was not so easy to set up here a kind of a alliance which is from the compliance side also safe. But after 1 year discussion with all the legal stuff, we could launch 2022 this Alliance hydrogen engine. And what we feel from the last half year or a little bit also before, multiple voices are more heard. And also it's possible, because it's a big effort to involve all these different stakeholders, it's easier if you have a kind of a setup with more than one who is following this technology. Alliance hydrogen engine. So what is our key thesis and what is our mission or common task and what are the members? So our key thesis is the hydrogen engine is a key pillar for climate neutral mobility on the commercial side. All technical challenges can be solved with established development processes. Our common task is to promote possibilities and potential of hydrogen engine technology, to support a fact-based and neutral discussion towards this solution for CO2 neutral mobility on the commercial vehicle side. And once again, we don't want to replace with the hydrogen engine the battery electric or the fuel cell. No, this is not our task. From the member side, currently we have about 40 members from vehicle, engine industry, suppliers, and also energy sector and research. Let me name here from the OEM side Claas, one of the supplier for agriculture machines, Cummins, very big engine manufacturer, Daimler Truck, Mahle, Isuzu, and also MAN. I think this is a clear statement. From the supplier side, BorgWarner, Bosch, Mahle, Eberspecher, also here, very big industry for supporting this hydrogen engine. Also, a lot of other industry partner with a lot of interest on this technology, and we are open. We started in Germany, but you could see also here industry sectors beyond Germany. We are open. Please contact us. We need you as a partner to fight for this technology. I mentioned the third question, is this only a European idea? So this is a kind of view from Bosch, because it's easier for me to talk about the current running projects. But a lot of members from the Alliance hydrogen engine, they have the same experience. Currently at Bosch, we are running more than 100 projects with hydrogen engine on the research and development side. And if you look at the main regions, US, Europe, China, India, Korea, and I will come back in some seconds to China once again. We have different regional drivers. In Europe, mainly we are focused on CO2, and this is 100% correct. But if we look, for example, to the Chinese market, and I mentioned it, I will come back in a second, they have another idea. So don't concentrate only on CO2. Look for the best technical solution. And this is, from our perspective, a risk because they are extremely fast. And for the other regions, I don't want to go into detail. For the segments, all segments are covered by our customers. And we have a strong focus on the commercial vehicle side. But also, we should not forget the large engines. If I looked for Shino, I mentioned it. Let's look at the custom activities. We started our discussion 2020 with, I think now, nearly all important manufacturers in China. And they start after build up the infrastructure 2022, their first experience or first experiments with an engine. And on the governmental side, this is different. So to Europe. The Chinese National Congress, they announced this H2 engine initiative in 2021. MIIT, I think the most important ministry in China, they integrated the H2 engine in the national H2 strategy. And now there is a start of process for subsidies, and this was announced at the Congress in China 2022. Some examples. Sinotruk Weichai, this is some weeks ago. FAW. I think these are very big suppliers for technology, for vehicles. They announced we start with a hydrogen engine. For Korea, this was, I think, 2 days before, Doosan, Hyundai, Infracore. They also announced we will start with this technology. So clear interest from China for this technology. Last part, are there any arguments for or against it? I want to go into this this is not really a life cycle analysis, but look beyond the powertrain and pick out some arguments. If we start with this technology, we have to build up an engine, we have to build up all the needs for the powertrain, and I think especially currently, material questions are very important. The powertrain for the hydrogen engine mainly consists of steel and aluminum. Small amounts, and I want to be honest, small amounts of precious metals we need for the excess gas after treatment, but this is really small. Use of raw earth, nickel, cobalt, and all the other stuff, this is irrelevant. I think this is a very important argument. We could use the established development and production process during production and assembling. Value creation, jobs in EU and in UK, this is possible with this technology. And we could use the existing production facilities. During the usage lifetime, I mentioned it, the hydrogen engine is robust under all boundary conditions and efficiency comparable to diesel. Emission question, from our perspective, no relevant influence on air quality. I have very good starting conditions with hydrogen, and I think also for the modern diesel engine, we could show that this is really not an issue. PM 2.5, extremely important, the small particles. WHO, Air Quality Initiative, last year, focus on PM 2.5. Very clear statement. Same order of magnitude as other CO2 neutral technologies. Same order of magnitude. I will explain this a little bit later, because this is, from our perspective, also important argument. After the long life of hydrogen engine comparable to diesel, once again, important argument. We could use the established recycling and disposal processes for a new life of the next engine. Last technical slide, arguments for or against it. I want to stress a little bit this particle question. We are currently focused on exhaust emissions. Zero emission is perhaps a kind of exclusion criteria. Please use this, this founding 200 million pounds. Very good to set up such a subsidy. But if we look at the headline and also in the text, we talk about zero emission. And from our perspective, zero emission is here not the right wording. I will explain this later. And I mentioned at the beginning, I want to be honest, And an honest statement for the hydrogen engine. All exhaust emissions are not zero, but we are close to zero with no relevant impact on air quality. And this is for particles, for hydrocarbon, for carbon monoxide, and also for NOx. If we look for the particles, we should have a kind of a more holistic view on the particles. And let's look for this picture, or for this graph. This is for UK official numbers, and you could see the share for these small particles, and it's clear where the time before introduction of the particle filter, the diesel was the problem for the particles. But look for 2021 or 22, this is projection, but I think the values are correct. The emissions out of tailpipe is the smallest part. Road abrasion, tire wear, and brake wear, this is dominant. So this is not a question of the powertrain. I think this figure is very important, that we need this holistic view, and then perhaps you understand my statement. We are in the same level, in the same region for PM2.5 like all these other CO2 neutral technologies. We must be open from the technical side. Let me summarize the presentation. Hydrogen engine, once again, a complementary CO2 neutral technology. We don't want to replace it, but we have needs where we need the hydrogen engine. In terms of robustness, fast availability, and cost, the hydrogen engine represents a very attractive CO2 neutral technology option. Resiliency, energy sovereignty, material availability, and established recycling processes should be included in the decision-making process for future CO2 neutral powertrains. A multi-criteria approach forces the hydrogen engine as a further solution alongside battery, electric, and fuel cell-driven heavy-duty applications. And hydrogen engine technology offers the opportunity to maintain the technology leadership in Europe, in UK, if we are fast. I mentioned these Chinese data. In a technology open approach, and this is my last sentence, the hydrogen engine is a mandatory pillar for CO2 neutral technology. Thank you very much, and all questions, welcome.
Great, thank you very much, Andreas, for that very interesting and thoughtful presentation. Well, it's time for our panel now, so we're going to also welcome to the stage Philippa Oldham from the Advanced Propulsion Centre and Adam Gerard from Satavia, if I've pronounced that one correctly. As before, do hold your questions till the end. We'll come to those. And for those of you watching on the live stream, do send your questions electronically. We will try and pick up as many of those as we can. Andreas, I'd like to just pick up on a couple of things that you said in your presentation. In terms of how you saw the split for what in transportation is going to be using hydrogen as a fuel, what's going to be fuel cell, what's going to be battery electric. How difficult is it when you're trying to develop these rival technologies, just not knowing what the end applications are going to be with them, in terms of, particularly in terms of recouping money through scale of commercialization, in terms of the applications you're going there for? How difficult is it not knowing which of those wins out in each category?
This is really a challenge for us. So at Bosch, we are developing the electric path. We are developing the fuel cell path, and now additionally the hydrogen engine path. And I think this is also a message. So if we develop the electrical path, battery electric, fuel cell, and if we step also into the hydrogen engine, I think then it's a message.
Great, thank you. Philippa, I'd like to bring you, because obviously you're at the APC, you have a lot of promising projects that come through your organisation. From the ones that you're seeing come in, what split is there in terms of those that are looking at hydrogen, other propulsion, fuel cells? and just give us a sense of what is coming down the road in terms of the technology.
Yeah, I think one of the things we've definitely seen, say, over the last 4 years that I've been there is that growth towards fuel cell and hydrogen combustion. You know, you go back 4 years and I think the confidence wasn't there for the OEMs and the tier ones to really invest. So we've definitely seen that come down the pipeline. And actually just want to draw on 3 examples. Firstly, the mention of Wrightbus bringing the APPG group here at lunchtime. So that was a result of a project that we funded through the COVID pandemic, our advanced route to market, which enabled Wrightbus to develop both a single-decker fuel cell bus, but also a single-decker battery bus for 2 various different operations. So that kind of shows that how the OEMs are thinking. The other one that I wanted to draw on was a Cummins project, Brunel, that's looking at hydrogen combustion. And the reason the APC funded that, even though there can be still some negativity around using ICE and hydrogen ICE, for all the reasons Andreas touched on very well in his presentation, that actually, as an organisation that funds agnostic technology, the proposal that was put through by Cummins in the development of their heavy-duty engine was really outstanding in terms of its performance and its technical capability. And the last one that I just want to draw on is actually a project that we funded with Teva. So Teva, obviously a new OEM. And the reason that I wanted to draw on that is, they've launched today their 7.5-tonne battery fuel cell joint vehicle. But it shows that actually it's not one or the other, but actually the reason that the fuel cell is there because it adds that additional range that's needed by those trucks, but a smaller battery for then operating zero emission in cities. So it kind of shows how the projects are supporting our R&D and transition to the market.
And do you get a sense, particularly as we know that battery technology is improving all the time, there's solid state technology coming if it works, and I'm aware of the size of that caveat. Is it your sense that some of these projects you're seeing through are going to be long-term solutions or are more likely to be stopgap solutions until something else comes along?
They're all going to be part of the mix. There is a discussion, actually, one of the benefits with combustion, hydrogen combustion, and whether that be with the e-fuels or hydrogen, is that actually it starts reducing carbon immediately. You know, it's a quick solution to start those reductions. But in terms of where we're going, I mean, we did some analysis. Our technology trends team are very good at doing a lot of analysis. You know, we estimate that in around 2040, around 45% of the light-duty vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles, or the vehicles, I suppose, will have some sort of hydrogen, either be fuel cell or internal combustion engine. So there is still going to be, you know, a large mix of the technology there. But I think, you know, the question, I think, may come down to challenges over security of supply chain and access to some of those critical materials.
Perfect, thank you. Adam, I'd like to bring you in on this, because you look particularly at how to use hydrogen in aircraft. Tell us about the particular challenges with trying to get it to work for that application and how viable you see that being as a long-term solution.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So yeah, I'm coming from an aviation perspective here. So I've got a company where we're actually working with airlines to help reduce the climate impact of flying through smarter flight planning, specifically looking at the non-CO2 impacts of flying, the clouds that the aircraft make. So there's obviously a lot of discussion in the industry about moving towards hydrogen. Some of the challenges are going to be really around how it's actually stored on the aircraft itself. So they're going to need larger fuel tanks, specially designed fuel tanks that carry very high pressure liquid form hydrogen, if that's the way the industry goes. I guess that's one of the key things, and also then the range issue, whether you could still get to the same sort of locations you can do today. One of the key issues, though, I think that is worth highlighting is, again, coming back to the overall climate impact of flying, there's also quite a lot of non-CO2 impacts. So the clouds that the aircraft make may account for 2/3 of aviation's impact. That's a fairly new understanding. And if we move to hydrogen, then that non-CO2 component could actually increase. So we should already be thinking about solutions for those unintended consequences. And it could be as simple as changing the level or the routing that the aircraft take.
So is the development that needs to happen something in technology in terms of, you know, hydrogen combustion, or is it just down to designing new aircraft that make it work and getting the infrastructure right?
I still think it's an open question. Do you effectively take the existing technology today, so gas turbine engines, modify them so that you can power them on hydrogen, obviously that will be a more straightforward route to then actually using it in day-to-day flight operations? Or do you completely redesign everything from the fuselage, the wings, the characteristics of how the aircraft operates, move to maybe fuel cell and electric? That's obviously going to take far more research and development and time to get it to actual operations. And the industry itself is a highly regulated, safe industry, and it takes many years to go through those technology readiness levels.
It's interesting, the car industry had this entire discussion around batteries when OEMs started making battery cars, and many of them thought they could just retrofit them into existing platforms, and all of those vehicles turned out to be very compromised in terms of range, and actually a ground-up approach turned out to have produced much, much better vehicles. Can I ask you briefly about refueling infrastructure for planes? Because my understanding is what makes it so difficult is you might have a hydrogen refueling station in Heathrow, you might have one in Frankfurt, but if the plane gets diverted because of bad weather, you've got to have hydrogen available everywhere, otherwise that plane's in real trouble. How difficult is that as a hurdle to clear before, and does it basically mean that hydrogen aircraft will have to be completely ubiquitous before they become viable anywhere?
Yeah, it's a great point. I think it could be rolled out initially, but you'd be very limited as to where the aircraft could operate. So there's current flight operation procedures where if you lose both engines, you have to be able to glide to a safe airport. I mean, you could basically have the same sort of principles. You have to stay within a certain range of hydrogen fueling infrastructure, so you always end up at a place where you can refuel the aircraft. Yeah, I'm sure those can be overcome. But there's another issue actually which might be more relevant, and that's around hydrogen leakage. So it's a very light molecule, and you're going to lose a certain percentage of hydrogen between production and use, and of course the further apart from production to use you are, the more you're going to lose. Recent paper came out of Bayes looking at this, estimating about 20% leakage, and then going on to look at the climate impact of that. So this is work done by the chemistry group at University of Cambridge, and actually they have shown that the gas itself is a pretty warming gas, global warming potential of about 11. So that's something else to consider. It's another challenge. We have to think about how to prevent that leakage, and that could be especially prevalent around airport infrastructure and refueling.
Thank you. Andreas, yes, perfect. Come in on that.
Yeah, so let me comment this filling station question. So I think we will not have tomorrow 1,000 or more filling stations if I concentrate on Germany. So this is the reason why for the hydrogen, the start will be on the commercial vehicle side, long-haul transport, for example. They don't need this 1,000 filling station. They have their constant routes, and therefore the start is definitely on the commercial vehicle side for long-haul transport.
And how much of if you're looking at something like passenger vehicles, how much of a challenge is it that most people, when they go for zero-emission cars today, will have to go for battery electric cars just because of what's out there on the market? And then having run a battery electric car for a few years, there may be hydrogen vehicles available to them. But actually those hydrogen vehicles, rather than charging them at home, you have to go to this petrol station thing to go and refuel them. And it'll almost seem like a regressive step. Do you think that's holding back consumers in the long term from going to hydrogen vehicles eventually?
Yeah, this is definitely a challenge to find here, also a way for the consumer. But like I mentioned, we want to concentrate first on the commercial side, and for passenger car, I think for a lot of applications, the electric path is the right path. If we go to the light commercial vehicle, there could be also some use cases where a hydrogen engine could be a viable solution, but also here electric, all this delivery inside urban or outside, also a little bit regional transport, here the battery electric vehicle is a good or the best solution.
And in terms of refueling infrastructure, if hydrogen is not what every vehicle runs on, we know that petrol and diesel today is a gigantic scale operation. Is it going to be commercially viable to have hydrogen refueling stations if there are a fraction of the number that there are today?
So first we had to concentrate both technologies, because we need the same infrastructure for the fuel cell as for the hydrogen engine. We don't want to make a difference between hydrogen engine and fuel cell, even if the hydrogen engine has no problems with not so high purity, but we will have a setup point with the same quality for fuel cell and for the hydrogen engine. And I think this is mandatory. Otherwise, if we split this, there will be no chance for a bigger market.
I think the point is as well is it's about joining the dots. So, thinking about where the production is, where the consumption is, and actually understanding, having those, like we have the strategic road network, actually looking at what vehicles are going to be adopting hydrogen first and actually putting a little bit of, sense into that infrastructure creation. And then, that secures where we expect to see it first in terms of heavy duty and then the growth within the passenger car market.
And do you think government is taking enough of a lead in setting out where those need to be, or are they leaving it in a technology neutral way up to the market, which might lead to a great deal of uncertainty?
In terms of infrastructure?
In terms of infrastructure.
Infrastructure, I think the priority at the moment seems to be with the electrification. I think we'll see what comes out of the zero emission freight trials, which may be informing some of that activity as well.
But what we need from the legal side is a clear statement. So we are waiting for this signal. Yes, the hydrogen engine is an option with 0 grams CO2. And this is open. And we discussed before, this is an option and this is an important option, but we need this clear signal. Otherwise, the OEMs, they will wait with their announcement. And this is not, or in China, this is different. They're looking for the best technological way. And here we are waiting for this clear signal. And don't mention, no, we don't want this internal combustion engine. Be open. CO2, this is the message, this must be 0. And the technological way, this is then the choice of the customer or the society.
So it sounds, from what you've said there and what you said in your presentation about Europe's approach to this, that actually it might be slightly misguided by focusing on zero emission rather than on the best technology solution.
This is correct.
Okay. What do you think? Do you think that proverbial ship has sailed, or do you think there's anything Europe can do in the way they're thinking about legislation and regulation to, to pull it back?
Sorry, could you?
Do you think Europe is going to change its approach, or do you think that they've embedded the zero emission obsession, and therefore it means that Europe will take one path, China will take a different path?
Yeah. So we see signals that we are on a way to a more fact-based discussion, but these are signals. So what we need is the clear statement. Yes, we are looking for this technology open approach and not to exclude one technology. Because if we do this, then perhaps in some years we had to buy these technologies because we have no technological solution from the Chinese or whatever manufacturers. And I think this must be a Europe idea.
There's got to be one thing as well, though. We can't just focus on the technology that's on the road. It's all of everything around it, the infrastructure, where the materials are coming from, how they're being produced, where they're being manufactured, where they're then ending up being sold in the market. Because until you shift to that kind of thinking, you're just going to set targets that particular companies are going to reach. And if you try and steer people down a particular technology route, you're not going to actually achieve the overall goal, and we'll just end up making similar mistakes as we have in the past.
No, exactly. And the government's very keen not to be seen to be backing winners, or in some cases backing losers, as it sometimes turns out. Adam, look, talk a little bit about this from the aerospace perspective. Planes obviously quite famously travel around the world. And so how difficult is it for them in terms of having different approaches in different regions to this technology? And which region, from an aerospace perspective, is currently ahead?
Yeah, so there's two major airframe OEMs, Airbus and Boeing. Airbus has made some pretty public statements and committed to a technology strategy focused on hydrogen, at least exploring that as a viable option. There's companies looking at the infrastructure that will be required at airports. It's actually quite attainable. There's only a few thousand airports globally. It's not like trying to build a network for cars where you'd need tens of thousands in a given country. So yeah, there's an intent. Certainly, there's probably more traction in Europe, being driven by Airbus at the moment, and then Safran. They've recently announced a partnership to do an actual flight on the A380 testbed, powered by a Safran engine using hydrogen. So we should actually see that technology demonstration taking place in the next, say, 5 years, I would imagine. And of course, the Fly Zero project coming out of the Aerospace Technology Institute, funded by the UK government. They've concluded that hydrogen is a viable alternative to kerosene, and a lot of research is obviously now going to be directed towards building the technologies, testing the technologies to support that vision. So I think we will see a lot of progress in aerospace. It's quite a small, tight community, and probably also it's one of the top use cases for hydrogen out of the long list of things you could use it for. So while we've got a limited supply of green hydrogen, we should be careful about how we use it until such a point as we've scaled the production. And so there's going to be some obvious candidates for the use of hydrogen, and aviation is certainly one of those.
Does this make it more difficult for you, Andreas, if you're thinking about hydrogen engines and even fuel cell engines, that actually what hydrogen we have, particularly what green hydrogen we have, should go towards aircraft because they're much more difficult to decarbonise another way, whereas quite a lot of the vehicles you're talking about could potentially be served by batteries?
Yeah, but like I mentioned, so we will see, or we will have also today, applications or use cases where the battery is not a solution. Look, for example, for agriculture processes where I have difficult conditions. So the weight of the agriculture machine must be as low as possible, because pressure on the earth or on the soil is really a difficult challenge, or is not you will find not a solution. And therefore, I think there are solutions where it is a must to go into other technologies like battery, and therefore we need a split between all these different aircraft or industry or then the transport, and this must be a common decision, and not I need it and there is nothing for you. I think this is not the way.
Okay, thank you. Philippa, I'd like to talk with you briefly about government subsidies. How attractive at the moment is the UK as a place to develop some of this technology? How much of a role do subsidies play in that? And do you think there are specific things the government can be doing to make itself more attractive? And I'll come to you on this question as well, because you have operations everywhere. But I'll start with Philippa.
So from our side of it, we'd always love more money from the government to help distribute. But in terms of growth, I think, what's really positive for us as a business is that the pipeline remains full of companies bringing in different projects for research and development. So in the current climate, that's a really positive thing to see. In terms of growth, some insight that we've done recognises that we looked at the fuel cell value chain. We estimate at the moment we have around 15%, but the companies that we have upon that research actually can grow. We've heard from Sarah's and their ambition this morning to around 65% of that whole value add part of the fuel cell. So, that's a pretty complete picture, really. And I think, the other thing that we obviously help facilitate is that Automotive Transformation Fund, which is the capital investment in facilities, and fuel cells obviously form part of those technologies. And that's about attracting people and companies to the UK to help grow their capability within not only UK but within Europe. And by helping sort of de-risk some of that investment to attract the right players here to help, again, join the dots and create a resilient supply chain.
Great, thank you. Andreas, Bosch has business all over the world. How attractive is the UK as a place to develop hydrogen, in your view, at the moment?
So I think, like it was before for the conventional engine, diesel or gasoline, for us, UK is a very important part of the world. And I think this is a common task. So we should not develop this technology only in Germany or only in UK. I think we as Europe, including UK, we must develop this technology. And till today, we have all the universities, all the knowledge to be the leader for this technology. But like mentioned, we must be fast.
Thank you. We've had a question that's come in from the internet which I think is probably for you, which is what is the biggest logistical challenge in the UK of delivering hydrogen to commercial fleets, such as the need to retrofit filling stations?
So I'm not an expert. I don't know the number of filling stations here in UK. But if I switch back to Germany, though the filling stations for hydrogen in Germany, where the concentration are normally only possible for passenger car. But here I think we are working on this topic, and here perhaps somebody else could answer this question, how this looks in UK with the filling stations for commercial vehicles.
You're shaking your head, Adam. No, sorry, it's not planes. There'll be someone in the room, though, who can answer that question. Anyone from the floor have a question? Stick a hand up nice and high. Gentleman here, hand straight up. So we'll get a microphone to you. There we go.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this, by the way. So I'm Davies. I lead a small team of engineers, and we're building a real-time platform for safety and operations of hydrogen, and we are students at Imperial College as well. And considering the 20% average leakage from production to consumption, and the fact that transporting hydrogen also isn't really cheap due to the weight of the tanks that it's stored in and the amount of hydrogen you can actually store in these tanks, it makes it very expensive, right, thing to commercialize. But it's possible. So I'm just wondering, what role do you think IoT plays in helping optimize, the 80% hydrogen that we have left in these tanks, or even reducing the 20% that's lost as well? Thank you.
Who'd like to take that? And was it your question specifically regarding to IoT use in reducing leakage? Is that correct? Yeah. Anyone have a view? Is that one of any of the things that the technology development's looking at that's coming through any of your projects?
So we have some, not specifically on hydrogen leakage, but I think in terms of optimizing, say, the battery management system and looking at AI and usage of the vehicle. So I think, anything that is getting more information, providing intelligence into the system to improve efficiency is something that we look at. Please apply for TDAP. It'll be opening in November next year. Thanks, Peter, for raising that. But go on.
I would just build on that, perhaps. Yeah. Absolutely. If you can measure stuff, then you can find root cause of issues. So the overall challenge to solve is hydrogen leakage, and I'm sure we can do it. And once you've built the infrastructure to transport it and deliver it, as long as you can measure it at every stage, you can figure out where it's leaking and how to solve those problems. So over a period of years, then I'm sure you could reduce that down to something that's more acceptable.
So let me comment this from the Bosch side. If the hydrogen is at the engine, then I think we could handle all the leakage challenges. So we looked in because this is also a safety reason. And from our perspective, from the system view, vehicle view, leakage is not a challenge. It could be handled.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question in the room? Over there. I saw 4 hands go up there, and we've got 5 minutes. We're going to rattle through these at a pace.
Thank you. Daniel Fitch from Perkins Engines. I guess my question's mostly addressed towards Andreas. So engine manufacturers are looking at multiple solutions, multiple energy sources. How modular, I guess, is your vision of a hydrogen engine? And also, what does that mean in terms of engines out there already and potentially retrofitting?
So what we see from discussions with engine manufacturers is that they set up a modular design. So the base engine, and I think the base engine, if you look for build up the engine, this is most expensive part. Transfer line, most expensive part during a production process. The base engine is the same. And then with modifications in the cylinder head, it is possible to set up the base engine for diesel, for CNG, for hydrogen, and only small modifications or modification in the cylinder head. I think this is a strategy we could see from different OEMs all over the world.
And that is being seen in some of our projects that are coming through, actually.
Great, thank you. Gentleman at the front had a question, and then we'll take one from the back row after that. So we're working our mic handlers hard today. So.
Thank you very much. Arun Srinivasan, also from Bosch. Question to you. Today is about hydrogen. What role does e-fuel play in the transformation to sustainable mobility?
I was wondering how long it was going to be till we get the e-fuel question. Do you have a view, Andreas?
From our perspective, we will see in the future also applications where battery, fuel cell, or also the hydrogen engine is perhaps not the best solution. Look once again at the agriculture sector. Here I think we must also be open, not to close the door for the e-fuels. This will be a small part, perhaps also for aviation, e-fuel, e-kerosene. This will be a small part, but today we should not close this door.
Thank you.
I totally agree with that. So the aircraft that are being built today could be in service for 30 or even 50 years from now with the same hardware running, requiring kerosene. So I think it's an absolutely essential issue to solve for aviation at least. Is it sustainable aviation fuel? Is it an e-fuel? Where do you get the carbon from? You need hydrogen, obviously. It's a big part of decarbonising aviation in its transition to the next generation of aircraft and propulsion systems.
And not only that, it's about working with what you've got. Just another little sort of nod to an APC project. So we had a project with Case New Holland, and they built a biomethane tractor, and they've worked with a small SME called Benham to capture the methane from their cloud slurry and then use it on the vehicle, so, to create a more of a sustainable access to their waste stream. So, it's a great solution that actually sort of hits some of those net zero targets. So.
Thank you very much. Question from the back row.
Good morning, Laurent Poncet from Vitol. I've got a question for Andreas. Does the Alliance already offer trucks with internal combustion engine with hydrogen to be rolled out on the road? And if yes, what does it look like in terms of pilot or accessing these trucks?
So at the Alliance, it's not our job to create hardware. But perhaps it's a good chance to announce the international automobile for the commercial vehicle side in September this year in Germany. And I think you will see some trucks and not only a part. So manufacturers will show what is possible with a hydrogen engine. And I think it's a good opportunity to look at this exhibition. And also on the Bosch side, we will show what is possible with a hydrogen engine as part of the solution. Once again, not as the solution.
But I think his question was, when can he buy one?
So we try to step back. We need the clear signal from the legislation side. So without this signal, we don't want to go with a component in the market where there is no chance to sell it because there is no clear regulation. But we are working for a time frame about 2025, 26, that we are ready with our components, mainly the injection equipment, to support the OEMs.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you to you for your questions. Thank you to you for watching and your questions as well. Please thank our panel, Andreas, Philippa and Adam.
And thank you to Peter for chairing that session, and of course to Andreas for the keynote speech, making, I think, a very clear the issues concerning in transportation. Now, from the roads, our next session concerns the role of hydrogen in the home. The panel after our keynote speaker is going to be moderated by Angie Needle, who we saw earlier on this morning. She's also going to be joined by Jan Brockman from Bosch and Mark Neller from Arup. But before that, and he will be in the panel as well, we're going to get the keynote address from Joss Clark of SGN, also the sponsors of this session. Joss.
Great, are we on? Good. Right, thanks Adam for the introduction, and good morning everyone, and thanks for coming along to this discussion. For those of you that aren't familiar with SGN, you've heard from Cadent this morning. SGN are another gas network in the UK. We operate and own and maintain the gas network in Scotland, parts of Northern Ireland, and much of the south of England. And we supply natural gas, biomethane to about 14 million customers across those regions. I've got sort of 10 minutes before panel Q&A, and I guess sort of in short, I do think hydrogen is going to have it needs to have a really important role in the decarbonisation of homes. But I guess that's no real surprise. I want to sort of take the sort of conversation here a little bit wider though, and we've heard a lot of really good discussion this morning about supply chains, about production, about the technology. And I want to really try and bring the voice of the customer into the discussion, because I think that's sort of really essential to a lot of this, but certainly in terms of how we can decarbonise homes and the role that hydrogen has in that space. Before we get into that, perhaps let's just remind ourselves of the challenge. So decarbonisation of heat from homes and buildings in the UK is sort of one or two, in terms of the UK's biggest challenge for decarbonisation. Arguably, I think the biggest challenge we've got, because we've got to get into millions and millions of homes, and that's going to impact every one of those homeowners. About 30 million buildings in the UK, around 25 million of those are connected directly to the gas grid, and that gives us about 30% of UK's national emissions at the minute. And we've got to shift all of those to a zero carbon solutions. But despite the scale of this challenge, and it's not new, it remains a really difficult nut to crack. In 2013, the then coalition government published their heat strategy, and since then we've seen a little bit of progress in terms of biomethane, some electrification, a little bit of energy efficiency, but really there's been no material change, I think, in emissions reductions from homes. I think at first pass, the heat and building strategy that we saw last year sets us up for a really good direction of travel, and we've got to make sure we deliver against that. But compared to other sectors, we heard some of them this morning, I think it's fair to say that the last decade has been a lost decade in terms of emissions reductions for net zero. So why is that? I think that's the kind of critical question. Is it about technology challenges? Is it about policy? Is it about the economics? I don't think it's because we've not had a focus from government. There's certainly been enough consideration around energy bills and how we might kind of reduce the impact on customers over the years, but we've still not made that step change. So I think here's where the customer piece really comes into play, and I'm not sure it really plays enough of a role in our thinking, whether that's about technology, policy, how we fund our projects, and how ultimately we get to net zero. Fundamentally, all those other factors, the politics and the policy, the technology, the economics, are absolutely critical, but we've got to, I think, sort of develop a pathway that puts the customer front and centre. So what that means for SGN is, as I said, 14 million people, all with very unique circumstances, different homes and different financial backgrounds. It's people living in houses that have been converted to one-bedroom flats in South London. It's purpose-built high-rises in Glasgow and Edinburgh. It's leafy suburbs in Surrey. It's people in very remote areas of Scotland, sometimes off the gas grid. And it's people that are actually kind of in extreme fuel poverty, not just in SGN's world, but across the whole of the UK. What does unite these folks are some macro challenges: cost of living crisis, a desire for secure, reliable, affordable energy supplies, and a need to reduce emissions as quickly as possible. But those that are familiar with SGN will know that we've got a long, proud record of dealing with vulnerable customers. And when we go into a vulnerable customer's home, We've got to understand their specific circumstances and how we can help. They react differently to the shared challenges that we face, and this informs the choices that they make in how they heat their homes. And when it comes to delivery of net zero, the experience that we've had in that space really informs our view that one technology alone isn't going to satisfy all of their customers' needs, and hydrogen really needs to step up into the space here. So how's SGN contributing? I think Dan said earlier, 2050 is kind of blink of an eye away, and change really needs to happen now, and we've got to build that through this decade to make sure it's not another lost decade of progress. In Scotland, the Scottish Government have a more ambitious aim than we have in England and Wales, actually, where they want to get to net zero by 2045. And we've been working closely with them to help their target of 1 million homes on zero emissions heating systems by 2030. That's a massive challenge. It's something that we can help with on the hydrogen side. I think everybody needs to play their part on the electrification side as well. So we've worked with engineering consultants, industry, local stakeholders in Scotland to develop the architecture that explains how we might repurpose the network in Scotland before 2030 to make a contribution to that 1 million homes target. It includes feasibility studies about how we cut over towns and cities like Aberdeen, Dundee, Perth and across the Central Belt. Looks at where the storage can be and what the opportunities are for hydrogen production in Scotland. Now, with a view of what their network can do, not saying it will be there in some time in the 2030s, we've seen the production community come forward to understand what our ambitions and match their ambitions as well. Part of that work also includes helping deliver the evidence programme for BASE for the 2026 decision. And this is where our flagship project, the Hydrogen Neighbourhood, which is part of the 10-point plan, a project called H100 in Fife, really comes into play. H100 is an end-to-end hydrogen project using an offshore wind turbine, creating green hydrogen. We'll store it on site and pipe that into 300 homes in Fife, hopefully next year. We describe it as a world first because we think it's the first time the engineering has been put end-to-end together, on an end-to-end basis together, and we've played that into customers. The most important thing, I think, about the project, though, is it will really tell us what customers think about hydrogen and what they think about using hydrogen in the home and what they need from us to opt into the programme and move away from natural gas. Over in the other side of Scotland, over in the Highlands and Islands, we're working with people like RWE, renewable developers, to understand how they can produce green hydrogen with the electricity they're producing that the power grid doesn't have the capacity for, and how we then deliver it to homes and businesses and transport hubs across the region. Just a few examples. We know we've got to do a lot more because, as the CCC said yesterday, there's a risk that current government strategy and policies won't deliver the emissions reductions required in this space. And that, I think, provides an opportunity for the hydrogen community to really step into it. We've got to look to deploy all technologies that are available now and bring forward technologies at pace. Hydrogen certainly has a role to play there. And as I said earlier, one of the key things we've got to consider in this policy development space is the role of the customer and how we get over that threshold in the home to actually transfer them to a zero emissions heating system. Now, for anyone that read the CCC's progress report yesterday, you might have seen there's a metric in there that they're looking at, which I think is described as the willingness to replace boilers. Now, it looks like currently they don't have enough data to actually sort of put metrics against that and complete that, but it's something that they're going to be working through over the next few years. I think at SGN we've kind of made a bit of a start in that space, because last year we commissioned some public opinion research to understand what are the key concerns about customers, what they think about decarbonisation of heat, and what their views are on hydrogen and other technologies. So I think good news first, certainly in terms of net zero. The willingness to replace boilers we found is really quite high. So of the 3,000 people that we spoke to, almost 3/4 of people wanted to move from their natural gas boiler to a zero emissions heating system. But when you ask customers how much they're going to pay for it, what action are they personally going to take, when will they do it, the support for that movement to zero carbon heating systems really falls off a cliff from about 3/4 to less than a third. And we're looking at this and calling it the action gap. How can we move customers along to net zero when actually we're struggling to get their motivation to do so? And I think that is a kind of critical piece that we've got to kind of have in mind. Yes, we can electrify, but if you can't get over the customer's threshold, how do we actually do that? So the research told us a few of the really interesting elements. Customers are worried about being left behind when it comes to adapting new technologies. They don't want to be the last person on the gas grid. But on the flip side, many customers are also worried about being the first mover. They see lots of risk and lots of uncertainty around them, and certainly in their heating space. And right now, for many customers, do nothing might actually seem like the least risk option. Some of the verbatim that we got back was, nobody wants to be that person that bought a diesel car 10 years ago thinking they were doing the right thing, only to be told that was the wrong thing a few years later. And we also found out what they prioritise. Now, top of mind, customers don't really think about the technology itself. Unfortunately, many of them don't understand hydrogen. They don't understand biomethane. They don't really get heat pumps or heat networks either, actually. The technology itself isn't a massive consideration for them. It's what it delivers and how it delivers, which is what they're concerned with. Now, they're the key attributes that they are focused on when it comes to net zero. How can they maintain the way that they heat their home today, but in a net zero way? And I think this is a space that companies like Bosch can really play into. They do want a zero emissions alternative. And when you test what they value when it comes to home heating, the responses that we got around security and reliability, they want stable progress to net zero, but most importantly, they want control. Now, you dig into that word control, what does that mean for them? It actually means a couple of things. One is it means having a choice over the heating system that they choose, and it also means a choice around how and when they heat their homes. We know from experience with our fuel-poor customers that actually switching off their heating system is a way that they manage their domestic expense. I'm not advocating that as the right path to take, but behaviourally, we know that happens. So we know we've got to help customers move away from status quo and get off gas. The good news here is that customers do expect government and they do expect business to take the lead here. They want us to provide clarity in the choices that they have and a pathway and a roadmap so they can kind of opt into that. So I'm going to wrap up, but we're clear. If we want to make progress to decarbonisation of homes in the 2020s, hydrogen has to be part of the choices that's on offer to customers. It's a huge opportunity for the hydrogen sector. To ensure the 2020s are not a lost decade, a customer-centric approach has got to be the backbone of the pathway. Now, I think we're going to join a panel and have a few questions along the way. Thank you.
Right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, apologise. You've got me more than once today. I do appreciate that once is more than enough. So we'll have chance for questions later, so have a little think of those. And those who are online, I've got the iPad, so I'll be looking at that in a moment. So first of all, welcome to the stage. Thanks, Joss. That was excellent. Mark and Jan, do you just want to introduce yourselves briefly to the audience, Mark?
Hi, it's great to be here today. My name's Mark Nalla. I'm a director at Arup with responsibility for our energy business across the UK. Started my career in gas distribution and moved to electricity distribution. Joined Arup about 15 years ago. And over the last 4 or 5 years, I've been particularly involved in the development of our portfolio of hydrogen projects.
Thank you. Jan?
Yeah, hi, my name is Jan Brockman. I'm the CEO of Bosch Thermal Technology. That's the biggest heating maker in Europe. And of course, Worcester Bosch is one of our proud businesses.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. So we've got quite a bit of time to discuss the role of hydrogen and heating. And I do appreciate it is contentious to some, right? But just to set the scene, because Caden responsible for gas networks, my colleague over there, Joss in the north. So let's just frame it briefly before we sort of dive into questions. So the CCC have said that we need some hydrogen for heating domestic buildings. 11% or so, up to 20%, I think, in their balance scenario. And the headwind scenario has got quite a lot more than that, actually. So we do need to find out how we might go about doing that, which is brilliant to see that the hydrogen strategy has a pathway to test how that might happen. And we, the gas networks and the appliance manufacturers and the scientific advisors and the like, have been working on, you know, how we make that happen, and what do we need to understand, both engineering, technology, and most importantly, as you talked about, customers, like how are we engaging with the customer community. So let's talk a bit first about the gas networks, if that's okay, and their readiness for hydrogen. So just to first, and I'll chip in on that a little bit as well, what do we know to be true about the gas networks and their readiness today for conversion to hydrogen?
Yeah, so there's some good news in this space, actually, and I think probably by good luck than by good judgment, actually. You know, a number of years ago, a couple of decades ago, actually, we started on this program of the iron mains replacement of much of the network. And that is way down the line now. I think in some parts of the country, we're sort of certainly 3/4 done, up to 80% actually in Scotland. And I think that kind of takes away a lot of the heavy lifting around that network replacement element that we might naturally think is required as we transition from natural gas to hydrogen. Still a lot more work to do. That program's due to finish in 2032, and actually at the higher end of pressures of the gas networks would need to look at that as well. But I think fundamentally we're kind of on a pathway actually to having a network that can transport hydrogen. And in some parts, certainly if you kind of zoned it off, actually I think you'd be safe to put that into place. Clearly, what we need to do is make sure that the safety, the feasibility trials of running hydrogen in the gas network are complete, and that's what the evidence programme that we have in place and we're working with BEIS on is there to do, and that includes everything from the gas network piece, what needs to happen in the home, what needs to happen with gas boilers as well. So I think there's actually a lot there already that we're well down the way on, and hopefully in good shape to deliver this decision in 2026 as to whether we can put hydrogen in the gas network.
Yeah, and the journey that we're on is we've got the H100, which is our village, our first hydrogen village that you talked about earlier. We've then got the neighbourhood. Yep. We've then got a village project, which is a couple of thousand homes, of which Cadent and NGN are both working on projects to bring that to life. And then we've got a town conversion further down the line after that heat policy decision is made. And what the village projects will do is demonstrate how you convert the gas network. So we know we can put hydrogen in the gas now, but the process of conversion, how does that actually happen? Have you given any thought to that?
Yeah, so we're hoping that you guys will do a lot more, actually.
We will.
But, so the H105 project is, we're actually building a brand new network for 300 customers. So in effect, we'll run in parallel with the existing natural gas methane. So if you imagine we lucky 4 people were to live on the same street, then we could choose whether or not we wanted to opt into the trial or stay with natural gas. So it's really about testing the customer appetite for hydrogen specifically. Now, once that's done, that kind of, I guess, gives us a handover to the village trials, which answer a different question.
Yeah, so I guess I teed that up nicely, didn't I? So the question there really is, how somebody asked me earlier, which is how does conversion actually happen? And the real answer is today we don't know yet because we've not done it. The purpose of doing these village trials is we've got to get the hydrogen production at a volume that is reliable and resilient so that customers are on gas all the time. And we're not laying a parallel network because that would be very expensive in the long run. We're using what we've got already. So we're going to have to zone it off. So you guys are converted today and you guys are converted tomorrow. And the most important thing, and I'm coming to in the home bit, don't worry, is that customers know when their conversion day is. And don't forget, we've done this before, not when I was here, I hasten to add, in the 60s and 70s when we managed Towns gas conversion. Now, you could arguably say that was easier because the gas infrastructure then was sort of government owned and it's much more fragmented today, but it's not impossible to take one gas out and put a different one in. So it's actually about us learning in these village projects how we go about doing that in the best way. And I have no doubt that it's all engineeringly possible. The challenge is how do we give the best experience to the customer in that particular situation. So let's then move on to talk about in the home. So Mark, tell me a bit about like what's happened in the High for Heat programme that happened a year or so ago. Like what learning can we bank as fact on hydrogen in the home?
Yeah, sure, thanks. So for those of you who don't know, the High for Heat programme's a programme that was funded by BEIS and Arup were the programme managers for it. Ran for 4 years and has just come to an end. Pretty much the first thing that we did was establish a low carbon hydrogen standard for the standard of the hydrogen that would be going into the grid. And that then allowed the appliance manufacturers to apply for grant funding to do the research and development and all of the innovation that's led to the development of the hydrogen-ready appliances that we can see upstairs. So the boilers, the hobs, the domestic fires, almost all of that kind of innovation has come through the match funding and the grant funding that's been provided by BEIS through the High for Heat funding. So the programme was set up to sort of answer those key questions around, is it technically possible, is it safe, and is it convenient for consumers? So in terms of how we've kind of answered those questions, you can see that yes, absolutely, it's technically possible because the appliances are there, they're up and running. They've been through a hydrogen certification process, so that was something else that we developed through High for Heat was what's the equivalent safety certification process for the appliances as per the process that we use today for natural gas appliances. So that's kind of all done in terms of answering that is it technically feasible bit. On the safety side, the High for Heat programme commissioned hundreds of experiments that answered those kind of fundamental questions about, is it okay to put hydrogen into the copper pipework in people's homes? Will it leak? Won't it leak? The answer to that question, if it doesn't leak for methane, it doesn't leak for hydrogen. We then took all of that experimental data around how does hydrogen move around in a home? Should it leak? What would the consequences of ignition be in a domestic setting? How does the risk profile marry up? And we took all of that work, put it through a comparative risk assessment model, and the output of that was that as long as you've got adequate ventilation and you put an excess flow valve in, that means if you get very large leaks, the flow automatically stops, then the risk profile of hydrogen by comparison with methane is pretty much identical. And we had all of that work peer-reviewed and checked by the Health and Safety Executive, who have provided a letter of comfort for the gas networks that says, if you use all of the research and development and all of the work that we've been doing through High for Heat, and you move that into the community demonstrations, then the HSE are satisfied that the safety case inside the consumer's home stacks up. So, we know it's technically possible. We know how to make it safe in the domestic property. And then we've started to sort of move into this question of how do you answer what this means for consumers? Is it acceptable to the consumers? So that's things like the High House facility that's been built by NGN along with the other gas networks in Gateshead, which you can go and actually touch the appliances, you can play with them and you can demonstrate how they operate, and you can start to ask consumers about their views of interacting with those appliances. And then that's given the government sufficient confidence to move into discussions around financing the hydrogen neighbourhoods and then into the hydrogen towns. So there's a huge body of evidence and research that's there, that's been accredited, that's been signed off, that we can now bank and use to move forward into the next stages.
And it's interesting because I've been to the Hydrogen Show Home, which is up in Gateshead. I'd urge you to all, go and have a visit, because there's actually nothing quite like seeing it to realise that actually it's all very normal. Yeah. In a domestic setting, you've got a boiler, you've got a fire, you've got a cooker. It works like a boiler, a fire and a cooker. And it's actually, I won't say it's underwhelming, but it's good to see it, working. So I'm keen, Jan, to hear your perspective, though, on, what's your view on what the UK is doing, from your sort of outside-in perspective? How do you view the opportunity for us?
Yeah, I think, the UK is doing a very good job and is, at least in Europe, ahead of the rest of the pack, which is already promising and an opportunity to keep the lead. And I think the building sector is always a local one, right? You don't have to look so much to global standards like in automotive and, you know, scale and so forth. So the opportunity in the UK is very large also because the market is asking for multiple solutions more than others. In Europe, in Germany, the main road is electrification. I think that's one can have different opinions about that, but the UK has, of course, the nicest building stock in Europe, but also the oldest. And you know, you like your building stock, so you don't want to, let's say,
you were telling me about your drafty house, right? So I get that. Yeah, yeah.
I have full understanding.
Yeah.
The social income distribution is a little bit different than in other places. So the social aspect, I think, for everyone is quite important. And of course, you have an infrastructure, the gas infrastructure like Germany or the Netherlands or Iberia or Italy. But, you know, maybe a different perspective on how to utilize that asset and not throw it away. So EU legislation today is aiming at describing hydrogen infrastructure as something separate from the natural gas. So this will lead to a very long lead time, no matter what you do, and not the opportunity, unless this is changed, which typically takes a long time, for that insight, to have hydrogen decentrally available.
Yeah.
So that's not good news for decentral business, fuel cells, or hydrogen-ready boilers, let's say. And as it will typically take years of insight, as I said, there is, even though I think you complain about yourself of being slow, and you know, there is still the chance to be much faster. And not only that, the market requires that also, multiple solution. And I think the building sector, when it comes to hydrogen, as there is blending possible, can create a lot of demand, but you can control the demand ramp up. It is not like step change curve, and then I don't have the capacity to produce this. Up to you. We can go up to 20-30%. And as you've seen in the exhibition, Bosch is the only manufacturer that can do the heating and the hobs and so forth, the appliances. We know how to do it. We have a joint development, so I'm sure others will follow also. And again, this could be led by the UK, at least for Europe, because with China and other geographies, you never know. Once they decide, they are typically faster and have even more scale. So that's bad luck. So to make a long story short, I encourage you to take the lead. You have great exhibition programs. Of course, consumers, you know, what do they think? They think, for instance, affordable green energy is a very good idea. Same price as before.
Yeah.
That's a great argument once you understand it. Because everything else has to be subsidized. We see, for instance, in the Netherlands, which is a very comparable market, small footprint houses, you know, dense population, decentral country, smaller, but they put everything now in the subsidies on a similar solution, meaning hybrid.
Yeah.
Hybrid, so install the heat pump, keep the boiler, you know, manage the energy mix over time. Very clever, I think. And the market responds also very positively. So I think hybrid solutions in the UK would be another building block, heat pump for new build and so forth, and whoever can afford it, hybrid, hydrogen, also for the social aspect.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that you talk about the multi-solution approach. And I know you want me to play devil's advocate, so I'm going to do it now, which is if the majority of Europe are, you know, heat pump centric for their heating, is it right that the UK should be an outlier? You know, is it right that we have a multi-solution approach? Why wouldn't we just put heat pumps everywhere?
I think the insight, given that the structures of the market are not the same but comparable, will come sooner or later everywhere. Maybe too late.
Okay.
This can be. I won't comment on that. But this multi-road approach, also to gain time and accelerate the whole, you know, climate-neutral building goal that we all have, I think that will trickle down also in other parts of the world, for sure in Europe. And then you look at, okay, who has built the IP, who has done the development, who has done it before, and who can maybe export and so forth. Yeah,
we can.
Very simple.
Yeah. It was interesting because we had a meeting, a dinner last night, and we were talking about the fact that the hydrogen economy has actually started. In the amount of people in the room who'd already recruited people to work on hydrogen, the development, the innovation. The UK does have a sort of start, if you like, on getting that going. So just something on, I'm going to talk about hydrogen-ready boilers, which will be your favourite topic, I'm sure. So we are yet to have the hydrogen-ready boiler mandate out. It was due last autumn. Why, that's a significant delay. Do any of us know why there's a delay? You know, what is stopping us just putting hydrogen-ready boilers on the market? And, well, I'll let you all sort of pitch in on answering that question. Jan, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, what is mentally different, of course, difficult is before hydrogen will be available in masses, it's a long time down the road, and you need to make it simple and also affordable for consumers. You have to start with installing the base 10 years before it's actually happening. Yeah. And it's understandable that with the nervosity, you know, conflicts, climate targets, this is hard, you know, to decide. That's why maybe hybrid options also for hydrogen is a good way, you know, because you do a good job already at the start for a certain population consumer segments. Mm-hmm. It's a facilitator. But I think it requires a lot of political, let's say, foresight and realization of how the market will respond. And of course, you know, how much will you subsidize on a decentral level, knowing that everything that is an alternative to the boiler today is 3 times as expensive, plus measures on the shell of the house, right? So it can be... So many governments say, okay, we'll pay for that.
Yeah. And it's so the...
for a long, long time.
Yeah. And the hydrogen, what happened with the High for Heat programme, of course, is that it created innovation around hydrogen appliances. Like, it really did kickstart that happening. Now, with the delay in the mandate, I think innovation stopped a bit. You know, and I think the emphasis on putting that mandate out there, like all gas appliances need to be hydrogen ready by a certain date. And don't forget, it's not just boilers. We're talking about all kinds of other things. Innovation will happen. People will start thinking about conversion kits and, you know, things that make that easier and simpler. Josh, what's your view on what's the delay? Why can't we go faster?
Yeah, generally, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I remember I came to the Worcester Bosch factory actually a few years ago to see the hydrogen ready boilers when they were in the labs, and really excited. First time I'd kind of seen that in play. You know, great discussion with Tom and the team there, understanding, you know, what actually goes into making a hydrogen ready boiler, and then slightly deflated when we went out onto the factory floor that, you know, this sort of actually it's kind of almost very much like a natural gas boiler, bar, you know, a few components that we've got to change over, and the key challenges are really around making sure that we can change it over. So it's really interesting, and I'm thinking from there, yeah, why don't we kind of start to push these out? Why can't we get them in the market? I mean, I don't know why we're not there. I guess, you know, if I was in government, I would be worried about the cost of living crisis. I'd be worried about, you know, putting additional cost onto customers' bills. I think that's absolutely reasonable. But I think in this space, there's a fair argument to say it is actually a, you know, zero risk option if we can get the hydrogen ready boiler out onto the market when customers are changing them over. You know, Bosch colleagues will correct me on the figure, but something like 1.5 million boilers a year are switched over. We could be forward planning the conversion to hydrogen as we go. Now, specifically, I don't know why the mandate's delayed. I wonder whether I saw a couple of announcements this week. I think from Finland and Holland actually about their gas networks have been, you know, instructed to start converting over to hydrogen. I think we are probably well ahead of them in terms of our evidence base actually, and I know there are different markets, different domestic interactions there as well. But I wonder whether, you know, actually have we got the right mindset around our comfort with risk in this space. And actually, can we start to look at areas like hydrogen-ready boilers, perhaps like blending, where we could say we're comfortable that actually we can move on this now, and it doesn't prejudice a future decision. It doesn't bake in a poor policy choice for customers in the future, which has got to be absolutely front and centre on that, I think.
I think that's a really good point, actually. And so obviously my view would be, hydrogen-ready boilers out as soon as possible. Appliances would be very helpful. I think there is a fear, if you like, that if I've got a hydrogen boiler, I might not then consider a heat pump if my home's fit for one. And I do get the concern there, but my view is that people replace their gas boiler on a distress purchase basis, and I think changing to a heat pump is a decision around your new builds or you're changing your property retrofits and refurbs, and it takes a little bit longer, so it's not like an urgent need for heat. So I don't think they overlap in quite the same way. Mark, when you did your work on the High4Heat programme, were there any customer interaction there, or was it all lab-based? I'm moving to think about customers in this next.
Yeah, so not in High4Heat, but actually something we've done recently with Imperial College is a piece of research that we've just published, where we started to think about this from a slightly different perspective, and rather than saying this is some kind of big government decision in 2026, what happened actually if you turn the whole thing on its head and said, let's just give consumers the choice and say to them, there's a point at which the gas grid gets converted to hydrogen, and that's going to be in 3, 4, 5 years' time in your area. And you can decide now whether you want to get ready for that and have your home converted over to hydrogen, or whether you want to install a heat pump instead. What's the current state of the research that's out there around what would influence that consumer choice? That was the first thing we wanted to look at. And then the other thing we wanted to look at was, what impact does it have on price if 90% of them choose heat pumps, 50% choose heat pumps, or 10% choose heat pumps? What does the modelling tell you about the impact on whole energy system cost and also the cost to the consumer? And it was actually a bit disappointing that when you looked at the research, there's almost none out there. And so not only is there just an action gap for consumers, there's a knowledge gap where the knowledge about what are these two different options, what am I choosing between, the research says that there's almost no knowledge out there amongst consumers. And then equally concerning is when we looked at the numbers and numbers came back from the model, it said there was no impact whatsoever on the cost to either the consumer or the whole energy system. And actually, when we started to dig away at the modelling tools that were being used, we started to realise there's a whole bunch of assumptions buried in the detail of the models that don't allow you to do that analysis. So we've kind of published that report, and then the next thing that we want to move on to is, can we add to the body of evidence around what would influence consumers' choice? Could we start to predict in this town, in this village, in these types of homes, this is how consumers will behave? And then can we understand what that means about the infrastructure and the costs and what you'd have to do to enable consumers to choose within the margins of error of the model? And I think that's a really exciting way to look at it, and that's kind of what we want to do next, building off the work we've already done.
That sounds brilliant. So deciding who gets what, I think is the biggest challenge when you come to an integrated energy system where electricity and gas play a role. Right, I'm going to come to the floor for questions because we've got 10 minutes left and we've realised we've been rattling away. Who's got a question? Put your hand up. Oh, excellent. Person with microphone. Sorry, I should have given you some notice. We'll have sorry, you were all very fast, so we'll have this chap first.
Hiya. Nick Nevis from Eunomia Research and Consulting. I have a question about the impact hydrogen might have on household energy bills. Now, obviously with the hydrogen business models for production, there's conversations with the government of funding that with a levy, by 2025, which will further impact household energy bills. And with the cost of living crisis and the energy crisis, how do you foresee that impacting, the lowest income communities in the UK and those who, might struggle to heat their homes, especially if trying to convert to hydrogen?
Yeah. So, I'll start, and please do chip in. The real answer is we don't know yet, because we don't quite know how government are going to, divvy up the costs associated with hydrogen conversion. The users of hydrogen from an industrial point of view are going to be protected, if you like, because they'll pay natural gas price for that hydrogen. And we know the cost of conversion is quite low in comparison to the cost of the hydrogen itself. So the question really is, how long are government going to subsidise the cost of hydrogen to customers for, in the same way that they did for renewable wind? It's a similar thing. You have to get it going, and then you have to, you know, take it away. So I think it's really important that the poorest of society, A, get access to heating, and at the moment they're turning it off. Right? Let's be really clear. You know, that we've got the highest fuel poverty levels for quite some time. So we need to make sure that, you know, those homes that are poorly insulated, whether it be electricity solutions or hydrogen solutions, we have to look at ways to making sure it's not all on energy bills. Right? It has to be moved out into general taxation would be my view. Anybody else? Sorry, I have quite strong opinions on this, as you can see.
Me too. I mean, I think this is a really good question, and it's kind of one of the things that's worrying me a little bit is, if you're going to get this transition right, you need to think about the problem through 4 lenses. You need engineering solution that actually works. You need to understand how you're going to deliver it. So how are we going to manage the transition from where we are now to where we need to be in the future? How do you pay for it? What's the economics? What's the policy that unlocks the investment? And then what impact does it have on people and consumers? And how do you make it a fair and just transition? And we're doing an awful lot of work at the moment on the engineering through the great work that the gas networks are doing. I'm not sure we're paying enough attention to the other 3 areas. And so Andy's right. I don't think we do know. I think there's some clues, and I think you could absolutely come up with ways in which you could manage the transition with having the absolute minimum or even no impact whatsoever on those poorest and least able to afford to pay for the transition. What I think is kind of worrying, and what we've seen in other ways in which the transition's kind of been funded, is actually those that can most afford it, I'll give them some nice capital grants to go and do stuff, and actually the people that then end up paying the bill for that are those that can least afford it. And I think we need to be really careful that we don't end up doing the same with the rest of the heat decarbonisation policy.
Yeah. And Jan, you had something to add?
I think, you know, I don't know the answer to this question either, but there is, of course, now on the natural gas a much bigger shortage, and that will drive prices up. So I think you can compare hydrogen to the price of natural gas or electricity, right? And then there's a lot of, I think, government degrees of freedom to guide that in the right direction. And for industry, the answer is very simple. The more demand, the more scale, the more productivity you bring in everything. And that's why there's a space for everything also, I would say, right? Just for the socially, and you see this today, let's say those that don't have so easily access to the possibility to pay operating costs, they have even less access to the capital barrier at the beginning, which makes the difference in operating costs, let's say, obsolete if you don't jump over the first barrier. That's what I said earlier, right? And in the UK, compared to Germany, the cost of a boiler is about 1/3. That's why the market is double the size of Germany also, with a different income distribution, I think. So, yeah, that's why I'm saying that the electrification is possible. It needs a lot of subsidies if you want to spread it also to the socially, let's say the poorer people, for the lack of a better description. And but for the climate neutrality, you need to reach everyone, the masses, right? Not only Tesla S and Porsche Taycan drivers.
Thank you.
Exactly. So I think that's an important consideration, but still I don't know the answer where the kilowatt prices will land.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that.
Can I just jump in, Angie? Sorry, just 'cause you mentioned this phrase earlier about what can we bank, and I think we've got to look at this as, you know, sort of break the problem down. Energy prices are a problem today. We've got to also think about what's the price of energy in 2050 as well. So, and look at this on a whole system basis for 25 million, 30 million customers, and how much it costs to take the whole system to net zero, not just one, you know, particular domestic property and what happens there. Now we need to look at each property, but we've got to kind of look at this on a whole system basis. I think part of the challenge around hydrogen is understanding what do we know now. Correct me again. I think the boiler manufacturers have said the hydrogen-ready boiler will be about parity with a gas boiler at a certain point. So let's bank that. From a network perspective, we've modelled Scotland, and we think that we can kind of, you know, look at that roughly with an additional capital investment that will cost customers at peak about 70 quid a year more. Now, I'm not saying that we should just ignore that factor, but I think there's elements there that we can also say, well, we know that as well. You've then got to look at the commodity piece, which is a massive challenge, not just for domestic heat, but every sector. Look, if I could forecast gas prices, I would be out trading right now. I can't. I'm not sure anybody else here is really that good at it either. Similarly with electricity, big challenge there. A lot of discussion about reforming the electricity market and decoupling natural gas prices with renewables. Next question I would say was, what does that do for green hydrogen? Can you accelerate green hydrogen in the space if you've got a much lower input price for electricity? There's loads of uncertainties out there that still need to be answered, which is thinking what you started with. So.
Yeah. I've got 3 questions on the iPad here, which are all similar. So I'm just going to sort of couch it. So there's lots of rural households that have fought quite hard to get their gas supply. Are they going to retain it? And if you've got a rural household that's currently not on the gas network, could there be small local hydrogen networks to serve those communities? You've got lots of distributed, lots of rural communities in Scotland. How do you see it panning out?
Yeah, so we have, there's 5 quite big communities actually, probably a few thousand each, up in the north of Scotland, where it's never been economic to connect them to the gas grid, nor has it been economic to actually put an electricity cable out, from the transmission system to those homes. So what do? And decades ago, we came up with this great idea of we'll bring LNG to them by ship and road, now rail, which is slightly less carbon intensive, and they can burn gas. And every time we look at this question, well, actually that's still the best option. It's sort of unfathomable. Now, thanks to good people at RWE, they've said actually we've got a load of wind renewables up in the space. They can't get the power away into the electricity grid. There's constraints, or it just doesn't reach there. Why don't we kind of think about producing hydrogen directly from those renewables and putting that into roughly about 10,000 homes there? So I think it's to my earlier point. It's about looking at the community, the customer, the homes that are there, and being clear what's the specific right answer for them.
Yeah.
We've got to kind of think about that in this space.
Absolutely. Okay, one more question from the floor.
Thank you. My name is Jim Harkins, Light Rail UK, based in Warrington, despite the accent. We've been and we're experts in very light rail. We specialise in it. We've been looking at very light rail for into the homes, which ties in with a lot of what you were saying, Joss. But 4 or 5 years ago, we started a project called the T57 hydrogen tram, running from Manchester along the A57 up through Warrington into Halton and up near where your gas pipe starts. I'm just wondering if you've done a bit of plagiarising there. And what we're looking at there, but because we're the wee guys and we're also the voluntary sector, we kind of get a look in with DFT. Although we have had some success with Transport Scotland, which is DFT with a kilt on, they've accepted, because they want to be a hydrogen hub for the UK, Transport Scotland have accepted the hydrogen trams that we're talking about, so much so that Clydeside Metro, they're now openly talking about trams and possibly hydrogen trams. My question to yourself is to your industry. How can we get some help and support from you guys? Because I would say running a hydrogen tram past all these wee hussies in the communities that you're talking about, Joss, is going to be one of your best flagships.
Yeah.
Well, I can talk to that. I don't know if anybody else wants to chip in. So give us your details over lunch, perhaps. So we have got a hydrogen hub, specifically looking at transport, actually, out of Inverness to service the Highlands and Islands, given how sparse the population is spread around that part. And I'm sure you'll know it by your accent better than me. The carbon intensity of transport in that part of the world is something like the kind of biggest in Europe. I can't remember the metric, but it's sort of like, you know, really surprising. So we've been working with a company called H2 Green to convert one of the old gas holder sites, we don't need that storage space anymore, into a hydrogen transport hub, again linked to renewables in the area, and they will kind of, you know, take that hydrogen and put it into transport networks in the space. Happy to sort of talk in more detail about that, or take your details as well.
Thank you. So I do apologise, we have run out of time. And I know you have lots more questions because there was lots more hands going up. So I'm assuming you will be able to make a beeline for us over lunch and at one of the breaks. So I do thank you for that. Just give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Angie for chairing that panel, and of course to Ross and Jan and Adam for being in it. Now, finally, before lunch, we have our guest of honour, who is the new ambassador for Germany to the United Kingdom, Miguel Berger. He joins me now. Miguel, very nice to see you. Thank you. We're going to talk about hydrogen and Germany, but Miguel, I just want to ask you first of all, I've been looking at your incredible CV, more than 30 years a diplomat, you've been in Mexico, you've been in the Middle East, you've been at the United Nations, you've dealt in sustainability, in energy, all those matters. Why on earth did you want to come to London?
Yeah, London is a fascinating place, a fascinating city. We have very, very close relationship, traditional relationship between the United Kingdom and Germany. And if you look, for example, at the current challenges like the war in Ukraine, where we are very closely working together, our two governments, so there are a lot of issues which are very important for Germany.
Just been having the chairmanship of the G7
right.
in Bavaria. Was that a success, that meeting?
I think it was a success, and it was very interesting that we had this serious European Council deciding that Ukraine and Moldova will be candidates for future membership of the European Union, the G7, and then the very important NATO decisions yesterday with Sweden and Finland joining our joint alliance, which is a very important signal.
And it's been described by your Chancellor as a moment of change, Germany, in terms of its attitude towards defence and its role within Europe and European security. Would you agree with that?
I would totally agree with that. So we are going to invest 100 billion euros in additional defence spending. So Germany will have the largest armed forces in Europe in the future. We did not have that for many, many years. But given the Russian aggression, there is no other option. But, you know, to bring it here to the discussion on hydrogen and renewables, the whole issue with Russia has a strong energy dimension.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you about that. Obviously, Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2 have been constant focus of the British media and indeed British politicians. So what, you've now got to invent a whole new energy structure for Germany?
We need a new energy strategy. I mean, we are obviously working on that for quite a while. What we need to do now, because Russia is shutting down the pipelines, and so there is quite a concern, I would say, among the German population, what is going to come up in the autumn, and especially in winter. So the question is, what can we do to replace gas quickly? So regrettably, if we look at climate objectives, we will need more coal power plants for the time being. We are going to invest heavily. We are doing that in LNG, so floating LNG terminals. Some of them will be ready already at the end of the year. And I can say the UK is helping us to bring gas from British LNG terminals to Europe. So we need to diversify. We need to speed up our energy transformation.
What about moving away from hydrocarbons, though? Because those are clearly...
No, absolutely, absolutely. And I think this is the key objective, not only for Germany, but for the whole European Union. We have to speed up energy efficiency, the work on energy efficiency, on renewable energy, and obviously hydrogen is a very important part.
I mean, where does hydrogen fit in? Where does Germany see it?
It fits in, and when I was in my previous function, I was State Secretary in the Foreign Office in Germany. we were part of working out a national strategy on hydrogen from 2020. So the objective is the same one as in the UK, 10 gigawatt till 2030. We have decided that we have 9 billion euros to invest in this build-up phase. So there are 62 projects which were decided upon. In total, we mobilized more than 30 billion together with a private capital. So we are, I would say, on a good path.
But within the options, if you like, of whether you go for homes, whether you go for transport, whether you go for heavy industry, how does Germany see this developing?
Yeah, I mean, as was said here this morning, if we speak about hydrogen, it's not a short-term issue, it's a marathon. So that will be a strategy which needs to be developed over many, many years and decades. So I would say we have started well. Other countries were earlier than the UK and Germany, if you look at Japan, if you look at China. So I think we have to be very careful also that through cooperation in Europe as a whole, we can assure enough jobs and research and development, not only in the UK, in the European Union, but to create the jobs here and not in China.
What about the motor industry, the vehicle industry? Because obviously in recent decades, Germany's been the dominant power in that. Can Germany move beyond diesel and petrol?
Yeah, so that is maybe one of the biggest challenges beyond gas, is the question that we want to get out of, how do you see in English, diesel and
petrol,
petrol cars. And the decision was taken 2 days ago till 2035. We want to end that. So this is a huge challenge, and I think everybody needs to understand this will cost jobs, because you need much more people to create a conventional motor than to have an electric vehicle. So that will cost jobs, but in order to retain them, at least partially in Europe, we have to speed up the whole process.
And where do you see fuel cells and hydrogen motors?
Yeah, I think we should be technology open. We should be open, especially if we speak about trucks, if we speak about public transportation, we should look to hydrogen, and we should also look towards electric mobility. So I think the technology options are out there, and government should put the regulation, but we should be technology open.
You've got a German strategy, an energy strategy, and a hydrogen strategy. There is also, of course, an EU energy strategy. Are they the same thing?
I would say they go in the same direction. And the decision which was taken some weeks ago was that because of the war in Ukraine, and because we don't want Russia to continue to supply us with oil and gas, we will need to speed everything up. So we need to achieve the objectives earlier. We need to invest more, and this is obviously, given the fact that all our economies come out of the COVID crisis, this is a huge challenge.
What about pipelines, if I could raise a sore point, I suppose, at the moment? What about hydrogen pipelines? I mean, some of your European partners, the Greeks, the Italians, are talking about trying to get pipelines coming in from the south. Is that something Germany's interested in?
Definitely. So we always, and that was well before hydrogen, we were always interested and invested in diversification of energy supply. And modern gas pipelines can perfectly be used for hydrogen. So even the Nord Stream, the famous Nord Stream pipeline, could be used for hydrogen. Only that Russia, I don't think, will produce a lot of that. Especially not green.
They could, of course, from Siberia.
They could, but definitely not green one. No, but we want to diversify. We want to invest, as I said, in LNG terminals. But, you know, the interconnection between the European Union member states is very high. So we can use this gas pipeline net for the future. That's definitely the expectation.
For geographic and political reasons, countries make different choices about the technologies they're going for. Would you say that the UK, compared to Germany, is more enthusiastic about hydrogen?
I would see a very, very close connection. As I said, I mean, we did our strategy 2020. I think the British strategy is from last year. We are more or less at the same level. UK is very advanced, I think, on offshore wind. But, you know, in general, I see a lot of potential, and I think this meeting today has confirmed it, for cooperation between the United Kingdom and Germany on hydrogen, on renewables, on offshore wind. I think that is what we need to build up for the future and to strengthen that cooperation.
And if you could ask the one thing from the people here and the businesses they represent, what would you ask on behalf of Germany?
On behalf of Germany, invest in Germany. We will have German companies investing in the United Kingdom. I think we need to learn mutually from our best practices. And I think we need to work jointly in developing that market, developing this technology, and help us to get out of this dependency on fossil fuels as quickly as possible.
And in that area, does the fact that we're not in the EU any longer, is that a problem?
In this area, I don't see it as a problem. No, I don't see it as a problem. You know, we just had a conference in Denmark where we said all the countries in the Baltic Sea are going to cooperate. I see that this is an issue we can expand towards Norway, towards Iceland, towards the United Kingdom, because in the end, all the countries in the Baltic Sea, in the Northern Sea, we need to cooperate on grid systems, on renewables, on offshore wind. We need to build a joint space of energy here. That is definitely our objective.
And where do you see the main production of hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, coming from? Is it in terms of a linkage with renewables?
It is a linkage, has to be a linkage for renewables. So I think in Germany we are going to accept blue hydrogen for a certain time, but the objective is clearly green hydrogen. Then something I was involved in as State Secretary for Foreign Affairs was the question, how can we build up an international hydrogen market? Because for us it is clear we will not achieve climate neutrality in Germany, in Europe, till 2045 or 50, only with a hydrogen production in Europe. That's impossible. And that's why we need to build up an international market. We have to be very aware that China, I think, is quite in the lead there. What we want to do, and we are working on it, is convince countries in the Maghreb, in South America, Canada, Saudi Arabia, others, to develop capacities for hydrogen export. So the objective is till 2030, 2040 to build up something like an international hydrogen market.
Ambassador, thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
And you set the tone for the first discussion this afternoon, which is going to be on the global aspects of this, also discussing the role of hydrogen in heavy industry and investment. Before that, the all-party parliamentary group are going to be here for their own informal contact with the Hydrogen for Life conference, and we'll be back after lunch with Joe Bamford, who some might see as the UK's Mr. Hydrogen. See you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
you want to? Oh, I'll stand here.
Make him stand up.
Jake, you take this seat. It's fine. I'll stand. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
Very good.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we'll move on to this next session, which is the hydrogen APPG, and we're looking at the hydrogen strategy, 1 year or just short of 1 year. I think it was published in August, just short of 1 year since the publication of the hydrogen strategy. My name is Jacob Young. I'm a Member of Parliament in Redcar, which is up in the northeast of England, where we've got a lot of hydrogen production planned through projects like BP, EDF, Keles, Petroleum as well. So a number of hydrogen projects planned. And for any of you who's travelling via tube near Westminster Station, you'll see the huge BP advertisements there about the projects that they're doing in Teesside. So it's fantastic to be here. One of my other roles in Parliament is I chair the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Hydrogen. It's a group of cross-party MPs and members of the House of Lords who are all focused on building the hydrogen economy. And I could see many of the group's friends in the audience today. We're joined by a fantastic panel today who are all friends of the APPG, and we're grateful to them. I'm sorry that this session's starting a little bit late. We were due to, as members of Parliament, we were due to arrive on a hydrogen bus. Unfortunately, the bus was caught in traffic. But the good news is that it wasn't contributing to London's congestion because it was a hydrogen bus, and therefore, it was actually making air quality better in London rather than making it any worse, which was brilliant to hear. So we've got a fantastic panel with us today, and I'm going to start with Dr. Angie Needle, who is the Director of Strategy at Caden, if that's all right, Angie.
Yeah, no, I didn't realise I was first on the list. So that was a bit of a shock.
But as I said, Angie's Director of Strategy at Caden, and if you could just give us a brief outline of your role and what Caden's doing in the hydrogen sector.
Of course, yeah. So everybody's bored of hearing from me today, but I'm Angie Needle. I'm the Strategy Director at Caden. I'm also the Vice President of Hydrogen UK, and we've got a massive challenge as gas networks because we have to make sure that people are using methane efficiently and our networks work 24/7, but also how do we shift away from having a gas network that transitions, that has methane in it, to one that has renewable gases like biomethane and hydrogen. And we know from the work that we've done that it's technically possible. We can blend hydrogen into the gas network. We're working on 100% hydrogen in the widgets and the components and the compressors and the valves and things that make up the gas network. And we want to use as much of the existing infrastructure as we can. And the hydrogen strategy had a profound impact on, this sector, the things that we are now being able to step forward and deliver. I had some dancing in the kitchen moments this year, I'm not going to lie. I was very emotional when HyNet won the cluster sequencing sort of bid. So much effort across the value chain goes into these competitions. And I would just urge governments that, much as we love a competition, can we just have a few less, please? Because my emotions can't cope with it. But also, competition does drive innovation, and I get that. But, there are winners and losers, and we need a lot more winners in this particular game. And actually, we did have a good conversation about jobs as well. So we're really within Caden and in lots of the other organisations, we're driving towards the upskilling and the growth agenda that this is going to bring to the UK. And I think sometimes we underestimate the value of a hydrogen economy, not just from a climate change point of view, but from a jobs and skills point of view. We've vastly, grown the team over the last year or so. But what is it that we need? And I'm going to really talk about Caden now rather than just lots of other things. Like, we need a transmission storage business model that helps us invest in hydrogen infrastructure, that takes hydrogen from producers to users. We've got one already. It works for methane. I don't see it being that hard to be able to replicate something similar for hydrogen. we need, for hydrogen to scale, you need a market with multiple customers. And we heard earlier about the global market for hydrogen, but making markets in the UK by connecting them together with infrastructure is important. And the last thing that I would say is that we need that early investment. And obviously we would say that because we're a gas network, but it takes a long time to build and develop and consent some of this infrastructure. It takes years to brine out a salt cavern, I'm told, right? It's something that actually, if you're going to need it in 10 years' time, we kind of need to know now when we need to start doing that. And the country's very fearful of speculative investments. But if we don't, others, the money will go elsewhere.
Thank you, Angie. I'm going to bring in Jake now, who's an Associate Director at KPMG, and advising people on hydrogen strategy and carbon capture and storage as well. So maybe you could touch on some of the themes that Angie mentioned there.
No, very happy to. So thank you, Jacob. Thank you to the APPG and everyone organising today's conference. It's great to be here. So Jake Tudge, KPMG, we advise clients across the value chain in hydrogen and CCS. So working with producers, the gas networks and end users of hydrogen. And I think it's important to reflect on how far we've come in a space of 1 year. It was this time last year that we were eagerly awaiting the hydrogen strategy. It's been released, and since then we've had the villages, we've had the likes of Union, we've had East Coast Hydrogen, and many international partnerships announced. But I think one thing that we do need to mention here is that we are going into a new world with pandemic coming to an end, cost of living crisis, and obviously the situation in Ukraine. And that's going to mean a new era for the potential for hydrogen, both positives and negatives. So to set the scene a bit for gas, and I know that National Grid will perhaps go into this a bit more, but gas plays an enormous role in our society. When you look at some of the days at the moment, we currently have around 50% of our power some days coming from gas, 85% of homes heated with gas, and major industries, some of the refineries, chemical plants, etc., all using gas. And it is the hidden hero almost of the energy system because you can't see those pylons on the surface. It's the pipes under the ground. And we obviously have to look to decarbonise that. There are many low carbon gas options, but hydrogen is a great example, and we personally believe a great option for a decarbonised future. So I wanted to pull out 3 key points here. So the first one's international investment. There are huge capital flows happening at the moment. We currently see capital very much aligning, as you would expect, with where we see governments awarding large subsidies. So when you look at the likes of many European countries, the US, where subsidies are being announced and there is certainty and backing from the government, early VC capital is flowing into particularly production projects. But likewise, what does that mean for the UK? It means we have to have those business models. Producers and those looking to convert to hydrogen need the certainty that there's going to be a market. And that market that particularly you mentioned, Angie, there are some quick wins we can look to do there. So a great example is blending. Producers need that certainty of demand. We could look to be blending into the gas grid and de-risking potentially that volume of gas and that blending opportunity to provide producers with that demand. The second point would be around production. So it is fantastic that the UK government has doubled that target to 10 gigawatts. But back of an envelope calculations on the 2050 targets that were mentioned earlier for a third of our energy coming from hydrogen, that could be anywhere between 100, 160 gigawatts of low carbon hydrogen. So great that we have the 10, we need to get to 160. And at the moment, we have about 20 gigawatts lined up in the pipeline for production. So there's a huge role there. But we heard it this morning, it's very much that chicken and egg analogy of how do you grow that supply with demand in what is a privatised sector. We are, the last time we did a conversion of this size, it was nationalised, and now we need to achieve those efficiencies in a privatised era. And that really comes on to the third point, right, which is around, yesterday we had the CCC progress report, and the key word, which I'm sure you all heard at that, was delivery. So we've set the targets, we've set the vision, we've started talking about finance, but now actually it's about delivery. Someone mentioned in the audience earlier, the Swiss Army knife. You know, I may use a Swiss Army knife to open my beer in the evening, but I'm not going to use it to put up a shelf. There are many end-use applications, and we need to start picking where that Swiss Army knife is going to apply in the best way. And that will mean that sometimes we need to prioritise, so we may look to industry first, and then we may look to apply to other sources. But it is ultimately going to be where can we convert and where can we put that demand early on. And, you know, Churchill, I think it was Churchill that said, you know, perfection is going to be something of the enemy, you know, progress. The point is that perfection is never going to be the situation, and blending's a great example of that. We can look to blend quite quickly and achieve those quick wins. So those would be our reflections. It's finance, it's getting those targets up, and it's delivery.
Thanks, Jake. Jake touched on there, 160 gigawatts of hydrogen is...
I hope I got my maths right.
Well, that 160 gigawatts is going to have to go somewhere, and it's fantastic to be joined by William Mezzolo from Centrica, who I'm sure can give us some thoughts on storage and the future for gas as well.
Thanks, Jacob, and thanks for everyone attending. Yeah, absolutely. We've got... I think it's been a good year for hydrogen in the backdrop of a very challenging year for the customer and the energy consumer. And hydrogen will play a really effective role in decarbonising, but we need to be very mindful about sort of what will it cost and how will it be delivered to our customers. And so if we are targeting 160 gigawatts, I think there's got to be a real drive for innovation in terms of getting that levelized cost of hydrogen as low as possible. I'm from Centrica. I'm head of hydrogen at Centrica within the trading division. I'm also very honoured to be the chair of the Renewable Energy Association's Green Gas and Hydrogen Forum. It represents about 200 members. A lot of those members have been biogas developers who have spent the last 10 years greening the gas network. And okay, it's a small amount. It's 8 terawatt hours currently, and it's growing because we're really pleased to see BEIS's ongoing support for anaerobic digestion and greening. But it's doing. There are customers right now at home switching on their hobs and switching on their boilers with the green gas. And from our perspective, that we can really see a role where hydrogen can play in terms of decarbonising different energy pathways. So, what are we doing in terms of hydrogen? Well, Centrica is it's sort of a really interesting sort of energy supplier and sort of customer focused decarbonisation sort of assistance to end use customers. And we're very pleased to have Rough storage facility. Yep. And we, as people know, we have an aspiration to convert that to hydrogen. And for me and for the renewable energy sector, it's a no-brainer. Sort of last year, we curtailed 4 terawatt hours of renewable electricity. Cost 300 million. I used to work for a fund and I was a recipient of those payments. Effectively, you're getting paid to switch off. I think last year it was up to $500 million, and it will carry on going up. We need a solution around long-term energy storage. Batteries and gas peakers are doing a great job at the moment, and investors are all over them in terms of balancing the network. But we need a solution, long-term energy storage, to actually get the low-carbon energy to customers at the right time of the year. And that's where hydrogen plays a real role, and something like Rough and long-duration storage has a role. And same with Angie, we're calling for the hydrogen business model for transportation and storage to be brought forward. These projects are enormous. It's not like building a solar farm on a couple of fields. They will take a long time. So in terms of money coming out of government, it won't happen next year, but we need certainty from next year to start planning these really big projects. We're really pleased to be part of British Gas, the Village Trail, and because we do see there is no one solution, no silver bullet in decarbonising heat, which is the same story as decarbonising electricity. We need a mix of everything. Yeah. And so it's absolutely the right thing to be doing, to give hydrogen for heat an absolute damn good try with the Village trials, and we hope to see more trials going forward. But also that role there of, you know, the customers were saying, what will the cost of hydrogen be in the future? So it comes back to my point around we need to be driving the lowest form of levelized cost. So our call is, and this is more from the renewable energy sector, from the REA, is to actually drive innovation to base. Don't stifle, don't put too many barriers in place, and let the market dictate in terms of what the best route for hydrogen production. One of the biggest risks we see from a private investment perspective is around the demand for hydrogen. And so the role of blending, it's actually a really interesting one, because it's not around sort of focusing on putting hydrogen into the grid. It's around de-risking the investment. Investments will carry on being high risk unless the demand, the end user demand, is stabilized and customers can, or producers can then have a stable production facility. That would then drive the investment cost. It would drive down the levelized cost of hydrogen, and it will start allowing more investment to come in. So those are our calls. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, we've heard from end users, we've heard about production, we've heard about storage. Now it's time to hear about transmission. And we're delighted to be joined by Jimmy here.
Thank you.
Who is from National Grid, who launched Project Union earlier this year.
Yes, we did. I don't know if I should use a slide. I can just talk through if that's okay. So thank you very much. I'm really delighted to be here. I'm Jimmy McCauley from National Grid Gas, and Public Affairs Manager. So we own over 7,600 kilometres of pipes that carry high pressure gas to end users across the country and all the different infrastructure. So for us, we're looking ahead. I think I'll piggyback on Angie's a point Angie made, and Mizuno's as well. So market creation is important, de-risking is important, and that's sort of where we're coming in with Project Union. So Project Union is our plan to create a hydrogen backbone for the United Kingdom. So what we're looking to do is, in a phased approach, repurpose about 2,000 kilometres of the existing national transmission system to carry hydrogen. And we think we should start, it's about linking strategic production sites with demand storage. On that de-risking point, so investors in production and demand have that confidence when they know that there's that connectivity that will take the molecules back and forth. And then in creating the market, so we're thinking where we'll start from is, and this is a nod to you, Jacob, Teesside to Humber.
Thank you.
He did warn me not to start with Humber side to Teesside. So it's Teesside to Humber. Sorry, Graham, I'll make that up. So we're looking at Teesside to Humber. So look at the industrial clusters, for example. Without a transmission system, you could end up in a position where each of the clusters could have their own transmission and storage. But having a national transmission system carrying hydrogen helps with efficiency, for one. It also helps with competition. It creates that market coupling really creates that market. So those are the things we're looking to do with Project Union. And then don't forget we're connected to Europe as well. So I know gas is quite topical, and I'll try and steer clear of it, but we've got interconnectors at Bacton, for example. And over this summer, National Grid we've been supporting the storage situation in Europe by exporting over-obligated capacity of about 60 MCM, exporting gas to Europe. So you've got the European hydrogen backbone, which is looking to create about 53,000 kilometres of hydrogen transmission network by 2050. There's an export potential there for the United Kingdom by connecting the transmission system there. So those are things we're looking at. And for us, it's a dual approach. We're not just looking for 100% hydrogen transmission system. There's blending as well. So we're doing a lot of work on blending as well. So in addition to Project Union, we've got Future Grid. So in Spade Adam, the RF site in Spade Adam, we're building an offline transmission facility. So what we're trying to recreate there is you've got your the hydrogen homes there. You've got transmission, and then you've got distribution, and then you've got transmission. And it's just to create, that beach to meter, what's going to happen when you get hydrogen from us down to your home and what that will look like in real life. So we're looking at that. So what we're doing with Future Grid is we've harvested existing infrastructure that we have from, we've decommissioned them, varying grades, ages, to replicate what you would have if we were to put hydrogen through repurposed infrastructure like we're planning to do. We're planning to blend 2%, 20%, and 100%. So construction is continuing at pace. By the end of the year, we should have completed construction, and from next year start testing. Hydrogen strategy, very welcome. But we do have a couple of points. So with Project Udon, for example, we're at that feasibility stage where we need to, we need to determine which pipes we repurpose, where and how, and get evidence to inform government's energy policy making as well, so government can realise its hydrogen ambitions. But how do you fund that? There isn't a regulatory framework for hydrogen. So as most of you will know, the regulatory framework is for natural gas, methane gas. So we're having very collaborative discussions with Ofgem and BEIS on how we fund the feasibility stage, which is needed. So that's one thing I think for us we need. It's a regulatory framework to get hydrogen projects off the ground. The second point is around, well, I think colleagues here have mentioned the transport and storage business model. So for us, we're in a 5-year regulatory cycle. And from 2026, we start a new regulatory period. So from next year, we start drafting our business plans. So if you're coming up with a design in 2025, are we as National Grid, are we planning for a hydrogen network, or are we planning for a methane network? So you can sort of see why we want the decision on the design of the business models to be brought forward much closer. And the third, blending. I think everyone sort of talked about blending. So there's a decision on blending next year, and what we understand is it's going to be about distribution level. We think the decision on blending should be about transmission and distribution, and that's really how you're going to really unlock the hydrogen economy. So those are the three things I think I'd flag from a perspective. But from National Grid, what Union is looking to do really is help de-risk investment, because you've got connectivity, resilience, and help create that market. Connecting isolated production sites with demand, storage, and production. Thank you.
Thanks, Jiminy. Just before I bring in Devrim, after Devrim's had a chance to speak, we'll take questions from the floor, and we're taking questions online through, I think, that iPad as well. So we'll come to a Q&A afterwards. So if you've got any burning questions, please sit on your hands just now, and we'll come to you. But Devrim is the hydrogen lead for the Thames Estuary Growth Board. If you could give us a few words about what's going on there, Devrim.
Will do. Thank you, Jacob. I think this requires two introductions. One is Thames Estuary, and I realise there's a diverse group here, but we're talking about the area stretching from London east, about 64 miles, 1,000 square miles, 4 million in population, and 89 billion contribution to the gross value added. All of that are good. One of the things that's not great is we are, of all the hydrogen clusters around the nation, we are the one with the highest carbon footprint. Almost 3 times Teesside, just marginally about 20% higher than Humberside. So we've got significant work to both reduce that, but also improve the lives of the citizens of the region. Now, Thames Estuary Growth Board is one of the most significant and exciting new growth opportunities in the nation. We are government-backed, but private sector-led. All the leaders of the local authorities, all 18 of them, are on the board, as well as 6 private sector members. We are in the business of finding investable projects in the region as a way of triggering the growth. But one of the most important things we bring is our power to convene. The region doesn't have a devolved structure. We don't have a mayor. But the chair of the Thames Estuary Growth Board, Kate Willard, is also the envoy for the region. So it gives a single point of contact for anyone who wants to participate in any of the activities in the region. Now, hydrogen has been one of the areas that we work on that I co-lead. And on hydrogen, we started about a year ago. And our first activity was to devise a strategy. And in order to be able to do that, we spoke to everyone. The regional leaders on our board, that was easy access. We spoke to industry, who would be off-takers, the demand, the technology providers who can provide the supply. But one of the most important participants were the global investment community. Across 2 seminars, we met with almost 200 institutional investors, including majority of the sovereign wealth funds around the world, which says there is massive interest for the region, but more important for this context, for hydrogen investments. We published our report about a year ago, and we said we've identified several clusters where strategically we can bring supply and demand together. And we believe that if we can achieve to execute those, we will bring 15,000 new high-skilled jobs to the region, probably more important, will attract almost 2.2 billion pounds of investment just in electrolyzer development, but also will reduce about 6 million metric tons of CO2 emissions. Now, that's equivalent of 100,000 internal combustion cars a year or 300,000 trees. Now, we should still reduce the cars and plant the trees, but beyond, that's quite a significant amount. Now, in the last few months, we've been quite active, and I said our biggest power is ability to convene. So we worked with London Port Authority to bring together a senior stakeholder group to start engaging and discussing the ways of decarbonizing maritime travel. We worked with all the suppliers by sponsoring a supplier day for hydrogen in the region to start understanding the generation side of the equation. We worked with the coastline and maritime and coastal agencies together with London Port Authority to understand what are the regulatory changes that need to happen to enable the use of hydrogen in maritime travel. But one of the most, before I go, one of the most important announcements was a partnership with Cadent, National Grid and SGN to distribute the hydrogen we develop in different clusters to the others to gain efficiencies and economies of scale. The last initiative we have, the one that's closest to my heart, is something we call the Hydrogen Living Lab. And that's for bringing businesses and helping them develop and commercialize and produce and innovate locally. It's not an incubation because it's the later stage, but it's the point where businesses coming knowing that there are significant investors on board, and once they succeed, they'll get the funding to progress into growth stage. And for that one, we're on a roadshow of investors to bring the founding members of the Living Labs, but then be available to invest in those businesses, take them to the next level. What I will leave with is, watch the space. We have some exciting announcements coming in logistics and aviation, but also we're about to publish the first set of projects that are business cases developed, investable, that are going on a roadshow to start looking for funding.
Fantastic. Thanks, Devon. So I think you can see from the panel that we've got here that we have expertise from every area of the potential future hydrogen economy. We're just waiting for the online function to work for our Q&A panel. But I think if we could take questions from the audience, that would be fantastic. If you just raise your hand and we'll try and get a microphone to you. There's a gentleman there.
Brilliant. David Cowdery here. Basically, great presentations about hydrogen. Really interested to hear at the end about the issue around the pricing of hydrogen, because that obviously for markets is going to be the key issue of how you can actually produce hydrogen cheaply and cost effectively to be able to expand it. And do you think blue hydrogen may be on the cusp of not being viable, and like Germany should be going down 100% hydrogen, green hydrogen route?
I think we could bring in you, Will, and then we'll come to you, Jake, if that's all right.
Sure. Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's a question that's sort of the renewable energy and electricity market grappled with sort of 12, 13, 14 years ago. So, in order to bring down the cost of renewable electricity in solar farms and wind turbines and wind farms, even biogas plants today, those costs have come down over the years as the industry has grown, as grid connections have been easier to obtain, although there's a bit more difficult to obtain now. And so producing effectively allows a technology to bring down the marginal cost of production. And hydrogen is no different. It's got two feedstocks. It's either got a gas or electricity. And then how you convert that feedstock into that energy, the more you do this, the lower the cost will be. The more you do this, because you may realize that one form is better than another form. And what government should do is allow the market to promote efficiency, so not dictate. And I think the UK government is doing a good thing there, which is allowing all forms of hydrogen, or low-carbon hydrogen, so that's blue and green, but importantly, putting something called the low-carbon hydrogen standard. That's absolutely key, because if we don't get the public consumers on board and understand full transparency around what's the actual carbon emission of this hydrogen, then it's just not going to work. And again, in the biomethane or biogas world, very small, but that happens already. So if you want to buy green gas at home, you can buy it from a biomethane plant and you can be told what feedstock it's come from, waste and what kind of waste and what the emissions are. However, just going back to that really important question around how do we bring down the levelized cost of hydrogen. At the moment, investment needs security of long term. That will bring down. We've talked about producing. However, we do need to be mindful that there may be some areas geographically where the levelized cost of hydrogen is just cheaper than other areas. We just might need to face that because the feedstock, be it gas or be it longer term renewable electricity, it just may be cheaper in different countries. So we do need to embrace and understand trade. BEIS in their hydrogen business model and their 10 gigawatt target have earmarked that it should be homegrown hydrogen and should be home used. And that's great for starting an economy, but it will pose the challenges around actually getting efficiency in terms of really what's the lowest cost of hydrogen. We have a service over in Denmark where we optimize electrolyzers. So we run them up and down effectively to try and get the lowest cost of hydrogen production for that. And those are the kind of things that will bring the cost down. There are many others, so accessing renewable electricity in areas of full curtailment. But a trade is going to be a really important one. So those are the kind of the area we have to have a longer term sort of view about how do we get the levelized cost of hydrogen down.
Thanks, Will. Jay.
Yeah, no, thank you. Great questions. So I echo what you've said about starting longer term. So all of us in this room will want this to be a low carbon system by 2050. And that will mean low carbon sources of power to generate hydrogen from electrolyzers. But, and I think as we heard earlier, there's the challenge early on of scale and access to that market. You are going to see early on a variety of hydrogen production sources that provide that access to scale of market from supply and demand, and ultimately create those cost reductions that we've seen in some of those low carbon technologies you mentioned. But that low carbon hydrogen standard right is going to be critical. The Net Zero Hydrogen Fund, all the heads of terms that we've seen come out earlier this year, they're all aligned with the low carbon hydrogen standard, and therefore how we measure, manage, monitor that moving forward is critical. But I think the main thing here is that ultimately this is about a whole system. So all of us in this room are involved in hydrogen, which is a gas, and by virtue many of us will also be involved in electricity. But those in the power markets are going to quickly see that these are two converging systems that, if I may use a consulting term, the silos will collide and we will operate a whole system. And that will mean that those curtailment charges you mentioned, which correct upwards of £500 million, total balancing costs this year were close to 2-3 billion, and those have risen 40% year on year over the past 2 years. So when we talk about that critical point here of managing consumer costs during a cost of living crisis, and none of us in this room want our bills to go up, and equally the consumers that are going to be entering fuel poverty, we really have to think critically about those. This is going to be a system where when the wind is blowing and the demand is not there, we generate hydrogen, and then that hydrogen can be used either in a hydrogen gas turbine or a fuel, or we'd convert that to power. But there's system management that's going to be done between power and gas. And in answer to your question, that is going to mean short term there will be blue and green, and the government's clear on the twin track approach. But longer term, we will aim for a low carbon network of hydrogen, and I'm sure Phil in the room from NNL will be thrilled that that should be renewables and nuclear as a personal view.
Thanks, Jake. I think you touched on there about the cost of living as well, and obviously we can't ignore the situation in Ukraine. If I could come to you, Angela, how do you think the situation in Ukraine has changed the dynamic for hydrogen, or hasn't it?
Oh, I mean, it has, hasn't it? So the pandemic, with the Ukraine situation on top of that, you know, gas prices have gone up, supply chains are struggling, you know, with component parts for widgets, whether it's boilers, cars, you know, he's really struggling. And yes, it largely started by the pandemic, but really it's just brought energy security and resilience right to the top of the agenda. It's quite interesting when you listen to the sort of mood music of what's happened since COP. It's been very much less about climate change and very much more about resilience, reliability, and cost of living. And those things are not going to go away very quickly. It obviously had an impact because across Europe and in the UK, hydrogen targets have been doubled, trebled. It's going to be a global phenomenon, which is actually, it's been helpful for hydrogen, let's be honest. It's given it a bigger boost. And it's really great that the UK strategy was already heading towards all the things that needed to make 10 happen anyway. Yeah. And us in the gas sector, we're going, well, we need 10 and we need more than that anyway. And there's projects in the pipeline. Yeah. So it's on the whole positive for hydrogen, but I do think we don't yet really understand the role of hydrogen in providing energy security and resilience. And there's going to be other countries, as we heard earlier, wanting the hydrogen for their demand. And who gets it there the quickest, the cheapest, will win. Yeah. Right, and we're in this global race as we talk about.
I'm going to come back to the floor. We've got a question here at the front.
Thank you, Jacob. Graham, Member of Parliament for Beverley and Holderness. Two questions, if I may. One is, you mentioned, pretty much all of you mentioned the business models. Is BEIS giving sufficient, our officials, have they been distracted by cost of living crisis, anything else? Is the government giving this the attention it deserves, because it's about investment, it's about speed, it's about giving certainty, and then getting flows, and then we'll see the rest coming. So if you comment on that, one, and then having watched offshore wind, at one stage I think we had more deployment than the rest of the world combined off my coast in particular, and yet so little of the industrial capability actually landed in the UK. So I know the most important thing is to make this thing happen and see if it works and drive the cost down. But I'd hate to see us again, if we do turn out to get the business models right and we really do lead the world in certain ways, that somehow, it's certainly my perception that we perhaps didn't do enough to work out how we drew and got some of these international firms to put more of their business in the UK, and that we had made that as part of a conversation, that you had you had Treasury and BEIS purely looking lowest cost rather than the widest possible value. So if you could comment on that as well.
If I can come to Jimmy first.
So I can comment on BEIS, and after this event I'm actually going to BEIS to meet one of the officials, but in fairness to them, from a national grid perspective, I think it's across the industry. BEIS has been engaging with us on these issues. I think they're quite open to having those conversations and actually seeing demonstrations. They were scheduled to go to Future Grid up in Spain, Adam, to see what we're doing there. So in terms of that conversation, it's really, really happening. There's from our side, I imagine it's the same thing with other colleagues here. There's a regular conversation, sometimes monthly or fortnightly, to really have a handle on what's happening. But as is with sometimes things in the civil service, we look to politicians to help chivvy things along. And that's a call to action for both of you, please, just to tell them, move things along.
Thanks, Jimmy. Jake?
It's a great question. I think those two questions are actually probably related to one another very closely, right? So you've got a lot of international players operating in the UK market, which is great, and likewise a lot of international players that are looking to enter into the UK market. We have a finite number of skills globally that are experts in hydrogen, and we want to arguably try and either keep those in the UK or attract them to the UK. The quicker and quickest way and the fastest way you can provide certainty to an investor is going to be a form of business model or a form of certainty that provides that 10 to 15 year outlook. And the moment we can deliver that, and hopefully those details will be released soon, and we give some clear indications on what that looks like, investors will come, the technology will be developed. But you're right, there's a real opportunity to learn here in terms of UK content and development of those sovereign capabilities that are very much learning from what happened in offshore wind.
Devon.
So on BEIS, we've always had a good relationship. Once the strategy is out, it became quite fluid, so no issues there. Your second point is a good one. That's why we've set up the Living Labs, because UK's biggest problem is great at incubating and funding early stage ideas and then letting them fly somewhere else. So the Living Labs concept is to catch them at that point, create a hydrogen center of excellence in the region, put them next to supply and demand, give them the facilities to develop and commercialize and keep them locally.
Can I add just one
thing?
thing?
Quick.
Because the way that we're currently running things is the cheapest wins, right? And the cheapest wins often means that the skills, the technology is imported rather than grown here. So my preference would be that let's not just focus on the cheapest wins. Let's focus on what other components that we do and learn through those projects. Competition is all about cheapest at the moment, and it is useful but not useful. In the long run, the costs will come down in this country, and we will have won because we'll have developed the skills and the capability alongside. So, I would really encourage us to think beyond cheapest wins.
Yeah. Well, one of the questions we've had online is where should the priorities for hydrogen be? We've touched on a number of the different uses that we could have for hydrogen. I wonder, Willie, if you could give us your thoughts on where hydrogen should be focused initially.
It's a good question, and it's slightly tagged to the previous question. There is a real opportunity, and you mentioned about coming in with a hydrogen bus. There is and if Joe Bamford was probably here, he was sitting here, he'd probably be saying this. There's a real opportunity to decarbonise sectors of the transport sector with hydrogen. We talk a lot about BEIS, and we think BEIS are the only ones who've got a mandate around hydrogen. And this is less Centrica, more Renewable Energy Association. The plea would be actually to make sure that there is. This is sort of a real common thing to say, but a real sort of collaboration between Department of Transport and BEIS in terms of the standards that are coming out, in terms of market stimulation. We can see how successful hydrogen for decarbonising transport is in countries such as Germany, and they're stimulating packages such as a little bit like what we've done in this country with EV, so subsidising the initial capital outlay. That's a real driving demand will actually really help. So transport has its own sort of area that actually I think it's a bit of a low-hanging fruit, and we can really drive that. And it is not BEIS there, that's Department of Transport. So in terms of sort of the next easiest wins, it's got to be industrial players and the industrial customers. Our corporates that we speak to are looking to decarbonise their gas supply, or hydrogen industry users are looking to decarbonise that product that they're using. Hydrogen plays a really key role there. And those are sort of, for me, I think the sort of early movers in terms of areas of the market.
Jake?
Yeah, no, thank you. In addition to what was said there around industry and transport, there's, we think, going to be quite a role for hydrogen in power and power generation. So we spend a lot of time looking at the power markets, and when you forecast out the next 10, 15 years, you have the advanced gas reactor fleet coming offline. Sizewell B has had a life extension, but that's only going to provide 1.2 gig. Hinkley coming online in the late 20s. There's an evident power gap potential. Now that power gap, we heard earlier about grid connections. That is just a problem now, but grid are working very, very much through that at the moment. But we have these gas turbines. We know that they can run either on a blend of hydrogen or with relative minimal cost, convert to 100% hydrogen like we've seen on the continent. And actually that could provide for low carbon power generation where post-combustion CCS is not an option for that power station. And then final point would be around the fourth sector of heating. It's clear that we as a firm believe that there's going to be a mosaic of solutions for heat. It's a local solution. It's not going to be hydrogen or heat pumps. But for example, my beautiful but small is one-bed flat in London, put a heat pump in it, and I lose half a bedroom. And it's an old building, so it may not be suitable. So I may have a hydrogen boiler. But it's going to be local, but there is arguably a role.
Thanks. We are pretty much out of time, but I just want to take one final question from the floor, just there, the gentleman in the middle. If it's just a short question.
We'll try and make it short. Chris Jackson, Proteum. So just a question, actually. We've got 5 private sector representatives here. Government can't do everything, and actually the UK energy market is around £150 billion a year. You can't underwrite all of that with business models and price support. So at what point actually does the private sector then have to step in? What does the private sector need to do to be able to step in where government can't underwrite it? And are there non-financial barriers the government can assist with?
Devon.
Yeah, so I'll take this uniquely from the estuary perspective. So all the projects we're looking for are private sector funded. So there's no ask for the government to subsidize the projects they're working on. The help we're looking for from the government is more around the lower level, smaller stuff. Grid connections at the distribution network is going to be a challenge. Fueling stations, because the focus of the estuary hydrogen strategy is transport, maritime, but also long-haul heavy vehicles. So fueling doesn't only have to happen in the estuary, but if it's going to Teesside, it needs to have a place where those vehicles can refuel and come back. And the final point is some of the subsidies for hydrogen, CFDs for example, are always designed for large scale. But in the estuary area, we're looking at many smaller projects to get it going earlier, and then we'll probably look for some ammonia later on. Is just looking at those from smaller scale and making it attractive for smaller scale as well.
Thanks, Devon. I think we're actually going to hear from the Minister Greg Hands now via video. If we've got... Look at the screens.
So I'm delighted to speak at the Hydrogen for Life Summit today, and I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. But it is great to see the Hydrogen APPG engaging directly with industry, and today's event is a fantastic opportunity to meet and hear from leaders across the hydrogen value chain. Low carbon hydrogen will be vital for meeting our legally binding commitment to achieve net zero by the year 2050. As well as supporting UK energy independence, it'll be critical to helping vital British industries transition away from expensive oil and gas and can provide greener energy for power, transport and potentially home heating as well. Last year's UK hydrogen strategy outlined a comprehensive roadmap for the development of the UK hydrogen economy over the 2020s and early 2030s and placed the UK at the forefront of the race to develop low carbon hydrogen. This year, in the British Energy Security Strategy launched in April by the Prime Minister, we doubled our ambition for hydrogen from 5 gigawatt to be up to 10 gigawatts of low carbon hydrogen production by 2030, at least half of which will come from electrolytic or green hydrogen. Alongside the Energy Security Strategy, we published our hydrogen investment package, which set out the key policy detail that industry has been waiting for and paves the way for the opening of 2 significant funding mechanisms. First, the Net Zero Hydrogen Fund, which will provide up to £240 million to support the development and construction of new low-carbon hydrogen production plants. This opened on the 25th of April. And the first electrolytic allocation round of the hydrogen business model, which will incentivise both production and the use of low-carbon hydrogen through the provision of ongoing revenue support, opening in summer. We have created the Industrial Hydrogen Accelerator, a £26 million innovation funding programme to support the demonstration of end-to-end industrial fuel switching to hydrogen in the UK. We have committed to design building business models for hydrogen transport and storage by 2025, which will be essential to grow the hydrogen economy, and to set up a hydrogen certification scheme also by 2025 to ensure high standards for imports and exports. We also introduced the Low Carbon Hydrogen Standard to ensure we only support projects that will genuinely deliver our net zero ambitions. And our investor roadmap showcases the investment opportunity across the developing UK hydrogen economy. Through the Hydrogen Strategy, Energy Security Strategy and Hydrogen Investment Package, this government has provided a clear long-term signal to investors. Now it is industry's time to deliver, invest in and commit to hydrogen, and ultimately take us to our destination, a world-leading UK hydrogen economy. So I want to thank the Hydrogen APPG, its brilliant chair Jacob Young, for its continuous work, and I hope that you will agree that government is already delivering on and building beyond our ambitious ambitions and commitments in the UK hydrogen strategy. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, we heard from the Minister just there. I wonder if we could just have one final word from each of the panellists, very briefly though, on what you would like us to send back to the Minister, starting at the end with Will.
Greg just mentioned 240 million, which is a great amount of money, and the industry is very grateful for it. That 240 million was stated on a 5 gigawatt target. I think the industry probably could do with some understanding of whether that amount will be increased. I appreciate the industry sounds like it's sort of, cap in hand, but if we want to try and hit these targets, the industry at this stage, which is the same as other renewable sectors at that stage, needs that stimulation, and that's really important.
Devon.
I think we all agree in this room that energy transition must happen, but I hope we all agree that energy transition should not happen at massive costs to the consumer. And in the whole scheme of that, hydrogen is one of the vectors, probably one of the most important vectors. We just need to look at it as a holistic system and understand all the pieces and how they line up.
Jimmy.
Hydrogen has application for every sector. But how do you get hydrogen production or hydrogen projects going when you've got a methane regulatory framework? So for me, it'd be, can we have a hydrogen regulatory framework? Something that helps us get that, that going up right now.
Andy?
Yeah, I'd simply like a business model that supports distribution and storage of hydrogen, please.
Jay.
Three things. Business models, absolutely critical if we're going to get those international investors. Secondly, don't let perfection get in the way. Start blending. And thirdly, look at those quick wins for demand. So hydrogen-ready boilers, great example of that.
Yeah.
Well, that just leaves me to say thank you very much to all of our panel. Thank you to Greg for joining us online. Thank you to the audience for participating as well. And I think you've given us an instruction to go away with here. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their day at the conference. Thank you very much.
All right. Have a seat.
Exciting.
Well, hello again. I hope you all enjoyed the all-party parliamentary group session or your lunch and the young people launch upstairs. But now we're back onto the formal agenda, and I'm delighted to welcome our next keynote speaker, who is Joe Bamford. Joe Bamford, welcome to you indeed. There are people who call you Britain's Mr. Hydrogen. Is that fair?
Well, look, I have been looking at it for quite some time, but I mean, that sounds a little bit grandiose. But hydrogen is something I have looked at for about 15 years. Why? Because fundamentally it most replicates human behaviour, and I think the most difficult thing to change are people. If I can give you a solution that fills up in the same manner, does a similar day's work, and ultimately I can get it to cost the same, I think you get mass adoption. So
tell us about your business involvement with hydrogen. Your businesses, I should say.
Yeah, I've been doing hydrogen. Look at a lot of hydrogen. Look, we have businesses sort of making hydrogen. So we have Hygen, which is putting in production of hydrogen, particularly around green hydrogen. We have Rise that delivers hydrogen. So we buy hydrogen not just from ourselves, but anyone else on the market, deliver to customers, and that puts in hydrogen filling stations. And then we make buses, and we make diesel ones, battery ones, and hydrogen ones. So we kind of sit across the whole value chain.
Yeah, you are across the value chain. Why that? Why did you decide to do it that way rather than be specific?
Well, if you make a load of hydrogen and you don't have a customer, it's a bit of a waste of time. Or if you're Toyota and you have loads of hydrogen cars but you don't have hydrogen at the same time, again, it's very difficult to make those things work. You have to aggregate demand. You have to get a total cost of ownership across a value chain to work. And once it works, then it's applicable to any other part of the market.
And this value chain is something that you've almost had to construct or invent yourself. There hasn't been kind of external guidance.
Yeah, I mean, people are working on all sorts of different value chains. So they're looking at ammonia, make hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen that goes into ammonia. There's a very big market, so marrying up this supply and demand situation. Now, look, I come from manufacturing. We make construction equipment. So that's probably not necessarily the best first place for hydrogen because you can't really get the demand. But buses is a very interesting market because you get a load of buses going home to a filling station and then I get demand.
Now, let's start with manufacturing hydrogen or hydrogen supply. Mm-hmm. We've heard repeatedly this morning that there's going to be a massive demand. We don't know where it's going to come from. Where do you think it is going to come from and should come from?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of hype around hydrogen at the moment, and you know, it's a sort of new, cool place to be. Ultimately, it shouldn't really be cool or anything else. It should be able to just be something that is done as a matter of course. Where's demand going to come from? Look, it's going to start with transport. Why? Because that's a product that's available on the market today. You can buy hydrogen cars, you can buy hydrogen buses, and actually hydrogen trucks are starting. Also, the reason you start at transport is you're up against taxed on-road diesel. Okay, that's a much easier number to try and hit. It's around sort of £7.30 today is the equivalent price of running a bus on diesel. If you're up against sort of natural gas, you've got to deliver hydrogen at around £1.50 a kilo. That's eminently possible, but it's not ready today. And actually, when you go and talk to the gas networks, they're probably not seeing themselves into proper use until around 2035. So ultimately, you start at transport, you drive up the supply side, drive down the cost, and as the cost comes down to the supply side, you can actually start getting into the lower cost basis of hydrogen, which is all around industrial use cases, steel, cement, and all that sort of stuff, and then ultimately go into the gas network.
Things we're going to be talking about later on this afternoon, certainly in industry. But to go back to the supply, where do you see the supply of hydrogen coming from? And is it going to switch towards being mostly green?
Oh, well, green versus blue versus pink versus every other colour. Look, I think you're going to need it all. And I think blue is an interesting sort of starting point. For me, you know, look, my mother's the largest organic food farmer in the UK, and we've been doing it for 45 years, so blue really doesn't sit brilliantly with me as a person. You know, going completely and utterly green has probably the right solution. Now look, in the UK, you go green, you get it going to begin with, you use renewables, direct connect to renewables, make green hydrogen. And as you scale up, you see, the thing about hydrogen is you can move it globally. And we're not going to end up having enough power in our island, whether you use batteries and electrification or hydrogen, you're still going to need to go and store it at scale. So in essence, what hydrogen allows you to do is export sunlight. So you go and actually make hydrogen in sunny places and move it around the world globally, once you've created demand in your home market first.
And how practical is storage? Because I've spoken to other people in the sort of green industry who say, oh, well, hydrogen's too light, it leaks out, you can't really store it or transport it for any great period.
Well, we have over 120 buses on the road in the UK. They work every day and it doesn't leak out of them, and it seems to work at the moment. Look, you use gaseous hydrogen to begin with, and as the technology gets better, then you start having to think about moving hydrogen as a different product. Okay, so whether you move it as ammonia or ultimately liquid hydrogen, because gaseous hydrogen is not the easiest to transport, but you know that's further down the line. You start with gaseous hydrogen today.
JCB, they have, I've driven one actually, a hydrogen digger. I know that's your father's company, but how far in terms of vehicles do you see hydrogen being able to go?
Well, it's a very interesting question. I mean, does it go down to cars or not? I can make an argument for it, but let's be honest, okay, bigger and heavier is probably where it starts. If you wanted to electrify, let's say, a Boeing 747, you'd need 2,700 tons of batteries, i.e. it would never get off the ground. So you can work your way through those sort of numbers and sort of come down. You know, I make battery buses, I make diesel buses, and I also make hydrogen buses. A diesel bus does 320 miles on a fill-up, takes 3.5 minutes to fill. A battery bus does anywhere between 120 and 160 miles and takes 4 hours to charge. Our hydrogen buses are doing 295 miles and take 7 minutes. What that means is you need twice as many buses if you go for batteries. Okay, this is impossible, but ultimately, you know, you need a lot more.
And where do you see the network supplying the hydrogen to vehicles coming from? Or where does it work? How does it work with the buses?
We make hydrogen, you deliver it in a tube trailer, you connect it to a filling station, it fills up a bus.
So from cylinders, effectively?
Yeah, from cylinders to begin with, and then ultimately when you start having hydrogen in 15, 20, 30 years' time, if it goes into the gas networks, you probably move it around in the gas networks.
Now, where do you see the UK being in this? I mean, obviously you're a pioneer, but are we pioneers in moving to hydrogen?
Just. So we're about 5 seconds ahead of the world today and rapidly going backwards. So when you start taking places like Germany, they're going to spend 20 or 30 billion on hydrogen. It was very nice. The minister just said he's going to spend 240 million, but I mean, that doesn't really touch the side. I was in India a few weeks ago and was with Mr. Modi's head of hydrogen. They're going to put in 25 gigawatts of solar just to provide hydrogen in the next 4 or 5 years, and they're driving the whole supply chain. When you take someone like India and you think about it, they import 85-90% of their energy. They've got a load of solar, they've got a really crap electricity grid, so actually making hydrogen really makes sense for them as a country. And you think about that as jobs, okay? You take about Britain and you think about this as jobs. Look, China have 73% market share when it comes to batteries. Okay, so, I'm a manufacturer. I've been in manufacturing my whole life. Okay, anytime someone's got 73% market share, it's very difficult to combat. There's only 2 ways of doing it. Either you have a better widget or a cheaper widget. Now, if you take about China, okay, they've got every part of the supply chain. They own lithium, cobalt, the whole supply chain for batteries. Okay, so let's talk about, we'll make a better widget. Okay, 3 years ago I went to the 6th largest manufacturer of batteries in China. They don't just make a battery, they make every component in a battery. But they have 80,000 people just researching battery chemistry. Let me give you that in context. Britain throws out 10,000 engineers a year. So in the 6th largest battery manufacturer in China, they have 8 years capacity. So fundamentally, my view is, as a country, you really focus on going somewhere where others are not, and that is focusing on hydrogen.
But on batteries, there is own content legislation in both Europe and in this country.
There is, but you're still going to be playing catch up. There are other countries doing a hell of a lot better at it. Really focus on the supply chain. Look, even if there's own content, you're still going to be buying most of the componentry, most of the supply chain, lithium, cobalt, and all of that sort of stuff from other countries, and they don't really do very well. SMMT yesterday came out with a number. Okay, just think about this. Britain has 22,000 people working in combustion engines in the UK. Okay, contributes 9 billion to the economy. They said that if you do batteries, you'd have half the amount of people and half the amount of money. Now, we as JCB, we make a combustion engine running on 100% pure hydrogen with zero emissions. Could all of those people still be kept in jobs making hydrogen combustion engines? Well, I think you probably could.
But could you produce or have a supply of hydrogen that could compete with the supply they've got in India or China, for example?
Well, you'll do domesticated supply of hydrogen here, yes, but it's about the supply chain.
At value? Then?
Yeah, well, but it's a supply chain bit. So think about what China did, okay? 15 years ago, they decided as a country, we're going to go and get into batteries. Okay, so we'll use government subsidy to drive up the supply chain. So they don't just make the batteries, they make every component in it. They've decided which city is going to be the expert in that component. And they've used government subsidy to drive up end-use customers. So when I went to the 6th largest battery factory, every car in that city was one of their cars. Every bus was. They use that subsidy. Now they've got the lowest cost of that whole supply chain, and they export to the world.
But that sort of dirigism is not the British way. It's not the way your family business was built.
Why not?
Well, it was built by the entrepreneurs in your family, not by diktats from government saying...
Yes, but you've got to embed those kind of jobs in your economy, or you don't. Look at Germany. They're going to spend 20 billion on it, and we're not going to drive the supply chain. And suddenly, we're not in the world of energy. We don't have batteries, and we're not going to be in hydrogen. Is that a place you want to be?
OK, so we're going to appoint you Minister for Hydrogen. What are you going to do? What are you going to argue for in government?
I would very simply just say you just emulate what China did on batteries. Okay, use government subsidy in one or two areas, drive up the volume, get that supply chain in your economy, and then once you've got that there, they're embedded in, and if it's manufactured goods, they're in tertiary towns. They're not in, in London, they're up and down the country, and they're the mainstay of that town for the next 50 years. Things like, compressors, things like electrolyzers. If you get the volume up in that and you get the lowest cost base, that supply chain is embedded in that town. But if you don't stimulate that demand, ultimately that goes somewhere else.
So it has to be demand-led, you're saying?
You have to have the demand piece, okay, and once you've got the demand piece, you can go back up the supply chain and decide where you want to have those in the country.
And as Minister, what do you do about demand?
You create demand, you use government subsidy. So let's take in my case, okay. There are 4,000, the government has announced 4,000 zero-emission buses, okay. And what they will do is they'll subsidise the difference between a diesel bus and a zero-emission bus, okay. There are 3 bus manufacturers in the UK. We all make hydrogen buses. If you actually decided to make those hydrogen buses, okay, you'd have the lowest cost base of a hydrogen supply chain, okay, in the world, weirdly enough, okay, and then you'd also make fuel cells and you make every part of that componentry. Now instead, what's happened is that's the first tranche of that has gone on, 65% of that has gone on Chinese battery buses in Britain, which don't contribute to the economy, which don't have employees here who are paying taxes, and none of that sort of thing works. That to me is odd.
So you redirect investment in buses. Where else would you try and increase?
Well, you do buses and then trucks and then vans, and you work your way through that supply chain. And also as well, you do things like electrolysis, the things that make hydrogen. You stimulate that demand, get the cost base right. Okay, and each part of that component from the supply chain. And once you've got that in your economy, then you do what China does, you export to the world because you've got the lowest cost base.
And as far as your complaint with the government, is it just the tininess of the intervention that bothers you?
No, I think fundamentally, particularly the Department of Transport, but they're obsessed with electrification and batteries being the only solution. And that's fine, but it doesn't do the rest of it. It doesn't stimulate demand in the economy, and it doesn't give you jobs up and down the country. I mean, we just listened to this debate on heat pumps. Okay?
Yeah.
Right, we have two of the largest manufacturers of gas boilers in the country. We don't make heat pumps here. Oh, I tell you what, let's just go and do heat pumps, okay, and everyone in Worcester out of a job. That seems a bit strange to me.
Now, your business, Rise, certainly involved in international partnerships as well. Where do you see the most constructive international partners for Britain?
Well, international partners. Look, I mean, I think if we're thinking about Britain, places like India, for my family, we've done very well there. We have 8,500 employees there. We'll make 60,000 machines there, so that's a lovely country for us to work with, and we work very well with. But look, Europe's still here. I mean, we can still trade with Europe. It's on our doorstep. Let's engage with Germany. Let's engage with France, and their economies are really driving hydrogen. You just joked with me saying, "Oh, you're a minister for hydrogen." France do have one. Okay, Germany have people who are looking at this in great depth.
France, we haven't talked.
I think I'm pretty sure they have a minister for hydrogen, but I certainly know that the president goes to all of their hydrogen conferences. He has regular meetings on it.
And what sort of response or interest do you get from ministers and indeed?
Well, look, we've just won some orders to supply hydrogen buses into Germany, and clearly they're sitting there going, well, could you manufacture them here? Could you put factories in these sort of places? British government buys Chinese buses.
And I was asking what sort of engagement you get from the British government.
Well, look, we do get engages from the British government. The Prime Minister is pushing hydrogen in a good way. I think the ministers are really focused on it. But I think the civil servants, look, you don't get fired for talking about electrification.
Do you get fired for talking about hydrogen?
Well, a couple of years ago, people thought I was a bit of a nutter. But, I suddenly seem to have become a little bit more knowledgeable about this subject than some of the other people. And I've been banging away about it for a long time, and I was a bit of an outlier, and now I seem to know a little bit about it.
Are there any drawbacks you see with hydrogen?
Oh, there are all drawbacks in anything you do. You're dealing with energy, and there's all sorts of problems. But my grandfather used to say, "Problems are only solutions in disguise," and I'm sure we can find lots of solutions to all of these problems.
You made it clear you think we're narrowly ahead, but falling back. But is it too late?
No, but stimulate demand. If all those 4,000 buses were hydrogen buses, okay, you would have 3 bus manufacturers making hydrogen buses. If you gave me 3,000 buses, I could get the bus to cost the same as a diesel bus. But you wouldn't just have that. You would also have 4,000 fuel cells. So let's go and find a fuel cell manufacturer and get them to put a factory up here. Okay, there you got your demand. That's X amount of hydrogen storage tanks. Okay, let's manufacture hydrogen storing tanks and decide where you're going to do that. That's X amount of... Do you see what I mean? And that's probably, that 4,000 buses, if you focused on it, could probably give you 5,000 or 6,000 jobs in the country.
How did you get the contracts that you do have for Wrightbus?
How do what?
Did you get the contracts for Wrightbus to supply them? How did they come about?
Bloody hard work. Constantly badgering, constantly driving away through it, constantly trying to change it. But look, we make battery buses, we make diesel buses, but it's constantly badgering away at it, isn't it?
Joe Bamford, thank you very much indeed. I'm sure you're going to go on badgering. Thank you. Great. Now, our next session is going to deal with international subjects or global subjects. We're going to have a keynote address, first of all, opening up that discussion from Alex Haynes, and then a panel where we're going to have Enos Abu-Hamed and Arlene Foster joining Alex Haynes for that discussion. So, is Alex Haynes in the house? Yes, there he is. Over to him.
Having us on the panel today. See if I can get this to work. So Alex Haynes from Petrofac, terrible name for a company to be presenting at a hydrogen conference. We've been going 40 years. It made a lot more sense back then, I believe. But so that's where we are. So hydrogen market, that picture there is a design that we've done for a project in Australia, and again for an export. That's phase one for domestic, for local buses actually. But they plan to make that much larger for export. Australia is traditionally an export of commodity across that region, and so hydrogen has just been seen in the same way. So I'm going to take you through 6 main points. Who's Petrofac? Why do we need it? A little bit of the colours, just as a refresh, and then talk about how we're going to sort of rewire the global map. What kind of market dynamics we're seeing as a provider of construction and engineering and services to actually build these projects that are going to supply hydrogen, and then what does that mean for the UK? So a lot of commonality with what has been said before. So who's Petrofac? We're, said before, an engineering, procurement and construction company with an old-fashioned name. But what do? We design projects, right? So we get involved very early on in the design of these hydrogen projects for production. We then want to then follow through to build them. So when we design them, we talk about and we look at how we're going to build them in an optimal way. We like to operate things as well, so we eat our own cooking in that respect. We'll design, build and operate. And then because we work across the globe, we find often we need to train resources to build them and to operate the plants. So a few reasons why we need hydrogen. I think this is probably fairly well talked about today. But that point is that you can actually have zero emissions at the point of use. Although we did hear earlier that there's quite a lot of brake dust and road and rubber coming off these electric cars, but at least with hydrogen, again, zero emissions. And I often contemplate as I walk my children to school that, you know, a few years ago, 20 years ago, we banned smoking, and it's now unacceptable to be smoking in a pub. I can see a time not too far in the future where it would be unacceptable to drive a emissions vehicle, a petrol diesel vehicle, to drop your children off at the local school. I think we're generally moving towards that area. So zero emissions at the point of use. As we've heard before, we can blend it in large scale across the grid to decarbonise your domestic and industrial heating. It's also useful for transportation, as we've heard, particularly marine shipping could be very useful indeed in a way of doing that, and heavy goods vehicle as well, and we've also heard about aviation. Decarbonising heavy industry, so your steel manufacturers and chemical industries. And again, it can act as a grid leveler, a battery, an energy storage vector, if you like, for the masses of renewable energy that is going to be coming back and forth over the next few years. However, it is a tricky molecule. It's hard to transport. It does escape. It does leak. It's not a great. If you're putting it straight into the grid, you need more of it by volume to get the same amount of calorific value, of heat value out of it. We've talked about it's sort of fairly poor round-trip efficiency. So if you actually produce the electrons and then you convert it to hydrogen, then you compress that hydrogen, you transport it, you then regasify it and use it. It's actually point-to-point quite poor, but that's true for many things. We've been very blessed in the last 100 years for using this monocrop of oil and gas, which is highly calorific and easy to transport. That's changing right, in the 21st century. And as we've heard a lot, it's quite difficult to get off the ground because that lack of regulation, that lack of business models is causing pause at the point of investment. So how do we know how much it's going to cost if we don't know how much we can sell it for and if we're allowed to sell it in what format? So we're seeing a lot of pause at the moment on projects that we're bidding for. Quick run through the colours. I think I'll probably skip this a little bit, but green and blue, I think pretty clear. Grey at the bottom, boo, everyone boo and hiss. Grey's there, exactly the same as blue, but without the carbon capture. Pink is nuclear. Yellow, you know, this is where it gets slightly esoteric. Yellow is green, but without wind, so it's just solar. And then something that's actually quite close to my heart at the moment is turquoise hydrogen, which is hydrogen from waste. So rather than burning, there's quite a lot of energy from waste facilities around the UK and Europe. At the moment, we're just incinerating that to produce steam, to produce electricity. Actually, you can take those molecules and you can upscale them into syngas, into hydrogen, and actually into aviation fuel. So quite useful for that. So what does a hub look like? So I had the picture at the start, looking at that Australian one. Essentially, generally it is solar or PV and wind, although you can have hydropower or other sources, or geothermal perhaps if you're blessed with that as well. But you've got zero emission power coming through. You then have to use electrolyzer, and you need water as an input, and sometimes that's forgotten about, particularly where it's very sunny. If you look at Middle East and North Africa, where they've got lots of sun, not so blessed with ample water, and there is a penalty there for energy to go and desal that water and clean it up. You need a grid connection or a battery. The alkalizer and the electrolyzers that we use at the moment don't like being turned on and off when it's not sunny and not windy. So you need some way of stabilizing that electricity. You can either produce more, export to the grid, and then bring back at night time when it's not sunny perhaps, or we still find you need a battery. So that's another element there. Then you need to somehow compress it and store it and then transport it, all of which take energy. But look, wonderful energy uses, right? We've talked about HGVs and shipping, fueling. You can use it for power. You can use it as replacing feedstocks. You can produce all kinds of chemicals with it, and then ultimately an export market. I think Joe was saying you produce it where it's sunny, and then you continue take it where it needs. But what do you need? You need policies. You need financial frameworks. So certainty of investment. You need to make sure that you've got the environmental, the safety piece put in there. We talked about leakage, as well as safety of operating it, either both at the point of production and also transport and as an end use. Bit of a complex map, but essentially what I'm trying to say here is that where it's easy to produce green hydrogen, where there's plenty of land, where there is plenty of renewable and ideally diurnal resources, so windy at night, sunny during the day, is not always where you're going to need the hydrogen. So there will be a global market in hydrogen, despite the inefficiencies in that, and we're seeing a lot of projects for export coming up. So current market dynamics. In a net zero world in 2050, and you operate an imaginary factory, a bus manufacturer perhaps, or a steel factory, you've got to do something about it, right? Because you're emitting something. So can you change your feedstock for that factory? Ideally, you want to use green electrons. That's the most efficient. If you've got excess green electrons, that's what you should be using first, right? And we've heard that before. If you can't do that, if your feedstock is waste, or if it has to be a different feedstock, then you need to capture your emissions. And we see a market now coming through already quite rapidly for CCS, which is growing. Or if you can't do either of those, then you end up paying the tax. That tax is only going to go one way as net zero, and the taxes come up. So you can't change it, you can't capture it, you've got to pay it, and at some point you're probably going to exit the business because it's not economic anymore. Right? So that's driving the market, and we're going to see a huge amount of projects coming through in not just hydrogen, but also in carbon capture as we try to get to net zero. Problems. There's at the moment why we're not seeing more hydrogen projects actually reach FID and get built. There's a very limited hydrogen market. There's unclear regulation. Currently, most of the hydrogen we produce, and we're using hydrogen right now in a lot of the industrial uses, is grey. So boo, it's not net zero. I've put a question mark. Blue is cheaper than green. That is meant to stimulate a conversation, because we've done some calculations with the current gas price, and when you add in the cost of carbon capture and sequestration, green's probably the cheapest hydrogen right now to produce. So thank you, Putin. Green is ultimately the desired end state. We've talked about that, blue maybe being a stepping stone, and blue to create scale, to create that market. But I think we'd all like to see blue as only a short-term solution and get to green. But again, we're also constrained by the supply chain. There's not enough electrolyzers. We're not having enough being built. There's not enough renewable electricity. There will be by the time that we get there with all the wind coming. And then also you need the water and you need the land for that renewables. So we're seeing two discrete markets emerging. Large scale, so where it's got lots of land, where you've got lots of renewable power, so solar and wind, we're seeing abundant large scale green for export coming out, and probably mainly as ammonia right now. And we're seeing those in Australia and Chile. And here's a little warning, I think Joe touched on it, we're 5 seconds ahead. That is quickly going to erode, because COP27 is in Egypt, and that's stimulating the Egyptians to start thinking about green hydrogen, green ammonia's production. The Saudis, the whole Ministry of Energy from Saudi are here in London this week, looking at decarbonisation, and they want to retain their position as a preeminent energy exporter. Therefore, they're looking at green hydrogen, and COP28 is being held in the UAE. So be warned that 5 seconds is quickly slipping away. The second market we're seeing, and I think my friend Chris Jackson will talk about this small scale distributed. So we're seeing early clients, early adopters where their product can be decarbonised quite quickly. Maybe they've got an internal target to get to net zero by 2025 or 2030. So they can't wait for large scale blue. Maybe they're nowhere near green electricity, but they want to have green hydrogen. And that doesn't require a lot of regulation. The value of the energy they need in terms to make their product is a fairly small percentage of the value of that product. So we're seeing it in net zero whiskey, net zero food, net zero beer, where they can sell more of that, position, gain market share, and do that. So I think that will actually start quite quickly driving the market, and it doesn't take government subsidy and it doesn't take government regulation. So very complex slide. Essentially, that's how we see the future market. CCS, and I'm sure you get the slides afterwards, and that's a very nice thing to have on your wall. In terms of, if that floats your boat, it floats mine. But essentially, there's a lot of wind there, right? It has to come. All of this green hydrogen has to come predicated upon abundant excess green electrons, right? And so you see the wind there and the solar on that side as well. And then if you want blue, then you've got to have carbon capture, or you've got to have an SMR, and you've got to capture that carbon. You've got to stick it from back whence it came down in the geological store that you got it from. So it's a bit more expensive, a bit more complex. But the thing to note there is it's the interdependencies upon all these projects. Right? There's pipelines, there's storage, there's grid connections. And if we're waiting for government to balance supply and demand and regulate, we're going to be waiting a long time. We need to get on with it ourselves as business and get these projects away. So last slide, opportunities for the UK. We talked about being a first mover. We still export an awful lot of knowledge and engineering in manufacturing in the oil and gas and energy industries worldwide. We can do the same thing here with hydrogen if we're quick. But as Joe mentioned, Europe is catching up, China's catching up. The Middle East is the next place to be hot on our tails. It will drive jobs if we do it right. And I think Dr. Angie was talking from Cadent earlier about making sure we don't buy the cheapest, but we buy British if we can, and stimulate a longer term value proposition for the UK, not just the cheapest, which is what we have done in wind, which got us to the end point, or at least a point, but it hasn't really helped us in terms of localising that production. And the threats: move fast or miss out. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. We've got Dave Marley Foster is going to join us, and also Nasab Mohammed. No. All right. Nice. You go that one. Okay. There we go.
There we go.
Boy, girl.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Well, welcome. Well, let's ask you first of all what you made of what you heard from Bamford, what you heard from Alex. What's your view?
It's all good, and it's a real representation of what's going on. I think these are very important conversations and topics to bring up, especially the point of 5 seconds behind and moving backwards.
5 seconds ahead, right?
5 seconds. No, we're 5 seconds behind, but moving backwards at speed. So we're a bit later to the game than others, but we're moving backwards at speed. So that point, I think, is a real representation of what's happening. Power, a lot of innovation around, but we're not doing enough fast enough.
Look, I mean, I think there's some really interesting points being made by people, obviously, around pricing, around sort of value chains and opportunities. The thing that I don't hear enough people talk about is actually value to the end user. Because I think everyone kind of forgets this, but actually energy transitions don't really happen just because something's the same price as what they're already using. They happen because someone goes, oh my God, this is a wonderful innovation. This is fantastic. I can't wait to go out and use it. Air quality is the point that I think a few have raised, but I'm going to emphasize again. You know, I don't understand why, exactly to your point about schools, that it isn't mandated that actually every single bus that's doing a school run isn't either a battery electric or fuel cell electric. It's completely insane to me that we're spending money on air filters in schools in the UK when we could be doing that instead. You know, or even hydrogen. I mean, you know, why don't we talk about some of the actually broader benefits? If you have a hydrogen boiler at home, there's no carbon monoxide poisoning. Why do people not talk about things like that? Or why don't you talk about emergency response vehicles that have long ranges that need to refuel quickly so that police, ambulance, fire services can continue to operate the way they have to while using infrastructure that's constrained? I think we need as an industry to talk more about not just this is the same as you already have, it's maybe just a bit more expensive and it's zero carbon. No, that's the wrong message. The message has to be, if we use these technologies in the right way, you're actually going to have a better value proposition than the energy system you have today. And really, it's incumbent on industry to work with government to unlock that and make that a reality.
I mean, Arlene Foster, as a governor, if you like, a person in government, what sort of messages did you actually get about hydrogen?
Yeah, so this is a very important point. I was talking about this earlier on to some people about the fact that it's okay having this discussion industry to industry and professionals and academics. We need to have the conversation with end users as to why hydrogen, as to why it's important to move to hydrogen. And I don't think we're there at all. And the issue about being 5 seconds ahead or behind, I don't mind being 5 seconds behind because we can actually learn from what's going on in other places and do it better. So actually being just behind is not necessarily a bad thing from a government point of view, because we can pick up the things that are working and actually put them into government policy and government strategy. So if I was to make a plea, that's what I would make the plea around.
No, I was just wondering, your active experience in government from the civil service, from others, I mean, were they talking to you about hydrogen at all?
Well, of course, I was just leaving when Joe was coming in, if you like, to Northern Ireland. And actually a lot has happened in Northern Ireland since then. And because we're a small region of the UK, I think we can move a little bit faster than some bigger countries can. So there has been a real genesis behind the hydrogen piece in Northern Ireland. People are excited about it, but we need more conversations with end users as to why hydrogen as opposed to just industry. Talk about the benefits, talk about the fact that we are going to create more jobs, which always gets people very excited, let's be honest. And we need to be doing that now rather than just looking at the technology, which of course you need to do. But if we're talking about engaging the public and getting buy-in, then we have to be talking to end users.
I mean, Alex, you made a very sort of clear, logical presentation of where the hydrogen industry is. How important do you think is the public relations, is the wrong word, but getting the message out about the advantages?
I think I like Chris's point that it's people like to turn on the light switch and the lights go on, and so if we can make adoption easy, and you know I look at my own behaviour and I look at, you know, I'd love to have an electric car because they're sexy and they're fast and it's got a great big screen and it looks wonderful. But then I do also worry about A, the cost, and B, I worry about when everyone's got an electric car, how many charging places will it take? And if I'm going up to see my relatives up north, from starting down in Surrey, it's going to take me 4 hours just to get to a charging spot because there'll be a queue of 3 people ahead of me for that one charger who's going to take me so long.
But on that, I mean, government has acted. It's effectively mandated that this change is going to happen.
So I think if you can, you know, we make logical choices, right? If you look at follow the Adam Smith sort of school of economics, we're rational beings, and if I can fill up for the same price and it's got a longer range or as long range and it takes me 2 minutes, I'm going to choose that option.
And do you think, Chris, we are going to see competition and global politics revolving around hydrogen in the way they have around hydrocarbons?
Look, I think there's clearly a huge number of countries that are sort of sitting there going, this is a massive national resource opportunity, and a number of businesses saying this is potentially something we can get our heads around. I mean, it's very interesting to see the level of excitement offshore wind has generated because it's large capital deployment into single projects. That's a very familiar structure for the global oil and gas sector to engage with, whereas onshore solar and wind has been very difficult for them to engage with in a comparable way. So I think that's something why hydrogen's captured the imagination. But in a sense, we're hearing ideas that actually are a little bit devoid, in my view, from reality today. Because the reality is today, we just don't have the supply chain to build multi-gigawatt scale projects today. And we haven't demonstrated yet unequivocally to regulators, policymakers, and consumers the value of hydrogen. Now, I think there is a case to be made, and that's why we at Protium are trying to build these distributed green hydrogen projects with customers, working with partners to demonstrate that there really is a value-add proposition. But if you can't do that, then it doesn't matter that I can produce 20 million tons of green hydrogen at $1 a kilo. If I can't explain why someone should be using that hydrogen, actually the whole conversation is slightly irrelevant. There is a piece to be done around that I think we need to work on, and we need to support the supply chain in terms of skills and training, because you can build a factory in a year, 2 years, but you can't train 10,000 engineers, to Joe's point, overnight suddenly to be hydrogen experts. That requires long-term sectoral engagement, and that's where industry and government together can make a difference.
And Ash, do you think we are going to see sort of hydrogen superpowers emerging?
I think it has to do with our choices. So we can, if we make the right choices at the right time. I definitely see that we have the capability, we have the right initiatives to support. We have seen very successful examples like ITM Power and Ceres in this country, going from lab bench, small idea into a multi-billion-dollar value demonstrated globally. And that example gives me a lot of...
That's on hydrogen manufacturing.
Exactly, yeah. But that example gives me a lot of hope that actually we can replicate it, and with creating supply and creating demand at the same time, making sure we're matching them in the right way with the right policies when the medium is there. I think that means that a system that is sustainable can be created and grown.
And I said, I mean, the optimum countries on your map, are they going to be the oil states of the next generation?
Certainly they'd like to be. We're seeing a lot of huge scale green export, green hydrogen export projects in Oman. As I mentioned, the Middle East, Abu Dhabi and Saudi are looking at how do they retain relevance and their geopolitical status in that. I was actually, post-COVID, my first conference was a hydrogen conference in Amsterdam in September, and right towards the end of the conference there was a presenter who came on, at the time it seemed rather wild-eyed and crazy, talking about, net zero, but what it actually is about security of supply. And he showed where the gas was coming from for Europe, Russia, Algeria, Qatar, and he said, if we can produce our own green hydrogen, or even blue, or green hydrogen in Europe, we no longer need to trade and be beholden to these states that maybe we don't share values with, and we're all, whatever. And then, of course, 3 months later, he's been proven true. He is the prophet of Amsterdam in terms of what he said. So you look at it and you think, if you're Saudi Arabia or if you're Abu Dhabi and you want to retain that geopolitical status and that ability to, same as us, they want jobs, they want investment, then they're going to fight tooth and nail. And frankly, they've got the petrodollars to invest. And we need to move very quickly to retain relevancy in the UK.
And I think, if I may, that's where they come into their own, because they have the money to do the investments. And Joe was talking about the amount of money Germany's putting into hydrogen compared to the UK.
They don't have a lot of water, at least.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of water. That's absolutely the case. Oman, of course, do have access to water and that. But in terms of geopolitical weaponization of fuels, which we've been seeing with Ukraine and the invasion there, of course, we're all going to be able to make hydrogen so that, it doesn't become weaponized in the way that hydrocarbons has been weaponized over this past couple of years. So I think that's a plus point in terms of hydrogen, because we can all make hydrogen. We're not reliant on something coming out of the ground that's not there.
Chris, what do you think?
No, I completely agree. I mean, but in a sense, we're also, maybe taking a step back. The whole point is to get to net zero, right? I mean, hydrogen only makes sense and relevant sense in that context of net zero. So what does that mean? Well, we should be more efficient in using less energy. That's sort of one important point that I think we forget. And so when we talk about markets like the Saudi market, Saudi Arabia produces 10 million barrels of oil a day. They put 1.5 million barrels inside power plants every single day. So then to be talking about, we're going to reallocate towards blue hydrogen and export, actually globally as an industry, that's not a good set of messages. We need to be focusing on other areas. I think with regards to green, the energy security side is very important. I think that's part of the appeal certainly for us and part of how we go talk to people. And capital is there. I mean, I think it's worth pointing out, there was a statement, obviously, by Mark Carney previously to sort of globalise investment into renewable energy. I think 15 trillion at the last COP was the figure that was put out. The UN number, though, is that we need to spend $5 trillion annually between now and 2030 to hit net zero. So even with states like Qatar and even with states like the UAE and Saudi spending, it's still not enough. And I think perhaps that's one really key message here, is that it's not really about saying it's just hydrogen or it's just battery or it's heat pumps. It's all of the above and more and faster. And if we don't actually start getting a grip on all of these things, it's not going to work. There is no evidence of an energy transition driven by government. It has to be driven by end customers. We need a technology neutral platform that allows capital to come into the market without regulatory barriers. And that's one of the biggest challenges right now, is regulatory barriers, so that we can unlock that. And the last point I'd make on the international side is actually standards for hydrogen. What is low carbon hydrogen? What is green? What is blue? When we go and speak to customers, no one turns around and goes, I'd like low carbon hydrogen, please. Nobody does.
And which are the regulatory barriers you're particularly concerned about?
Well, I mean, let's take planning and permitting. In the UK, if I want to build a solar farm, it's 4 years from the first time I find a landowner to the point where I've negotiated an option, we've done the studies, we've submitted planning, we're approved. Average onshore wind is 4 to 7 years in the UK, and offshore wind's 13 years. Compare that to the regime if you go into China or you go into the UAE or Saudi, it's a completely different game. And that's, by the way, assuming you can get grid. So, that's just a really obvious.
There's rather more empty land out there.
No, but I mean, these are really obvious but quite serious regulatory barriers. Or, for example, if we contact the health and safety executive and say, we'd like some guidance from you on how you treat hydrogen on one of our projects, and we get an email back 18 months later going, would you like a meeting? This is not exactly a good start. And these are not things that require huge amounts of money, but they do require someone in government to go, yes, we've got money for business models. Yes, we've got money for CapEx, but actually someone's got to do the permitting. Someone's got to do the planning. Someone's got to do the safety assessment. Low key investments that unlock and enable billions of capital to be deployed in these end sectors and allow new technologies actually to also come to market. That's one of the other challenges.
Well, I'm going to take some questions from the floor in a moment, so do get ready. But Arlene, I just wanted to ask you what you think the role of government, both the UK government and regional government and national governments, should be in encouraging hydrogen, because I mean, you had your own experiences in other energy sectors which weren't particularly happy. What is the role of government?
Well, I mean, I think one of the important points we've heard there is that the government is too slow to act and government doesn't really know about hydrogen. Civil service is a generalised civil service. There are very few with expertise in particular areas. So I would guess that there's not too many hydrogen experts there's certainly none, I would imagine, in Northern Ireland government. I wouldn't imagine there's too many in the Department of Energy over here as well. So we need to bring experts into government so that they then understand the significance of hydrogen. They then understand why we need to move faster. If there's a need for safety and environmental regulations, how do they work in a way that doesn't cause delay but still provide that safety and environmental security? So we need to overhaul that piece within the civil service, and very good that the APPG was here earlier on, so to have that political awareness as well as to what is needed to be done.
Alex, how far do you think government has to get involved?
As little as possible. I've always heard the maxim is let government do what government does best, and then and then exit the scene. So if they
you wouldn't have the same view as Joe, for example.
No, I think they should. I think regulation, a little bit of business models, and then if it's clear, like it is with battery electric vehicles, no more after 2030. Make some clear mandating rules, and then that will stimulate the market and give that a certainty. That's all we need, because the rest will come down to entrepreneurs like Chris and companies like ourselves who will go and build it and make it happen. You have a cost of building a business and permitting and everything else. You need an off-taker, and you need a guaranteed price. The rest will come.
Government should be a facilitator, not an interferer.
Yeah, but if you're competing with, China or a company where governments are getting directly involved, can you beat them?
Yes, you can, because I firmly believe that business knows the best model to go after as opposed to government. So if that is the case, we should allow business to do that and academia to be involved in that. But government should try and facilitate, and they will only understand that if they have experts inside that understand the mechanics of it.
What do you think, Ines?
If I am allowed to disagree, I would disagree and agree with Joe, actually. But this comes from the difference in the nature of my business and other businesses.
Explain, please.
Right. So I am an entrepreneur that developed technology. So for the technology to go down to a price where the relevant customer, the receiving end, are able to buy it, you need the subsidies, and you need the capex is not going to come from the customer. Whereas developers will have a completely different different customer, different pricing, and different services. So with technology, in order to scale it to a point where it's competitive at a global level, you need to do a lot of it fast, and that way you do need the government to do a lot for you in terms of subsidizing the development of the technology and paying for the capex or helping with that, because that's not going to come at a market creation stage solely from the customer, even if you find customers.
And one of the messages I've got from the discussions here today is for hydrogen, there's still a need to create a market, and presumably government can have a role in that as well.
Yeah, and also I think government, because they have the taxpayers' money and they have the power to create frameworks, they could facilitate collaborations that will allow small technology companies to scale fast with scaling machines like established corporates. That, I think government could have a very important role in doing that, and it's for everyone's favor.
But it's a bit of leveling the playing field, right? I think, we in the steel industry, for example, globally, there's always a lot of pressure on other subsidies, and you've seen this in the aviation sector where, Europe will sue the US and vice versa over subsidies to the aviation space. It's no secret the Chinese subsidized solar, they subsidized wind, they subsidized batteries, and they did so at loss so that they would have a market advantage. And no one imposed trade tariffs against it, and as a result, Germany and a lot of European countries that developed fantastic ecosystems had them wiped out, right? I mean, that was a conscious choice by people. If you create a level playing field where you say, look, if you have to follow the sort of environmental standards that we would expect companies in Europe and the UK to follow, if you have to follow the human rights standards that we would expect you to follow if you are operating in the UK and Europe, and we expect that the carbon embedded in your product is comparable to what we would produce in Europe, I think just introducing those basic level playing field parameters would actually change a lot of the calculations anyway. You already have to see the Department of Defense actually ripped up an energy contract with ENGIE in the UK for rooftop solar because, the solar panels were made in Tianjin using labor that was forced labor. So actually on a lot of these things, it's just about the government saying, look, we allow a free market, but the free market has to be a level playing field. You can't force everybody in the UK to follow one set of rules and then allow people to import technologies or import solutions that follow completely different sets.
Doesn't that push up the cost to the consumer?
Well, I think the question for consumers, as we've seen with the Russia crisis, is ultimately, do you want a short-term cheap option at the expense, longer term, of actually being over a barrel, right? I mean, the German economy took a decision under Angela Merkel that having really cheap natural gas was more important for German industry than actually standing up to Russia over things like human rights violations, violations of basic liberal principles, and all of the other activities that Russia has been involved in for the last 20 years. And the consequences right now are that a number of businesses are going to the wall. It's one of the most expensive energy crises in the last 40 years, arguably since the 1970s. It is going to rewrite where Europe is, and we're going to have rolling blackouts this winter if we're not very careful across Europe. Is that really the right price to pay for having cheaper gas for 20 years because we didn't want to challenge them on human rights? I don't think it is.
Arlene, can you sell that to your voters?
Well, I don't have any voters anymore. I'm out of politics. But I mean, I think it is very true that it is about choices, but it's how you communicate those choices to people. And I mean, I did a piece on my show recently about how batteries the lithium for the batteries was sourced from the DRC in Africa, and how there were children as young as 7 and 8 actually mining that lithium. Now, is that really a choice that we want our batteries to have that sort of backstory? And I don't think it is. And I think when people realise that that's the sort of thing that's going on, then they can make choices about that. But again, it's about having those conversations and bringing it out into the open, because I didn't know that until this chap came on and told me what was happening in the DRC. And that's why conferences like this are very important, but we need to get out to the end users again. I know I'm going on about that at length, but it is important that end users understand why hydrogen is something that we should be very much involved in.
And Alex, within hydrogen, is it possible to see a kind of international code, if you like, or regulation?
Yeah, I think it will come, and probably quite quickly, actually. There will be the London Stock Exchange is looking at certifying carbon credits and trading those, and it will become a commodity. And hydrogen will quite quickly become a commodity traded globally, like LNG is now, and potentially carbon will be traded as a waste product in quite similar ships, I'd imagine, around the globe. But just going back to the end users, I think there's I touched on it on my speech as well as it was mentioned earlier. How do we ensure that one of the benefits of this low carbon revolution, because we're trying to rewire the entire energy system of the globe, starting at home, and it's no longer a monocrop of fossil fuels where you can take it quite easily. It's going to be bespoke solutions for each different piece, whether it's one factory or electric cars for one piece and then hydrogen for the other. But how do we get that supply chain and that create jobs, create industry in the UK and not offshore it to the lowest bidder, which is what I think Dr. Andrew from Cadent was saying earlier, was that please let's have a proper price put on, value put on local investment and local manufacturer. So clearly cobalt in DRC is, you can't do that here, but we need to have that transparency to say, actually, this has been, this is supporting jobs in Teesside or jobs in Yorkshire or jobs wherever it may be that are developing these hydrogen value chains. And we're not just buying them in from China, which is, if you go lowest price, that's what you'll get.
Right, should we take some questions from the floor? We've got some questions there. Yeah, there's the lady with the microphone. Lady there, first of all.
Hi there, Beth Dawson, Fuel Cell Systems. I just wanted to chime in, really, with something that's become apparent to me over the course of these rather excellent presentation sessions and panel sessions today, and that is that I think the landscape in which we're all operating, I think we're asking government for a variety of different things. So we're asking for the legislative, we're asking for clarity there, and I think there's a push and pull on what we're after in terms of subsidies. But I think the bit that I'm seeing is that there's a difference now in scale of what we're asking for. So we're looking at the very, very large industrial, like huge amounts of hydrogen generation, but with like offshore wind and things like that. And then we've got this small, like startups, entrepreneurial types, where you're seeing this huge amount of innovation, and frankly, where the UK's got an edge. And I'm not sure how we navigate the ask of government in terms of the legislative piece, for example, between the very, very large and the very, very small, because it feels like it's at either end of the spectrum. I was just wondering if anyone here had a comment on that, really.
Yeah, nice.
I'm not sure how we navigate through that either, but one way is maybe to create a direct communication channel where every particular field or every particular word, these are two different words, will have like direct access to communicate, what they need to scale. And then together we can build up a roadmap that is on an accelerated path, because the requirement of these two words are extremely different.
And I think as well, in Northern Ireland, they've set up a hydrogen centre of excellence so that you can have small companies coming in and learning from larger companies, so that they're having that exchange of knowledge, which I think is very important as well. So that's something I think which came about actually because Wrightbus was there, and because in Mid and East Antrim they decided that they wanted to take hydrogen on and to try and make an ecosystem, if you like, for smaller companies. So I think that sort of approach is very important too. It's not just about the legislation, it's about actually enabling those small businesses to come together with larger businesses.
Is there a danger it becomes sort of competitive in those circumstances? I mean, we've got the two hydrogen villages, for example, that are going to pilot, but one is told only one will go forward. I mean, is that the right way to do it, Alex, do you think?
I think it was earlier, and we seem to have these competitions that do stimulate, innovation, but we need more winners, and that clarity again needed, and that speed is. I still can't understand why we've only got 2 track 1 clusters for the decarbonisation hubs, and HyNet and Teesside. I think, well, what about Acorn in Scotland? What about down in the Thames estuary? It's like we need it everywhere. So why create that almost winner and loser piece? And it goes back to that theme of collaboration, right? I think something the UK does very well indeed.
Look, I mean, I think directly to the question, how do you square between sort of, if you like, the smaller companies and the larger companies, right? I mean, I think the reality is that most large companies we've engaged with, it's not really worth them getting out of bed unless they're putting 200 million into a project or, frankly, into a sector, right? So they actually need small businesses to go out there and prove that these projects and that these sort of actual applications make sense. So if you go and look at how that translates in countries, right, and we're supposed to be talking internationally here, I'll take Costa Rica. Right, Costa Rica markets itself as one of the greenest countries in the world and has a very renewable power system, but transport's a massive source of emissions in Costa Rica. And they didn't really have a good answer for what you do because the grid's not great for battery electric in Costa Rica, and for those who know it, it's quite mountainous, so it's quite challenging to put a grid across it. But one entrepreneur who was a ultra high net worth from the States went back and started a hydrogen production site with a fuel cell bus and a couple of Toyota Mirai, and the business case was actually around a hotel. And the whole hotel was around being zero emissions, zero carbon, so that all the guests were there. But because they physically built something, politicians could come, physically see it, touch it, get exposure to it, so could investors. People then suddenly were open to conversations around saying, well, what role can hydrogen now play in the national roadmap for Costa Rica to decarbonize? And that's allowed the IFC to get involved, that's allowed the World Bank to engage and provide an opportunity. And in the UK, this is why I think we were further ahead than we are today. We actually did that very well with places like the Orkney Islands, where actually a number of companies, and NASA's company is one, but there are several others who've also been up there, built pilot projects that people from all over the world, and I do mean all over the world, flew up to these remote islands in the UK to see what was being done there, to go, oh my God, this is how you integrate multiple different renewables into an energy system that can decarbonize transport, heat, and provide backup power. And where we struggled in the UK is that we didn't capitalize on that early momentum. We had, again, a classic story of brilliant innovation, brilliant SMEs, everyone waited. The larger companies sat on the sidelines saying, where are the subsidies, where's the price support, I'll go to Japan or Europe because there's more subsidies there. And we've lost some of that momentum. And I think the government's slowly catching up, but we've only just had a hydrogen head of transport for the first time ever appointed in the last month. And the Bayes team at Bayes Hydrogen team's done a brilliant job of onboarding more people, but they've gone from one person 4 years ago to 100 today. That's a massive amount of new talent that needs to be brought up to speed, built up to scratch. And they still spend too much time, I think, engaging with the largest companies that only want to invest at a much later stage in the market than with the smaller companies. So that, I think, is the disconnect. Those two should work together. And internationally, we've seen that, but they don't work together enough at the moment.
Maybe just to add to that, which is a reiteration of my point earlier, we do expect government to facilitate collaboration. We have seen it in the past where large corporates like innovation so much that they steal it with taxpayers' money.
Sure.
Go and develop it in-house, right? And then you're competing with the small entities, which the effort to actually bring them along and help them scale would have benefited everyone. So I really think that to make these two words meet, government can facilitate collaboration, can facilitate actually programs where they give taxpayers for everybody on conditions that innovation will grow through a machine that is very well established. You do create jobs faster that way.
You mentioned that project which you invest in. I mean, which countries do this best, do you think, in terms of creating that collaboration?
Today, I think Germany has been quite impressive in facilitating that, and we've seen in France as well. We've seen growth of small startups working with large corporates, and scaled a lot faster even when they started earlier than us. So that's
actually Germany has done very well internationalizing that too. As a nation, they've got that hydrogen strategy. They know they need to import, and they're now stimulating that hydrogen production in Oman, in Egypt, and elsewhere, right? And actually, quid pro quo, they're selling their electrolyzers as well. Right?
On top of that, so just to give an example of how government could intervene. So the government takes small SMEs to the Middle East to actually introduce them to larger opportunities that are not only in Germany, but also in bigger countries where the opportunities are arising today, and the scale can happen faster. I think that is a phenomenal role for government. And it's not only capex and subsidies, it's facilitation.
Any questions?
Can I just jump off that one, actually, just quickly while we're waiting? So it seems that there are not too many hands, so I'll jump.
Plenty to talk about.
No, I know. I mean, but it's interesting, right? So if we're trying to look at international perspective. So the Japanese government actually provides grants to Japanese businesses to go and deploy technologies. And they say, look, it doesn't have to be in Japan. If you can go find someone in the UK or someone in Germany or someone in the US that actually can find a really good application for your technology, we, the Japanese government, will subsidize you to go and deploy that. And so what happens? Well, actually, what then happens is that fosters automatically international collaboration, because Japanese businesses go, well, where is the best place for my technology? What is the most logical market? And if it's not Japan, I need to go overseas and find partners. I need to work with the trade ministry to do that. And immediately you're creating international collaboration, international opportunities. And, Ceres Power is one of the sponsors here, has actually done phenomenally well out of that. It's a fantastic UK success story. It's got over 600 people employed in the UK now. It doesn't actually do most of the manufacturing, but in the UK, it outsources to partners like Bosch and Weichi Power and others. But a huge amount of the value out of that product, just like the iPhone, frankly, with Apple, is created in the UK. But, we don't necessarily, I think, have a very good joined-up view in the UK of how we go about doing that. And, there is this balance I think we need to learn from, how we can keep manufacturing jobs in the UK, absolutely. But equally, how do we kind of recognize we're probably not going to be the world leaders in manufacturing in every single part of this sector? We're just not. And so where we're not going to be the manufacturing leaders, are there other parts that we could play a role in? Whether that's the first people to deploy those technologies and commercialize them, whether it's the first to finance them, insure them, provide the consultancy services to. The UK has a very broad array of different sectors that actually are world leaders that could benefit from growing the hydrogen economy. And I think that also is an important part.
But to do that, I mean, why can't you do that now? Why can't we do that now?
Well, I think that's exactly what we're doing. I mean, look, companies like Protium have investors like Barclays and Sven Capital Partners who've come in and said, look, we want you to build distributed green hydrogen projects in the UK so that you can help decarbonize businesses today and get that moving. Now, we sometimes get frustrated because, we think our projects are exciting. They're sort of 50 million to 200 million capex per project. And people in the space go, they're really small, come back to us when they're $1 billion. And you go, oh my God, guys, we haven't even built a 10 megawatt project, 10 megawatt electrolyzer project in the UK, and you're already telling me it's too small. I mean, it's a bit crazy sometimes. And sometimes, I tease Jacob Young as well. We're building on Teesside. We'll have the first permitted large-scale electrolyzer project in Teesside, but we're not EDF or BP, so we don't get a mention. So I tell him off about that. But this is sort of part of the problem. There are SMEs out there that, I'm only a little bitter. We talk a lot about SMEs, but we're not actually very good, I think, sometimes in the UK at championing them unless they're tech SMEs. That's also another problem, which is kind of an elephant in the room thing with the UK. We don't talk enough about our industrial base. We have some brilliant industrial ideas, some fantastic industrial research universities, but we don't really shout about it. And the few that we do shout about, JCB or Dyson, I mean, you saw Joe earlier, this is JCB turning around and saying, we'd like you to do more. And frankly, if it wasn't for Joe, who has been a massive champion of hydrogen in the UK, really banging on the door and spending a huge amount of time and resources, I'm not sure the UK government would have got as far as it is. And it's actually a sad reflection on the UK that it has taken one person and that level of resources to actually get the ball rolling to where it is, because in other countries that wouldn't be what's happening.
I mean, it does seem to me, Alex, I don't know whether you'd agree, that in net zero, where we are now, is very different from the industrial issues faced in the last century, because it is going to be private capital which is going to be the leader in finding the solutions.
I think we are all suffering a little bit. I hear that the government has a role to play. I do think they should set the rules and then support and grow and incubate where they need to. But the rest of the time, please get out of the way. This is not a 20th century energy network we're building. This is a 21st century, decarbonised, multimodal, horses for courses, right? What works in Cameroon is not going to work maybe in Wales. Right? And where you've got good wind, where you've got good tidal, good solar, where you've got nuclear, you can use that asset and it can be bespoke for that almost regional, fragmented, distributed model. And I think that's going to drive it quicker than waiting for sort of the white horse to come in.
But also, am I right that the money's people with the money are in the private sector, not the taxpayers around the world, pretty much?
Yeah, but I mean, the private sector is very sensitive and allergic to risk. And when you're not selling and have the proof data points that you're not that risky, government is your best bet. That's where this is what happened with us. We started H2Go Power 8 years ago. This was the worst time to start a hydrogen business. And without the government support, so we exist because of the government. Without the government support, there was no way that we would have raised a penny.
You're not a lame duck. Eh?
So I think the government have done quite well in looking in the direction of there is something to invest in terms of here is an innovation that we need to grow. But it gets to a stage where you're actually scaling a business and you want to get global. And that's why you say, but the private market is not there yet, fully ready for this level of ambition. we need the government to actually push us further. And there are initiatives here and there. It's not all bad, but we need more of it faster again.
So government has to incubate it, and it does have to be there at the very beginning. But I think the point is you don't want them there when everything is starting to ramp up. You want private sector investment, and that's what you want to happen. Because government will set a policy, and they've put out their strategies, and that's all very good. But because the technology changes so quickly, that strategy becomes out of date very quickly as well. So what they need to do is to be led by people like you who are in the market and who know what needs to be done, rather than a government strategy, which frankly can be out of date at times.
So you can leave companies alone,
yeah,
and it will be a sustainable growth when the market is developed and ready, and the customer is ready to pay. That's where actually government should just be there if you need them for regulation, not to block you progress, not to block you manufacture and produce and sell. But when you're creating the market, I think government still needs to be there for the market to exist.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Yeah.
And maybe just picking up on that in a really tangible way, right? I mean, one of the largest deployments of actually fuel cell systems in the world in the stationary application is in Indonesia and East Timor, which probably throws most people off. But it's actually methanol fuel cell towers because they cut the methanol with water, so you can't steal and resell it. And one of the big problems with uninterruptible power in a lot of the developing world is people stealing the diesel fuel. So actually, that's been a huge success story. They're very reliable, they're very low emission, and also it's not stolen. Why they've been able to do that and why it's picked up very fast is because it's not a heavily regulated market for this kind of uninterruptible power supply solutions. Whereas in markets like the UK or in Europe or US, we have such extensive regulatory instructions and guidance on what we can and can't do, that even when someone can come to market and say, actually, I've got a product with a customer willing to buy it and it's competitive, or it has an edge which I'm prepared to pay a premium for, quite often government is in the way. Now, that is not always intentional. So to be clear, I'm not saying that it's always done with the worst of intentions, but I think that is the challenge to Alex's point, where you're in a 21st century energy system, everything's moving very quickly. Government can't figure out all the answers. And I think that's probably one message that internationally some countries are better at than others in understanding, which is you cannot model the future energy system. And I know consultants have tried and are going to continue to try, but you can't. You will get it wrong. I will guarantee you, you will get it wrong. So instead, it's about saying, well, what do we know is going to play a role? We know hydrogen will have a role. We know batteries will have a role. And we know that we're going to need to encourage new investment in new technologies. We're going to have to help early TRL businesses to get up to scale. And we're also going to have to make sure that there's a level playing field for those businesses. But mandating it has to be this or that technology, as opposed to mandating the outcome we want, which is we want zero emission vehicles, we want zero emission heating in homes, that is going to fail. And I think, in some senses, I am a little concerned that the UK can be a little bit prescriptive there. And certainly on transport, I think that concern has already been widely articulated.
Right, well, I'm going to ask you just finally each to be a little bit prescriptive in terms of what we've talked about, the international, very varied hydrogen world, which Alex has described, where you see the particular advantages for the UK, Alex.
So I think my presentation covered a bit. First mover, if we can set clear targets, clear goals, as we have done with ICV vehicles, right, in terms of phasing them out, clear targets, and then to stimulate the UK's advantage, to make that happen, let's have very clear local content mandates that are costed in. So if you're building an offshore wind farm, you're building a hydrogen factory or electrolyzer factory or a product, let's have, it must be, I think the industry said we'll do 50%, but it has to be a dollar figure against that you get evaluated against. And if you're not the cheapest, but you're the best for the local value and the longer term value for the UK, then let's give it to that company there.
Ollie, what about your corner of the world? Got a lot of water there.
We have got a lot of water, and we've got quite a lot of space as well near to water, which allows us then to develop hydrogen ecosystems. So I think that we shouldn't forget about the smaller parts of the UK and actually use what's there, because the fact that we are a small administration means that you can be more flexible. Everybody knows everybody else in academia, industry, and government, so we should use that to our advantage, and I hope that that's what's going to happen.
Chris?
Specific ask, I mean, actually one of the things I think we should talk about more is learning from markets like Austria and Germany, and the tangible example is grid fees. So in Austria and Germany, they said, we recognise the value green hydrogen electrolysis adds to the system, so we're not going to charge grid fees. That actually knocks about a third off the cost of green hydrogen. And on the Gigastack project, that actually would be a huge amount of the government subsidy. And really all that money is doing is paying off the transmission and distribution infrastructure that's a one-off capex anyway. So I think government actually could find a way to do that with industry, and I think that would be a really effective way of technology neutral, levelizing the playing field and making green hydrogen more competitive.
Ines.
In addition to everything that was said, and I do agree with all of it, but I'd say export. So export is very important. Create, generate, produce locally, but export globally.
Export what, in particular, in this context?
Technology.
Technology, right. Okay, well, thank you very much, Lee. That was an absolutely fascinating discussion. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
To my panel. Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. And the next session, we now come to here at Hydrogen for Life. This is on the subject of heavy industry, and Matthias Siebel of Bosch is going to do the keynote and then participate in the panel afterwards with Claire Jackson and Professor Phil Hart. So over to Matthias.
Thanks a lot. So welcome. I'm very happy to be here today and to discuss the topic industry. So transforming the industry. I'm Matthias Siebel. I'm a vice president at Bosch. And I'm responsible for developing the electrolyzer business and several years working in this company. In my presentation, I will give you an example about a bold move of transforming the industry, the carbon neutrality of Bosch. Second, I will give you an example how we are ramping up the electrolyzer business at Bosch. Third, I will introduce you our fuel cell business and the usage in the industry. And then hopefully we'll have a colorful discussion here. So this is my example of a, I think, bold move in the industry. So in the year 2019, the board of Bosch decided we want to be carbon neutral in 2020, scope 1 and scope 2. As you know, scope 1 is all the emissions you have in your factory, on your site. Scope 3 are the emissions you purchase, like electricity, natural gas, and so on. And scope 3, as you know, are mainly the emissions they are generated with a product, like the gas boiler at home in my house is having emissions of carbon, CO2. So we invested in the energy efficiency 1 billion euro, or we want to invest, so 100 million every year until 2030. And this was, I think, a very bold decision in the industry. And I think at that time we made the decision that we wouldn't want to invest so much money. It was a very bold move, and nobody really had a good feeling if there will be a return of investment on and if this will be profitable. Today, and I think we started 10 years from now with energy efficiency measures, we recognized that it was very good investment. As you can imagine, later I come to the idea how to transform the industry based on hydrogen technologies. Second, you see here, and third, new clean power and green electricity. So Bosch invested heavily in photovoltaics. We have power purchasing agreements where we have our own wind park, for example, as you know. And also, again, the decision was made a couple of years ago. It was a bold move. And again, I can say it was a good decision. A wise one, not only concerning the return on investment, for sure, as you know, we are carbon neutral now, scope 1 and 2, and we reduced our emission dramatically. On scope 3, you see our targets on minus 15%, and for sure this is a tough target as well. As you know, we have a lot of combustion technologies, we have boilers and so on, but I think it's a very good target as well. So why I'm having this picture here today. I think it's a good example that years ago, a big company, industry company, not a heavy industry, but we are a big company with a lot of factories. We have 270 factories approximately. We made the decision to go for carbon neutrality. And you see on my slide here as well, because we built up this competency, we decided, in addition to found a legal entity, it's a Bosch Climate Solutions, and they sell now the carbon neutrality competency as a consultant company. So, to summarize the slide, I think to make bold moves, to go with a decision, in my example, the carbon neutrality in a kind of uncertainty, it can make sense and it can be profitable. It's good for the company, it's good for the globe, it's good for our employees, and it's good for getting new employees as well. So we will talk about the industry. I think you have seen the slide in the morning as well. This is an example from Germany. I think it's similar in the UK here and a lot of countries with production facilities. I think that in the industry concerning reducing emissions based on hydrogen technology, there are huge opportunities. And I said before, if the management of the companies has a good motivation, they really understand what they do, especially for their production facilities or for their products, if there is a good motivation, they can bring the motivation to the team, and at the end they have to do the job and then bring new technologies, new ideas to the factory, to the benefit of the company. So where we are in Bosch, you see a picture here of our main activities. I will start on the right side. As you know, we are in the mobility area activities. Maybe you have seen on the 5th floor some examples here from our colleagues from Bosch, where we provide fuel cells for trucks, for example, for cars. We have components for hydrogen motors. You see we have boilers for your private homes, but we have boilers up to 40 megawatts. So these are not boilers for private homes. They're very big guys. So that you can use them in the industry. And for sure, if you would like to use such a boiler with hydrogen, it's possible. So if here in the room are some people, they would like to switch over to a Wooster boiler with hydrogen, no problem. We have some colleagues and they can guide you. If you have a big factory, you have a 40 megawatt boiler, and you want to feed the boiler with hydrogen, you can contact me. So it's possible, yeah. And you just have to make the investment. And once more again, my topic is how to motivate your staff. Maybe don't start with a 40 megawatt boiler, but maybe start with a 200 kW boiler to produce hot water or steam. That's possible. Again, you see that we have CHP application and the SOFC, the fuel cell. I will come to that later. And for sure, you see here also the electrolyzer. All in all, we spent until the end of this decade approximately 3 billion euros on hydrogen technologies in Bosch, because we made the decision that this is an attractive business field. It's good for our planet. There's a lot of technology we can kind of copy from the automotive business. And what we like, Bosch is a company, as you know, we have our factory from Wooster, for example, in the UK. We love scaling, we love high quality and high volume production. So that's the reason why we said at Bosch, generally, this is very interesting for us to go into this business field and invest a lot of money. So, as I told you, I will show you our idea of our electrolyzer business. You see this container. So this is not our product, but you see the heart of the container. It's like maybe you have a computer, you have the Intel chip inside or AMD. So there's a chipset. So we want to provide we call it smart module to the market. So if you want to build an electrolyzer container, we have the stack and the electronics around, like the power electronics and the sensors and the electronic control unit. This is our product, and you see here just one smart picture. For the engineers here in this room, I can show this picture. So you see the stack in the middle, and you see some electronics around, and this is what we want to provide to the market. Why? We think based on the technology we have on the mobility side, because it's a PEM fuel cell, which you find in a truck or in a train, for example. So Bosch is developing this stack, maybe you have seen in the 5th floor today. We have high synergies, plus on the electronic side. And I think based on a high volume production, we can give a very attractive and cost-attractive product to the market, because we see gigawatts out there all over this world. We have seen a lot of pictures today, and we think the world is waiting for a big factory producing mass products. You also see some dates here. We want to deliver first samples end of 2023, and serial production will be 2024. So this is our plan for our smart module. And why we are investing in this, because we have heard several times today we need green hydrogen. And if you feed this electrolyzer, this stack, with green electricity, for sure, it's a good idea. My second example is here, the fuel cell. We are developing together with our partner here in the UK with Ceres Power. We have heard from Phil that we have a strong relationship. And also for the industry, just one example, if you are some members of boards of industrial players, you have a data center and you want to secure your electricity supply, for sure you can buy such a SOFC fuel cell from Bosch, again based on the technology of Ceres Power. This picture maybe you have seen on the 5th floor as well. The good thing is here is we see a very high value add for Bosch. So we have different factories of Bosch where we produce the cell up to the whole module you see here on the picture. I love it because it's absolutely high efficiency. I'm a fan of SOFC, and for sure if you have some waste heat, you can run this SOFC with a very high temperature like a CHP, and then you can use the waste heat, for example, for your shower or for your heating. So very good technology. By the way, you can run it with natural gas. Here in the UK, you are very lucky. You have a lot of natural gas compared to us in Germany. I'm from Germany. And if you want to transform your industry, for sure you can use it with blended gas, or you can use it with 100% hydrogen, for sure. So, my last slide and summary. I think for the ecosystem, the reduction of scope 1 and 2 and 3 emission, I think we have to work together as an industry. There's a lot of pressure coming not only for governments. People want to buy green products, and therefore I think it's a good motivation to go for scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, and to use technologies based on hydrogen. We have discussed a lot about partnerships, and it sounds very simple, but I think when we really want to accelerate something, as we in Bosch, for example, have a great partner with Ceres Power, so we have to come together, we have to work quickly, and I think we should not wait, we should do it. And I gave you the example of Bosch investing in the carbon neutrality, making a bold decision, and I think it's time now to make bold decisions as well. My last point on this slide here, I think we have seen a lot of PowerPoint slides. We have had a lot of discussions. I think it's time to scale up now, and I think we can start the H2 economy. Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Matthias.
Yeah.
Come and take a seat on our panel. You'll see we're a little low on numbers on our panelists today. The reason for that is that we only take the best when it comes to the industry panel, and Matthias and Phil were the only ones that made the cut this afternoon. So good afternoon. My name is Claire. I'm the CEO of Hydrogen UK. We are the industry association bringing together all the companies who are very excited about the role that hydrogen can play in decarbonising our economy. If you're not yet part of Hydrogen UK, please come and chat to me. Shameless plug over. I guess we've heard a little bit from Matthias, but perhaps, Phil, we could come to you. If you could tell us a little bit about yourself, what Cranfield are up to in the hydrogen space. Lots of very exciting things happening there.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Phil Hart. I'm a professor in charge of all of the energy and power activities at Cranfield University, which is like an hour that way. We look at everything across the energy space, so trying to figure out how much we need and where we need it and what it's going to look like and what type it's going to be and all that, all the way through renewables and fossil fuels, and then we look at the future of fuels, and obviously hydrogen plays a part in there, but also carbon capture and storage and alternative aviation fuels and all of that sort of stuff. So currently, sort of headline, we are building a 1.5 megawatt pilot scale plant to look at the next generation of steam methane reforming. Because I think one of the good decisions that the UK government's made is they're betting on both horses. The two big horses in the room are green and blue hydrogen. And they're equally going down that. Europe is more focused towards the green side, but UK's bet on both, which is great. And the next generation of SMR will be about half of the capital cost to put in. And if this system works as the way that we think it will reduce the cost of hydrogen by about 25%, right? Which is all big stuff, especially when you start to think that 99-point-something% of all hydrogen produced in the world is done by an SMR or an ATR type process, not through electrolyzers. So what we're focused on at the moment is the blue hydrogen, the turquoise hydrogen. We do look at electrolyzers, but then we also look at the storage systems associated with it, the distribution systems associated with it, and then all of the many applications that it's going to have, from heat to all of the hard-to-abate transport systems, from aeroplanes to trains to boats to planes to cars to whatever.
Amazing, thanks, Phil. So let's talk industry. Why is hydrogen so important for the industrial sector? Perhaps, Matthias, you could start us off with that one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are talking about the heavy industry, like steel and paper and aluminium and so on. And I think for sure that's a huge potential. And for sure this industry, or some of this industry members, they already consume a lot of hydrogen today, so why not making it green, yeah? And we all know from all the studies we read that it's very good for them to reduce dramatically emissions using hydrogen. So that's for me a no-brainer. And as I said in my presentation, I think the companies itself, they have to build up motivation. First of all, they have to convince themselves. It can take long. And then they for sure have to start projects and convince the whole team in the company. But for me, very important is what we have seen at Bosch on the energy efficiency side. For sure, you're starting big projects and you gain a lot. But all the small elements, they add up. And I think we are talking not about an easy thing today. We are talking about creating a complete new H2 environment. And therefore, you need to convince nearly everybody. You will not reach that game, but you have to try. And so I think it doesn't make sense not to talk only about the concrete or cement industry and steel. We have to talk about everything. And I would like to inspire everybody, also here in this room, if there is a small project, even if it's 1 megawatt or if it's 500 kW, whatever, or is it just for your students to try something, do it, yeah? Because then the people get the feeling, and maybe as I bought a photovoltaic system for my house, it was not profitable, yeah? Today it's profitable, yeah? It is now. Today it's profitable, so that was a good decision. And I think so companies, if they are big, if they have a big carbon footprint, for sure, try it. But I would like to tell all the small companies, do the same step.
I loved what you talked about, sort of like bold steps, the sort of bold step that Bosch took all those years ago to commit to being sort of net zero in the sort of scope 1 and 2 by 2020. I'm sure, like, for many companies out there, a move to hydrogen feels like a big, scary, bold step. Are there things that we can learn around how you get over that sort of first hurdle of something feeling very sort of scary?
Yeah, to be honest, there's only one way, and that's we need people like you. I think it cannot be a stomach decision. You have to really understand the details.
Yeah.
You have to go through it. Yeah. And you have to, because it's for a lot of companies, it's totally new environment. And that for sure, I mean, you have to create a team or whatever, or when you're a CEO of a small company, you have to do that on your own. You have to understand the details. You have to go very deeply into technology and into commercial topics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you make the wise decision, and the decision will be the right one from my perspective.
I think the key is it's not just steel and cement. It's fundamentally any industry that uses heat. There's no reason, if you want to try and decarbonise that, you've got two routes. You can either electrify, or you can try and find a fuel source that isn't a hydrocarbon. And there comes hydrogen a while. But if you look at the energy system in total, and we're trying to decarbonise the entire energy system, and we're fundamentally trying to do that by electrifying everything. Mm-hmm. So the draw on renewable energy goes up as quickly as the amount of energy that we roll out goes up. Right? So we've got a choice. We're building out all of these electrical systems. We're putting in lots and lots of things that are going to try and use this system. So out of those two choices, which one might be better? Right? Hydrogen is super useful in that it's a drop-in chemical equivalent. Yeah. Right? And anywhere that we're trying to create high temperatures in industry, or even just high temperatures in our home, we can fundamentally drop hydrogen straight into it. Right? And that's, in terms of emissions, I think just domestic heat in the UK generates about 17% of our emissions. So we swap hydrogen boilers into there, and we wipe out a massive amount. If you think we generated, I think the 2020 number is 418 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. Well, I'll take 17% off that straight away, yeah. Just by making a drop-in replacement like that. Right? So for anywhere we need heat, we can use hydrogen, right? Or electricity, but there's so many other draws for our electricity. Hydrogen kind of makes sense, if we can do it for the right price.
And is there more innovation that's required in that area, or is the technology ready to go and it's just waiting on hydrogen production?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, the technology is ready to go. Right? Is it the best that it can be? No. There's loads and loads of improvements we can do on it. But if we made a decision today that we were going to turn off the taps for all fossil fuels related to heat generation and stuff like that, we could absolutely do that. We can buy the boilers if the supply chains were all there and all that sort of stuff. But we're in that horrible three-way split where we've got a production system for hydrogen, we've got a distribution, storage, and delivery, and then we've got use cases. And where do we invest in there? So if you invest in the production systems and the application or the distributors aren't there, you're stranded. The same with the distribution systems, the same with the applications. So I think when we were talking earlier on about government's role, trying to develop that and join the dots up and support it so that you don't get a stranded production asset. That's the key for me.
And obviously in the UK, we're taking this sort of industrial cluster approach, trying to get all of these different components in the same sort of geographical space. Matthias, is that the right approach?
God, that's a big question.
Ooh. I mean, first of all, talking about hydrogen, we have to think international. Yeah. So this is a very big picture. But I'm coming back to my point I mentioned a few minutes ago. I think everybody can start small projects. So you can start projects today at university. You can teach the students. By the way, we need a lot of skilled workers.
I've got loads of graduates if you need them.
Okay, I'll give you my phone number.
Right, okay.
No, I mean, the knowledge is available, but we have to scale. This is the topic, yeah. So, and I think if we can start with small projects, then teach our new students, get new engineers, and multiply the knowledge, I think that's a good base. I think it's maybe a little bit dangerous when we plan the huge projects in the Sahara or Middle East or whatever, and we want to try everything very quickly. At the end, the technology is there, but there is also in parallel a lot of innovation potential necessary, which we have to gain and bring also to this mass market.
Yeah. We think that the market's going to develop where we'll have lots of small distributed production systems for, if you run a fleet of vans or something like that, you put your own electrolyzer in and off you go. So we think it will start like that and then slowly grow up. But there are, slowly grow up into really big production sites. But there are areas like industrial clusters or like major logistics hubs that really make sense for large-scale production systems. Well, we did some work just recently with the port of Felixstowe that just got its free port status, to work with them to go, could they decarbonise their on-port operations? And then if they did that, how much more hydrogen would they have to produce to fuel the 3,000 trucks that arrive at their place every time? And then because those trucks go from their depot to the port, collect something, go back to their depot, and they're doing this continuous circular journeys. So it makes sense on places like that, or where you run a fleet of vehicles, to scale possibly really big. And I know Felixstowe, we're talking about many tens of kilowatts of electrolyzer production for that type of site. So we think you'll see logistics hubs and industrial clusters form their own hydrogen to serve their local markets. And that kind of kick-starts the rest of the supply chain. Because as soon as you've got that, you can then think about, all right, well, I'll put a fuel filling station just outside the port and I can do cars. Or stuff like that. If cars ever will go that route, I don't know.
I mean, I guess one of the challenges, we've got some industrial clusters popping up in the UK, but although a lot of the emissions are within those sort of industrial clusters, the vast majority of emitters actually sit outside clusters. What do we do about having that conversation with them around, when hydrogen might be available? How do we prepare them for hydrogen?
So we discuss a lot with, I personally at the moment, with German utilities. So they really understand. I mean, Germany, we're in a special situation because we don't have so much natural gas on our own, as we recognize now. That's maybe a critical situation. But they are really interested to, because they have gas business as well, natural gas business, and they want to convert. And we are talking, we have discussed in other sessions today the security of supply. And it's not only natural gas, it's only, I mean, we want to discuss industry here. Some industry companies, they need hydrogen. They purchase it today and they pay, let's say, 13 euros per kilogram. Yeah? And maybe with a dramatic price increase, they pay now 3 times. And maybe now it makes sense to have their own electrolyzer and then produce their own hydrogen, for example. But generally, I would say the big drivers are the utilities. They are very interested to take a look at this new technology, as they are also investing in green power, because they have some wind farms in the North Sea. They invest in photovoltaics and so on. And we are coming in a certain stage. In Germany, for example, we have 6.5 terawatt not used power, because we don't get the electricity from the north to the south, and sometimes it's too much sun and too much wind. So it's 6.5 terawatt hours, and nobody is using it. So we switch off the windmill, we switch off the photovoltaic systems. I cannot believe it, because we are in a geopolitical challenge at the moment. So why are we not using this electricity for producing hydrogen, for storage in the grid, to burn it in a boiler? Because we have millions of boilers out there. We can make a blending of 10 or 20% without any problem. And the technology is a no-brainer. Sorry for the engineers here in this room, but it's very simple. Yeah, it's not like you don't have to invent something new. It's working. We have seen that in several topics. So this is my point of view.
I think those industrial clusters, if we just think about them as big companies, they have at least as big a role possible, well, probably bigger than government, on forcing the whole sustainability agenda, not just hydrogen and if in a perfect world, you would have on your purchasing decisions, what price is it, what delivery is it, what carbon emissions is associated with it. Now, if those big companies are using hydrogen fuels and stuff like that, they should be thinking about their supply chain. So it's all down to the scope 3s again. All of their suppliers, they are in a perfect position to start to drive the behaviours of the smaller companies. And when they flow that down, that will drive down to the next level and the next one and the next one. And that's true of not just hydrogen, it's the whole sustainability agenda. The government needs to set the framework that makes companies want to do it, and you can see that going through all big company boards now. You know, sustainability used to be the purview of a tree hugger or whatever, but now it's absolutely central to it. And that's starting to drive down the supply chain. That is the thing that will eventually get us to a sustainable economy, where hydrogen plays a really significant part of it.
And do you have any thoughts on the sort of specific levers that could be, or regulatory levers that could be employed to support the industry in its transition towards hydrogen or decarbonisation?
Yeah, that's difficult at the moment because it's we're all under sort of significant economic pressures, aren't we? What the classic mechanism would be start to actually cost the real cost of carbon. There's a few different sort of measures that you can use to say how much does a kilogram of carbon dioxide equivalent actually cost, and there's some methods you'll come up with $2,000 a kilo, and some you'll come up with $10 a kilo. What we need to do is figure out that globally and really start to focus on it, because the current price we pay for carbon is trivial for most companies, right? But that would be the one I would push. But that's obviously going to be unpopular because it's a cost, but it's realistic.
Yeah, I don't want to discuss the carbon price, because usually no company really likes it, but I agree with you. And for certain applications, people say when carbon price is up to 200 euros, then really investments are accelerating and so on. I think what's very important, and coming back to your question, is we have in Germany, for example, we have a lot of small enterprises, and the question is, shall we work with these companies as well, and they should start on hydrogen technologies? And so maybe no, maybe there will be some small companies they are interested in as well, but usually these companies are very concentrated on their core business, and they just get energy from the utility and gas from a gas supplier and so on. So I think the main drivers should be the utilities, who should take care about the energy environment traditionally. That's my opinion.
I think if you could balance the carbon tax with investment tax credits, that would be the perfect way. So, get tax benefits from adopting hydrogen as your heat source.
Amazing. I mean, it would be remiss of me not to ask, given that we've got industry and academia on the same stage. How are we doing in terms of sort of collaboration between industry and academia? And is there more that we could be doing to sort of foster that
yes,
collaboration?
Yes, we could be doing loads more. Please give me all your money. No, we're actually not doing too badly, I don't think. Hydrogen's gone from, in terms of research portfolio for us, hydrogen was a fraction of what we did, to one of the most domineering pieces of energy research. And I think it's going to stay that way for the next 10 or 15 years. We work extensively with industry on development of technologies and more social science stuff to say how are people going to adopt these technologies. And I think the big question the most common question we're getting asked at the moment is, we think hydrogen is really important. We'd love to play a part. What do we do? How can I get involved and stuff like that? So I think there's sufficient amount of industrial engagement in it that it could keep me busy for the rest of the time.
Great.
So not that I'm going to retire tomorrow, but there you go.
Bosch is a company working with technology for life. So for sure we have very good connections to universities all over the world. My wish would be there are certain technology problems. They are very challenging in electrolyzer business and fuel cell business, also in infrastructure and so on. And I think universities, they are so good, they could concentrate much more on these problems, like sealings or like coatings or different materials and so on. And we can join forces. And what I said before, we need engineers. We need engineers. And I think at the moment for young people to go to university and say, hey, I'm working on a semester hydrogen or on 2 or 3 semesters, it's super, So they are welcome. And I think it's also a very good motivation. And therefore, yes, we're working together,
I think one of the key things for universities, and maybe this is a plea, a shameless plea, or whatever, but we know, or we try to get to know everything about that particular piece of engineering or science or whatever. What we don't necessarily know is what are the problems that are stopping industry achieving what they want to do. We can sit and make knowledgeable guesses and things like that, but knowing what the problems are in industry in enough detail that we can go, all right, let's try and apply some science to fix it. That's a conversation that we have quite often, but I would like to have a lot more of.
And Matthias would like you to fix his sealing and coating problems.
There you go. And we can do that.
Yeah, but in addition, maybe you also can help as university on the macro view, let's say, to help the board of directors to understand much more the whole ecosystem and the industry, because sometimes maybe they listen much better to you than to me, or I don't know.
I do spend a lot of time preaching to boards. So, yeah.
No, I mean, that would be great, because I'm convinced, once more again, the top management, the board of directors, they have to understand things in detail, and then they can precisely for their company make the right decision, and maybe there you can help as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we do try to bring is, a company very focused on, I don't know, let's pick fuel cells or something like that, and then maybe they're very focused on one particular set of fuel cells, and that's their world, and that rightly so is their world to work. What universities can potentially bring to it is where does that fit into the rest of the world? Right? Because part of our jobs is to make sure that we're future scoping all of the time to try and go, okay, where's the next bit? How does all this fit together? Right. So if you're very focused as a company, getting that wider view potentially is quite useful.
I'm also very interested in UK leadership. I mean, where are the areas where your view is that the UK is leading, and where are the opportunities where the UK could emerge as a sort of global leader in a particular area, whether that's part of the value chain or supply chain?
UK is leading in boilers, and
yes, I mean, boiler.
Yes,
it's not glamorous, but it's.
So to be honest, I love to have a warm shower and I love to have a warm home. Yeah, so. And you have big factories here, you have the technology, you do that for decades. And I think burning hydrogen into boilers, blending, like, let's say 10% in the gas grid, it's no problem. And I love this idea because you can start this market today. Yeah, maybe everybody would pay 5% more on the energy bill per year, but it's not so much. And you have the gas grid here in the UK, you have the boiler technology, and step by step you can move from 0% hydrogen to 100%. So first thing. Second thing, I mean, with Ceres Power, Bosch found a technology partner. I think and I had a lot of discussions today and in the past as well, there are a lot of leading clusters on technology in the UK, and I think this is very useful. I think it's like my plant at home, it maybe needs a little bit more water now. I don't know where the water is coming from policymakers or so, I don't know. I'm not a specialist here in the UK, but I think especially the environment of universities in combination with all these companies, that could be a great cluster for new innovations.
Amazing.
I think we lead in the heat and combustion side. For sure. I mean, fuel cells aside, electrolyzers aside, there's not that much research going into things like hydrogen internal combustion engines. I can tell you that most of the major engine manufacturers will be rolling out the equivalent of the 6-litre engine and the 15-litre engine within the next 18 months. Now that take your diesel engine out, plug your hydrogen engine in, change the fuel system, off you go. That's really interesting because that applies to both trucks. Okay, then you can drop it into boats, and by the way, big trains are using the same engines, so you could go across to there. So that whole combustion of hydrogen inside an engine is really interesting. I think there'll be. I think to just focus on fuel cells as the solution is maybe a little bit misleading. So I think we've got some really good stuff going on in that side of it. The boilers, as you put it, but the industrial heat side.
You like boilers as well?
Yeah, boilers again. Right.
Everybody loves boilers.
Yeah. The industrial heat side and the transition of a traditional steel mill, I know sugar, we've done some work with Tate and Lyle, for instance, or whatever. The whole, how do you decarbonise that industrial space? We're really good at, right? And I think when we think about the UK's position, developing those type of technologies, being expert at it, and then exporting how do you do this?
Yeah.
Oh, and do you want them because we can also make them, right? Is super useful. But the knowledge that we have within the country is much easier to export and much easier to compete with others against. When we think to sort of bulk manufacturing, it's very difficult to see how we compete with places like China and the Far East and stuff like that. But there's a massive opportunity for us to become the thought leaders, the expert consultants, how do you put these projects together, type of thing, based on doing some good science here.
Yeah. Maybe I would like to add here, I think in the UK you are very advanced in renewable energies. Yeah. So you have a lot of wind, you have a lot of photovoltaics, and we have seen some map here on one slide today, and so it's a great field to install electrolyzers, because you have the green electricity, and so maybe when you ask what's an opportunity, I think where are the electrolyzers?
Yeah.
So that could be great, and here you could gain some experience by installing the systems, by making the integration and so on, and then maybe exporting this knowledge as well.
Amazing. Right, we've got 8 minutes and 24 seconds left. So I'm sure we've got some sort of questions from the floor. Yes, we've got one there. If you could just stick your hands really high in the air, that would be great so I can see.
Thanks. I'm Luke Herbert. I'm Executive Director of Communications for Climate Group. Through our RE100 program, which is now about 350 companies, collectively electricity demand bigger than the UK, hopefully soon next country up as well. We've got businesses members in Korea, Japan, other places who, through the mass market, they can't secure the renewables. They want to go 100% clean, or there's issues in terms of grids or policy barriers. So I'm interested in the electrolyzer solution. Do you think for businesses, have you done any comparison about the sort of cost competitiveness of for businesses who maybe are looking to secure their own renewables through power purchase agreements, and then whether the economics of that solution versus, say, battery storage, for if they were to try and supply all their needs for renewables, and for when they don't need the demand, they can then produce hydrogen for heat for their community, for their facilities, etc. It'd be really great to understand that, and whether you think that could be a way of unlocking renewable investment and growth when, say, the grid or the grid policies aren't there and ready yet in those locations.
Maybe I try to answer. It's a very good question. Thanks for that. So maybe I compare it with a meeting I had a couple of weeks ago. I met the guy who installed the first wind park in North Germany. So wind park, yeah. It was 1993, and it was amazing to talk to this guy. And I think he was facing a similar question, because at that time to install a wind park and to invest in a wind park, there had been so many uncertainties and so many questions. And he's a farmer, and he said, I have land, and in the north part of Germany there's wind, so it makes sense to make a wind park. So maybe your question is a little bit similar. I think we have to try projects. We have to find the right balance about the size of the projects, because maybe if the projects are too big, we will not find investors because the risk is too high, because the electrolyzers, for sure, they just, you have seen 2 or 3 or 50, but not hundreds of them. And so to discuss the balance, which size is the right, to find the right partners for investment is very important. And then you discussing as well the regulations. I think this is a very crucial point as well, because at the moment we have investment people who wants to invest, they ask for the framework of regulation that the business case is okay, yeah, and you get 10 or 20% profit. We don't have that today. And what I see is that for sure people are looking for the first investments. Is it the right country? Korea? Is it Japan? Is it Middle East? And so on, to balance the chance and the risk where to go to.
I ran some numbers last year on a solar project, right? And it turned out that if you owned the land, so you took real estate costs out of the thing, you about halved the payback period on it, right, down to about 7 years or so. But that was when electricity was 14 pence a kilowatt hour, and now it's there's rumours of it going up to 45 or something like that. So putting solar on your own facilities pays back really well. But I would advise you always put solar with batteries, right? Because you can't guarantee when the sun's going to shine and stuff like that. And if you put solar with batteries, and as long as you can get the batteries for the right price, it about doubles the return on that system, right? So if you start to gang renewables together, it really pays off if you own the facility you're on already. Now, hydrogen is just a battery in a chemical form. Right? So maybe you think about running that into an electrolyzer to produce hydrogen, especially if your company runs heat processes or has a significant space heating requirement and stuff like that. Don't run it into a battery, run it into an electrolyzer. Right? So it definitely pays back, and over the next probably 2 years, if you were to do it, you would get very accelerated payback.
Amazing. I think we had a question in the far corner.
Yeah, hello, it's Adam from Tamarindo. It was building on the question, actually, from the front here, which was to a certain extent answered, but it was around the co-location of wind and hydrogen projects. I'm working with a number of developers in the Nordics who are already working on projects in that early stage of development. And one of the areas of uncertainty is the fact that there is no rule book for co-locating, and also the development cycles for renewables and for hydrogen projects are fundamentally different. My question to you both is, what is the best way to be able to flatten that development curve and effectively bring those two parties that really operate fundamentally different business models together so that you see more of that more quickly?
That is really difficult. The hydrogen regulatory space is hideous. It's a whole different set of regulations, a whole new set of problems to the renewable energy space, and they don't play nicely together at the moment at all. So I know, for instance, a group who put in, I think they've got about a 30 megawatt renewable wind and a 60 megawatt co-located solar, and it took them as long to get the permitting to put the hydrogen, a 1.5 megawatt hydrogen electrolyzer in, as it did. Now, I think the government have recognised that and will try to change it. I think the British Standards Institute are going through some regulatory stuff to try and standardise how we treat hydrogen and the safety systems around it. But it's a blocker, and I don't think there is an easy answer. Now, Norway may be different. I don't know.
I would 100% agree. It's a very good question. Yeah? So I think we have, in the past, we had two industries, the molecules and the electron industries, and they, at the end, have to merge together. Regulations have to merge together. It's a very tough work. Yeah. We in Bosch try also to invest with other big companies and enterprises in associations because we think we're strong and we have a word and so on. But unfortunately, it will take time. On the other hand, everybody is shouting about regulations, so I'm not a fan about regulations, but I'm happy to have some in my life. And as we know, hydrogen can be dangerous and so on. So I think we need some time. And also, I think we discussed today as well, we need to convince a lot of stakeholders, yeah, because there might be some people, they have never heard about hydrogen and they have not a real feeling about that. So I think we have also a very big task for education at the moment.
I think that the problem with hydrogen regulation is specific hydrogen regulation is quite rare. So what the regulators try and do is pull on gas and things that are similar, and instead of having a sort of very compact, very sensible and efficient regulatory system, at that point you end up with one stacked on top of another, and until we clear that up, I think, I'm sorry, but your world of pain is going to continue.
Amazing. Well, we are bang out of time. Not even time for my quick fire questions at the end. So if you'd like to join me in thanking our two panelists for an amazing session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Claire, Matthias and Phil. And now the final session of today's Hydrogen for Life conference, which is on finance, of course, of crucial importance to the future development of the industry. The panel on this is going to be moderated by Gavin Quantock from KPMG, with Stuart Boyd and Will Rowe, and also taking part in that panel after he's delivered the keynote speech will be Richard Hulf of Hydrogen One Capital.
I'm going to try to come up with something that's not been said already. I'm going to talk to you about the hydrogen sector from the investor's perspective. Just before I get started, I guess there's sort of two key investment principles that are worth bearing in mind with hydrogen. From a returns perspective, it's better to be in early than late, so that's kind of ticks the box in the hydrogen sector. And also from a returns perspective, we're talking about the hydrogen sector being sort of transformative growth rather than linear growth. And for us, we think the best place to play this is within the sort of private equity angle. So that's what Hydrogen One Capital is about. The three things that are really driving investment into the hydrogen sector and are really driving the hydrogen economy it's first of all the energy transition through policy, government policy, the move to banning of internal combustion engines by 2030, and just the growing sort of consumer pressure of wanting to see green goods coming from the energy sector. Air quality is one of the other key drivers. We believe that's vital, and we think hydrogen's got a great role to play in that. And of course now energy security. Now when we launched our investment fund about a year ago, we've got £130 million under management. Energy security wasn't really a factor, but that's really started to change things, and these are the three key drivers that we think are important to the hydrogen sector. So why now? I mean, really the first point is about focusing on, for us, it hasn't been said so far. People have been talking about mobility, but for us, really, it's about the conversion of the grey market of hydrogen, which is a 175 billion market, which is industrial gases, refining steel, cement, and ammonia. That's here now, and that's grey, and that's got to be converted to green, and that's the pull that we're seeing on the investments that we're making into projects and companies. Following on from that, you've got the green hydrogen projects, and quite a few investors have said to us that, well, where are they? And we've been reading these off to people. There are already 27 green and blue hydrogen projects on production, and at the end of 2021, at least nearly 200 more projects that have taken FID and are actually under construction. So it's a real sector, and it's the clean projects that are driving us forward. So from an investment perspective, it's about companies and it's about projects. And momentum has really been starting to build in the hydrogen sector. With step change in hydrogen policies from the US. I think it's been mentioned already, the RE Power in Europe. When we launched our fund last year, we were talking about 40 gigawatts worth of potential demand for hydrogen out to 2030. That's recently been revised up to more than 300. So that's really driving things forward. And then with the UK and Japan as well. There's been an acceleration in the interest in hydrogen simply because of energy prices, we think, reverting back to a norm. When JJ Traynor and myself, who set the fund up, we're both sort of orphans of the oil and gas sector, sort of made orphans almost by a period in the sector where people thought oil prices around $40 a barrel were real. Of course, that wasn't sustainable, and then we're now back to oil prices up around sort of 80 to 100, which is probably where the oil and gas sector can maintain itself. And that means there's sort of been an acceleration of the competitiveness of green hydrogen versus grey. And I think somebody mentioned that earlier on this morning. So that's created an explosion in opportunities. We didn't think we'd be investing into projects for another sort of 2 or 3 years. But I'll show you a few along the bottom of the slide here where we've been investing right now because they're becoming economic. So just in terms of, I think there's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen by 2050, by 2030. Just from our perspective, this is what we've invested into now, the companies along the bottom there. So a small amount of capital deployed into listed equities, but 20 million into a company called Sunfire, which is an electrolyzer company that makes hydrogen. HiRock split methane, and they make hydrogen from that. NanoSun transport hydrogen from A to B in compressed form. Bramble take hydrogen into a fuel cell and produce electricity. Gen 2 is our first project that we've invested into in Norway. We've invested a small amount into sort of top company. We get investment options and rights into the special purpose vehicles that hold more than 700 megawatts worth of projects that we're going to be developing, and taking very, very cheap Norwegian hydropower to put into the electrolyzers to produce green hydrogen. Cranfield Aerospace are using hydrogen into fuel cells to run turboprop planes. Elcogen are taking fuel cells and using hydrogen to produce electricity. And HH2E is our other project investment in Germany, where we're looking at the conversion of grey hydrogen in the Rhineland over to green hydrogen. So these are projects and companies that we've already invested into that for us generate an economic return. The other key thing about the sector that people really need to understand is that, I mean, I've already mentioned a few numbers around the projects that are already already up and running. So we're working very closely with Arab, who are sort of technical consultant, and they've been carrying out an analysis of projects around the world. This is a study here that shows where most of the projects are in Europe and some in China, but these are real projects that we're actually investing into, and it's accelerating very fast, as sort of shown by the chart on the right hand side. A lot's been spoken about in terms of volumes, but we're starting to get into the numbers here. So on the left-hand side, we're looking at the sort of quantification of the end use of hydrogen by 2030. So we've got about 25 megatons of green hydrogen on conversion, and 50 of new demand. So creating 75 million tons of hydrogen by 2030. And in terms of the actual economic opportunity by 2030 as well, where we look at 160 now, out to a total demand of 700 by 2030, creates more than $1 billion worth of demand. So why invest into hydrogen today? It has to happen for the hard to decarbonise industries that have already been discussed at length today. Global legislation, consumer pressure, clean air, energy security are some of the key reasons. And the economics are becoming highly attractive by the increase in current oil prices, making sort of green on parity with grey. So that's just a quick introduction to our discussion, and perhaps we can bring on our other colleagues. Thanks very much.
How you going?
I'm going at the end. It's always been the host's chair over there here.
Okay. Good start. You have to drink that out of the bottle, I think.
I've got a glass with me. We'll just wait for Richard.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so it's the final session of the day, and then Adam's going to be summarising what's been a fantastic day. So I'm absolutely delighted to be on stage with some familiar faces, certainly to me, and I hope to many of you as well, because these guys, I was going to say live and breathe hydrogen, but they literally, they are in the sector, they have worked in the sector for a while, and we've got representatives here from the actual businesses, and advisors as well, and investors. So this is a fantastic opportunity for anyone in the room to ask them lots of questions, and I've already told them that I will also be asking them some pretty challenging questions. But before we do that, it'd be great if you guys could introduce yourselves.
I'll go first then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Will, CEO and founder of Octopus Hydrogen. We're a green hydrogen producer in the UK, so we focus on electrolytic hydrogen projects, normally serving either mobility applications in the heavy mobility side or displacing grey hydrogen that's currently in tube trailers on the roads.
I'm Stuart Boyd, partner at Kirkland & Ellis law firm. My speciality is sort of M&A, so I was working with Gavin on a deal last year, but the firm works on all manner of aspects, all aspects of private equity. So we've helped raise hydrogen-specific funds, tax advice, regulatory, and obviously deployment of the capital.
Thanks, Stuart. Giacomo Rossi, I go by Jack. I work for SNAM, and I lead all of our activities in the UK, Ireland, and North Sea. SNAM is Europe's largest gas infrastructure player. We've got over 42,000 kilometres of pipe, 20 BCM, billion cubic meters, of gas. We were probably one of the earliest hydrogen advocates in the market. We set up our hydrogen business unit in 2019, got about 65 people working on it. And we invest across the value chain, so from electrolyzers such as Denora, which is listed today actually, ITM, through the value chain, through the pipelines, to end use, so very, very active. We've invested almost about €1 billion in the space. What's important from our perspective is we've been very active, so almost the entire of our network, 42,000 kilometers of pipe is hydrogen ready, and we've got a lot of work with the customers, which is probably one of the key elements that we should be discussing today in terms of getting the hydrogen process going. So very happy to be here and great to be in the panel.
And hi, Richard Holf, one of the co-founders of Hydrogen One Capital. I started my career in oil and gas years ago, worked with Exxon originally, got some experience on running gas fields, quite useful for looking at hydrogen today. I've worked in the city for Ernst & Young, on corporate finance, again working in oil and gas. And then before I set up Hydrogen One with JJ Traynor 2 years ago, prior to that I was a fund manager at Artemis, investing into the energy sector. Some private companies and some hydrogen companies as well.
Perfect. And finally, Gavin Quantox, I'm a partner that leads the Energy Lead Advisory team at KPMG. Okay, right then panel. Let's start with you, Will, I think. So you're in the sector, okay. How have you found investors when they've been approaching you? Very direct question. So how have you found them?
Well, so take a small step back. So we started the business 18 months ago, and we were very lucky to have Octopus Energy as one of our key investors, actually our major and only investor at this point in time. So I think what was interesting when we went about that, we went down the corporate investment route to start with, rather than say a seed round and going from there, because a couple of things. One, it was quite obvious to us that if you're going to bother going into the hydrogen market, going in with a very small amount of capital is probably not going to get you anywhere very quickly. So you may as well have enough money to build something and do something and get some learnings. And the second was, I guess, ultimately, hydrogen is complementary to electrification of many things through renewables. And so we wanted an investor that kind of bought into the duality of that. So the fact that more renewables, more electrification also needs, you know, something else in the mix around decarbonising things that aren't going to get decarbonised directly. And Octopus is very progressive, and so kind of saw that, realised it didn't have anything in the hydrogen side or the molecule side. You know, it was very big on renewables, etc. It didn't have anything to sort of offer industry or sectors that can't decarbonise, and needed something over and above, say, grid-scale batteries to help balance the grid. So that was really why they came in. And then other than that, I mean, you know, if you want to raise little bits of money in the hydrogen space, it's pretty easy. If you want to get billions of pounds away, it's probably a bit harder right now because there's lots of people who want to do it, but they also want an off-take contract that's probably not there yet because not many people are buying that. Not well, apart from in the oil and gas sector, where for refineries and ammonia, no one's really buying that much hydrogen.
Yeah. Okay.
So you've got to choose your business model carefully, I think.
Okay, and then I'll ask you, Stuart, I think. So in terms of how you then go from being very, very small, which a lot of the investments are now, to then scaling up rapidly, because I think everyone here understands the challenge that we have in terms of the delivery of the amount of hydrogen that want to be delivered. So what's the best way, in your view, when having conversations with investors, that you can take them on that journey? Because this is, I think everyone will agree, this is a long journey that we're all going to be on.
I mean, I think it's finding the right investor to who's buying into it. And if you look at, you know, as you were sort of alluding to, I think there's two categories. There's the large corporates who are diversifying and actually putting a lot of capital into that. They obviously understand the journey and are keen to develop it. And also, if you look at, you mentioned offtake contracts from a legal perspective, the hydrogen market just isn't there at the moment. You can't get the long-term offtake contracts, and so the way you're financing it necessitates often a big balance sheet to sort of grow the project. So you look at large corporates that are effectively using corporate financing to develop these projects, which is just, you go back 20 years or more, it's probably where solar and wind was. You know, you look at them now, very sort of cost-effective technology, reliable sources of revenue, and therefore the financing you can get is a bit different. I think the other side of it is actually looking more to sort of the private investors, and that I think is a huge, you know, the market is changing. Any sort of private equity fund, even if they're not sort of hydrogen specific, they're all much more focused on ESG. I think they're also willing to take a much longer term and are looking at the growth potential of this market relative to mature markets and seeing huge opportunity. So I think your ability to find the right investors who are willing to put serious capital to play is just, it's a fundamentally different place to where we were before.
Okay, so I'm not going to just go down the line. I'll go straight to the end as well.
Just to prove it.
Yeah, just to prove it, yeah. And Richard, what's your perspective? Because, you know, we often talk about joint ventures, we talk about strategic partnerships, and I noticed on your slide in that brilliant presentation that you talked about, you've done co-investments with some strategics. So do you feel that that's the way that all of this can be unlocked?
I think we, as viewed as the specialist hydrogen investor, are sort of in demand by larger, more generalist investors that understand the structure of investing into the renewable space, but they don't quite have the experience of hydrogen. They're not quite sure whether the right electrolyzer manufacturer is being selected, whether it's the right country, how close are we to the offtake agreements being signed. So you can just tell that their credit committees have charged that team with saying, look, we'll do this, providing that we have somebody that comes in that understands hydrogen. So we actually feel like we're being the catalyst to making these things happen. And we see both sides of the market. We see like truck fleets that are saying we're thinking of making half the fleet run or less than half the fleet run on hydrogen, but we're not sure we can get hold of it, and we're looking at other project managers that are thinking, we're thinking about installing electrolyzers, but we're not quite sure there's going to be off-takers. So the thing that needs to push it over the edge is, we're finding, is to have the equity investor come in and say, we will commit to this, that then sort of like triggers a chain of events that then you get the second and third larger private equity investor that comes in. There may be a debt element to it. Suddenly things start to happen. So we are seeing projects that are going from going from a letter of intent to an offtake agreement. And there are 2 projects within the developers that I mentioned that will be taking FID on later this year because we've got to that point. From the helicopter view, yeah, sure, it's difficult to see where these projects are, but when you actually start doing it, as we are, and you're the first mover, you really start to see these things being signed up and going.
I'd echo what Richard said there, because what we found is we get inbounds almost every day from someone who says, do you want to buy some hydrogen? I've got a random field somewhere, which turns out hasn't got a grid connection, but I'm sure it could produce hydrogen. And we're like, yeah, cool. Come back to us once you've kind of got financial close on your project and planning and a permit, and yeah, we'll talk about the offtake. But we're not interested in between, which is slightly dismissive. But you know, everyone's got a dream, and you've got to let them have that dream. Is the way I sort of see it. But what we find is, because we are, as of August, producing hydrogen, which is green. Everyone wants to talk to us about buying the hydrogen. Right. So we first of all built a business model, said we're going to do end-to-end production and delivery and ensure it can go into vehicles. And to be honest, we could ditch the end-to-end element now and just do production, because enough people know that we can produce hydrogen that want to come and buy it, that we don't have to bother doing the rest of it. Now, we still will do, because we see value in unlocking certain customers. But, so for all those people that have got a project that could produce hydrogen, I'm almost like, well, get on and do it, and you'll find the buyers are there. You just need to do something, because everyone's got a project going live in 2027 that could produce hydrogen. No one wants that. They want it now.
Go.
I was just going to say, but that's also diversification of the uses, and the demand is coming. So if you look at who's using it, and your slide sort of alluded to it, largely automotive, but that's going to expand as we sort of more and more uses. There was a recent thing that was announced, I think it was AMF and Kia, sort of using hydrogen power cells to put on construction sites to power the cabins on the construction site. So the demand is coming. It's finding the right investor who's got the long-term view and is willing to take the sort of the risk, if you like, that someone knows actually what they're doing with hydrogen to actually make the investment.
I think if I can just add as well a few points, sorry. I think first of all, it's a question about the value chain, where you're playing, and the associated risk factors. So you'll have different partners, different investors looking for different types of returns and risk return profile. I think the other element, which was mentioned in the previous talk, is we suddenly have a situation where you have effectively a gaseous molecule and an electron coming very hand in hand. Therefore, the skill set is very varied. And therefore, the kind of partnership and collaboration you have, I mean, taking Will's business, for example, you have a construction risk, you have a optimization risk, you have a end-use case as well. So there's a lot of different skill sets that require different levels of expertise. And also, I think it's a timeline point. So, you'll have a certain defined hold period. I have much longer hold period, so I can probably see things through slightly differently. Also, because I can see an industrial logic for a larger portfolio. So I think all those things need to be put side by side, but equally, I mean, we get a lot of inbounds, and likewise, I do a lot of outbounds in terms of finding ways of collaborating, finding ways where we can leverage the skill base, our engineering base, our experience in Italy and other markets that are in a way behind on the regulatory side, but far more advanced on the hydrogen molecule side, and that's usually quite a healthy conversation.
And just to pick up on a couple of points you've mentioned there, so you talked about defined hold periods for sets and financials. You talked about corporates having longer hold periods, but now you've got this whole flexible pool of capital, which has long-term equity. They take a longer-term view, so growth equity funds that are there for the long term to invest in that infrastructure. So how do you see that those all playing together, which is effectively so many different types of capital with different priorities in terms of both not only return profiles but hold periods and controls that they want in a business? So then how do you put all of them together and say, in the best way to deliver what we all want to deliver in hydrogen?
Let me have a go at that.
There we are. So it's not an easy question, that.
So, I mean, our whole period of companies and of projects is going to be typically between sort of 2 and 5 years. Yeah. So if a company comes along and says, look, we're going to IPO next year, can we have some pre-IPO finance? It's probably not really one for us, because we think that each company needs and project needs its sort of space to grow. But I mean, to take projects in particular, So the two development companies we've invested into in Germany and in Norway that then will have the projects at SPV level down below. It's just a perfect economic investment for us because the cost of entry is our share of the capex to build the project. We're not going to sign that until we've seen the offtake agreement that's in place, but those are coming into place in these individual SPVs. We hold it until the thing, so we take the development risk, we get good technical advice from people like Arup and others, and then we'll hold it to the point where the project starts, and at that point it becomes highly attractive to the infrastructure investor because everything's in place, the thing's built, it's working. Yeah. And the economics of these projects compared to the things that we've seen before, JJ and me in our oil and gas careers, are completely different. Because with an oil and gas field, you've got a production profile that you got there because you might have discovered oil, you might not have. The risks are much, much higher. And then the whole thing was going to go into decline at some point. These hydrogen projects are just like flat revenues and cash flows. And all you have to do is change out the electrolyzer plates. So the economics are highly attractive to the incumbent. And when you look at the multiple, our exit value is the difference between the entry capex and the remaining DCF to our share of that project going forward. And that is incredibly attractive as an investment. So, and we didn't think we'd get these projects until maybe another 2 or 3 years' time, but just evidence of the way, the pace at which the world is moving at the moment. That we're seeing these things right now.
I think it's interesting because one of the things we find is, so like you say, people want that DCF style, so certain cash flows over a prolonged period, and so we've got two revenue streams against a project. Effectively, we've got the subsidy that would come in through a transport or a hydrogen business model or something like that, and you've got the gas sales. And effectively, you could probably hedge both of those things out by signing long-term contracts. So effectively a swap on the subsidy side of things with some sort of certainty there, and long-term fixed-priced offtake. And then I sit there as the entrepreneur and go, yeah, but I think there's loads of merchant value in this hydrogen, so I only want to sell a bit of it. I want to sell just enough to get the project financed, and I want to keep the rest because I think there's an upside in there. And the same with the subsidy. I don't want the forward sale of the subsidy just to get some cash in the door or the certainties. I believe, if you're looking at, say, the RTFO market in the UK, that they'll trade above 70p. I think they'll trade at 80p, so I'm going to take the risk on it. So it's got quite an interesting kind of conflict. Well, not a conflict, but a debate, let's say, around the boardroom.
Yeah, well, it's quite a nice problem to have.
What does one do? And I'm always like, well, go more merchant.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jack, I know that you've got lots of experience in terms of on the international stage. So it'd be great to hear, just changing tact a little bit, it'd be great to hear some of your experiences from a financing perspective that you've seen as well.
Yeah, I think, look, as an infrastructure player, it's probably the antithesis of both where you guys are coming from. It's all about secure long-term cash flows, it's strong contract, it's good understanding of technology, so limited technology risk. So we're really the ones going to be picking up, as it were, the project later on. But having said that, as a house, we are looking to invest and support businesses as they come through. Having said that, we come out of the core business that Snam was and is as an Italian TSO, right? So we run the storage and distribution network in Italy. It's a RAB model, so regulated asset base, which is important in the context of carbon capture in the UK or any sort of infrastructure like hydrogen or carbon capture models you have here, because here it's more of a CFD type model. So if we're talking about what's attractive as a long-term infrastructure investor, is that top line cash flow visibility. We were talking about it earlier, right? It was alluded to a bit earlier as well in the conversation. What you have in Italy is and actually parts of most of Europe, very well-defined RAB model for the gas infrastructure piece. And that's well understood. It covers CapEx, it covers OpEx in most cases, a few nuances. And I think that's a great thing to be able to bring across if we're thinking about more hydrogen in the UK. I always say hydrogen are effectively the same sentence as I say carbon capture, because from my perspective, there's blue hydrogen and there's green hydrogen, and it's a transition across the two. And CCS is an absolutely vital step along the way. We also have a view that CCS will be around for longer, and the volumes will be higher, because adoption of hydrogen will probably take a little bit longer in large industrial use cases. And having said that, what you had in the renewable space is either CFD model predominant in the UK or in international markets more of a feed-in tariff. And that was fine because you had a well-defined electron market, people already consuming and buying electrons. You don't have that for hydrogen. So to your initial question, what are we seeing from the other international markets? It's a need to invest and support industry, pilot projects. Doesn't matter how big they are. They could be 1, 2, 3 megawatt type projects, hydrogen valleys. Just as an example, we're working with ceramics companies, glass manufacturers, pulp and paper, pasta, because we like stereotypes. So you can actually buy carbon-free or carbon-neutral pasta in Italy, which even though there's an input cost of corn, which is a bit high, but all of those are really important because and hydrogen to power as well, of course. Not to mention the whole storage play, which we can talk about if we have time. But showing that an industrial user can start using hydrogen is vital. So, we talked about blends up to sort of low single digit, high single digits as being workable, but the step beyond that requires fundamental reshaping of the architecture for a lot of the furnaces, a lot of the just valves, etc., that allow the input gas to be processed. So what I would say from our experience is you need a regulated model to get us up to a point to support the revenue. There will be a merchant market. I keep referring back to the LNG market that if those of us in the room 15 years ago was sort of a interesting idea between Qatar and Japan. Now there's a spot market. So I have no doubts that we'll get to that. Arguably, the thermal value of hydrogen is such that it's going to be harder to ship, but on pipeline or ammonia or other sort of vectors, it's going to be there. And the blending is going to be important. We're going to hopefully see some further highlights from that on the UK, but it's all part of the thing. And I think there was another comment earlier in the conference around, what might work in Wales doesn't work in Equatorial Guinea, what might work in the US doesn't work in Argentina, and that's completely true. We need to be nimble and adapt to the circumstances, and the government needs to support it. Without saying too much about government policy,
we've done lots of government policies.
But that is going to be vital, because that's what got the renewable space going, and now you're seeing secondary trades being done at merchant with wind farms in France and Germany and the likes.
And I think there's real parallels in the sector when you look at where the sector is now and go back and look at solar, wind and batteries. And if you look at the yield compression that's happened in those sectors, do you guys feel that over time yield compression will happen in hydrogen?
I'll start.
Yep.
I think there's a few fundamental differences in terms of the commodity and how it's used and how it's going to be traded. I mean, in electrons you have negative pricing, which to date makes just as crazy, right? That you're effectively paying the grid for the joy of producing. I don't think you'll ever get to that stage. What you'll definitely have is a decline production cost. I mean, I mentioned to you earlier, I was talking to a company just the other day who would, through optimization, through a very smart set of software and algorithms, not another one, was
impossible.
Impossible. But over a couple of months was able to generate green hydrogen at $1.6 per kilo, which is insane. Yeah. And that's happening. So I think there'll be a compression to an extent, but also be a very strong cost compression. Therefore, your margin will still be there. And I treat it as hydrogen as any other feedstock. You don't have massive yield compression in methane generation or other kind of harder to generate commodities. Power is, if you think about the marginal cost of power, once a plant is built, it's zero. There's no cost in producing green or wind power. So that's the real compression that you're seeing as well.
Okay.
I think it came out one of the earlier debates. I think one of the speakers was saying, look, in the end, that nobody will have a monopoly on hydrogen. Everybody will be able to produce hydrogen. Yeah. And so it won't sort of command that it won't have the volatility that hydrocarbons have, because it's controlled by OPEC and other producers. So longer term, you're probably looking at yield compression, just because even though the cost of green electricity is on trend to keep on going down, but at the same time the price of hydrogen will go down longer term. But that's probably not for another decade or so. Yeah. So the opportunity now is to invest into this sector as it's growing. But once we get to that phase of yield compression, it's just going to be a returns play.
And how do we make it faster? So it's going to take that long. So how do we make it faster? I'll pass that one to you, Stuart.
How do we make it faster? I'm
at
least technically sort of minded person up here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think from the investor's perspective, and probably Richard, you're better placed than I to look at it. I mean, there's all sorts of different pools of capital. I think if you're able to evidence that actually there is a readily saleable market, people will make the investment and just drive the infrastructure. So to your point around being able to attach the grid, for example, if you're trying to explain it to someone who is an investor but not hydrogen specific, they can kind of get wind and solar because you build the plant, build the farm basically, attached to the grid, and you've got a natural place you're selling to. With hydrogen, I think they don't see the connectivity as easily. They don't see the market as easily, and so the expertise, you need someone who's actually understands it fundamentally better. That said, I think pulling together, so we see it increasingly where the pool of capital available to invest in these assets is markedly different. You have people who are sort of specialists in energy, people who are long-term, people who are growth. Partnering with corporates is increasingly. And I think that's probably the way to do it. Bringing together the financial firepower, the willingness to take different tranches of the capital structure, the risk profile, and the expertise to actually just make sure the investment in terms of the infrastructure is there for the offtake.
Okay. I'd say the thing that would make us go quicker, so how do we get to lower cost hydrogen quicker? For me, at the moment, there's really two things that hurt the price of hydrogen, or green hydrogen specifically. So I guess one is the capex of the equipment, and the other is, especially at the moment, the marginal cost of power that goes into it. So it's effectively, say, somewhere between 70 and 80% power and 20% capex of the price of a kilo of hydrogen. So obviously, there's not a lot the hydrogen sector can do about reducing the cost of power. So that just needs more renewables to be built, and which is going to happen anyway. So that's kind of fine. So then when more renewables are built, those renewables will be intermittent in their generation by definition. So being able to have hydrogen that can go after the intermittent power that's cheaper, not needing baseload power, is going to be a key part of that. And then it's doing it more so that we have more electrolyzers, and those gigafactories actually are producing a gigawatt a year rather than producing a few megawatts a year. Because you want to push the learning kind of back to the person that's making it, rather than it each being done kind of by an EPC on a bespoke basis. So for me, the more modular, the more the manufacturers and the OEMs are doing the heavy lifting of the learning and internalising that and feeding it back into the product quicker, the quicker we'll see costs come down. The reason why solar got a lot cheaper, and especially a lot cheaper than wind proportionally, I know wind's very cheap, but proportionally in terms of the cost of cells, is because it could be done the same small modular unit over and over and over again. The learning rate could apply. And I suppose the challenge with wind is, the logistics for wind turbines is different each time, and we're getting better at those things. We've got vessels that put offshore wind in now, but it's just harder to have that real rapid iteration because you can't do 10 times more every time. They're quite big projects. Now, don't get me wrong, it's been an incredible journey, and it will continue to do so. But the more we make electrolysis modular, the quicker we'll learn, and the quicker the costs will come down.
I think that there could be a role for government here.
I thought we were staying clear of government.
We'll do a bit of government.
Just in policy. There's a great policy around banning of internal combustion engines by 2030. That's helping the battery sector no end. If there was some kind of policy around the conversion of the existing production of grey hydrogen, which is about 90 million tonnes per year globally, if a time limit was put on that to be converted over to green, that would accelerate the move.
What's great is India have got that policy, haven't they? So India have basically said, is it 15% of all grey hydrogen must be green by
20, then 25.
20, yeah, and it's quite a quick timeline as well. So some countries have got it, and it's the sort of thing where you could imagine there could be an international COP27 style announcement. Maybe we should try and sponsor that announcement.
Yeah, governments should make the rules. So, and they don't have to invest anything. All they have to do is just set the standard and make the market react to it.
I'm not sure everyone's going to buy into that, because I was in the Middle East recently, and so Saudi Aramco account for 10% of the world's hydrogen on their own. So the usage of hydrogen, and I'm not sure Saudi Aramco had any interest in using green hydrogen for their refining. They were very clear they're bothered about it for export, not for their own usage.
Apparently they're here this week, actually.
They're here this week?
Yeah, in the UK.
Okay.
Fantastic to talk about that.
Looking at blue hydrogen, probably.
Okay, so Stuart, I'll ask you a legal question. So what differences are you seeing in terms of the hydrogen sector compared to all of the other renewable sectors from a structuring perspective when looking at financing the project? Are there anything that is certainly nuanced in hydrogen, do you feel?
I don't think it's necessarily nuanced specific to hydrogen. It again comes to the sort of maturity of the market.
Yeah.
So, the project finance, that it isn't there at the moment. So you can't go and project finance a hydrogen production unit because there's probably skepticism around technology, the scalability, and again the sort of easily deliverable revenue streams. But then if you look back, that was the same with solar energy, wind, and between a combination of just proving the technology, developing, making sure that the offtake's there, and government subsidy, frankly, to get these projects going, ultimately we got there. That said, I think there is a huge deep pool of capital, private capital available for these projects. And again, it isn't just hydrogen-specific funds. There'll be private pools, debt capital. There's VC funds, and each of them are looking at different, or businesses at a different stage, and they'll be looking at the production, but they'll also be looking at the usage. So, companies that are diversifying, and obviously automotive is the obvious example where people are diversifying from diesel engines, etc., to hydrogen cells or fuel. But they are willing to invest in those businesses because they see the massive growth potential. And as I keep coming back to, there are so many funds and LPs investing in these funds who need to have a portion of the capital being deployed that is ESG. And that can be any sort of thing, but obviously investing in renewable hydrogen, both production and use, is hugely important for LPs. So it's something all private equity funds are focused on to some extent.
It's a good point. Don't forget, this is not just about projects. It's also investing into companies.
I was going to go on to that next. But
they're making stuff, making fuel cells, electrolyzers, and so forth. And what we found is that you've got the macro arm-waving kind of view of hydrogen and what it's doing and what it could do. But when you actually start talking to an individual company, it's very much on a micro scale. And then it very much comes down to assessment of the individual management team. It comes down to what's your order book look like for the next few years, regardless of what the global picture is for a particular type of PEM electrolyzer. This company becomes important. The management team is order book, the technology, what sort of market share that they can gain, and you can start investing now. You don't need to have the stars aligned on the big macro picture. So most investments we've made so far have been into companies, 2 projects and 6 companies, and these companies vary in value from like 40 to 400 million euros in terms of valuation. So you've got almost listed type companies that are private, that are growing very rapidly. And to be honest, who cares where the electrolyzers are going? They're selling electrolyzers somewhere. We know they're mostly going into industrial applications, but it's an investable sector now. That's what we're finding.
And building on that point you've just mentioned, because I think that we're certainly seeing a lot of that, which is companies that do both. Okay, so you've got the management team that may have some technology in the hydrogen space. Then you've also got the actual infrastructure part as well. So then the pools of capital that you have to go and speak to, you're asking them for 2 very different things. Because one, I want you to back a management team. I want you to back the growth of that business because it's a corporate. And then the other one, of course, is you're asking them to back, what will ultimately become infrastructure, right? And we can have the debate, I'm sure, at length of if we think it's infrastructure now, what is it? Look, what actually is it? But that's the reality. So then, how do you ensure that the sector moves towards the sector? When I say the sector, financiers in the sector move towards a position where they say, actually, we've got these 2 pots of capital, and they've got different return profiles. And I think that's something that we're certainly seeing a lot of due to the way the sector's evolving.
Yeah, I mean, I think in time, at Hydrogen One Capital, there will be 2 or 3 funds. One that does companies and one that does projects, because, like you say, they have very different economic profiles. But
that's not uncommon, right? I think Swen have gone that way, haven't they? In France, they've got an infra and a...
Yeah, we know that other funds say that we're just going to have a UK focus on projects or a global focus on projects. There are not that many funds, actually, so far that have said we're going to do companies and as well. But it's just the way we looked at the early stage of the hydrogen sector. It's going to be companies, because we can see them with balance sheets, order books, staff, factories expansion, private versions of ITM Power. What we didn't anticipate is that the projects have come forward so quickly, but they are quite different. But we won't be able to tell how different they are until we start exiting these investments.
Yeah.
To look at what sort of multiple does an average investment in a private company achieve versus into a private project.
Okay. Anything to add on that?
No, I agree. I mean, it's different risk profile, also different expertise, right? The management of a team. Yeah. You know, I come from private equity as well, so having managed teams and then dealing with the project requires different skill sets. So you either outsource or insource depending on your kind of your setup. You often need different ways of approaching it, and it's also different temperaments. You know, dealing with a team, nourishing a team, supporting a team is one thing. You know, there might be specific areas, whether it's strategy or sales force effectiveness, that needs more or less help, and then actually delivering a project, which at the end of the day, it's on time and on budget or better than that, and that's where the value is won or lost. And it's just different animals. So if you can do it all in one house, then that's great. Otherwise, you sometimes do see it split out and allocated differently.
Okay, thank you. So just another couple of topics in the time we've got left. So one, it was mentioned about technology. So instead of each technology, we looked at on its merits. So how do we deliver for the sector? How does the sector deliver for investors on that whole technology piece so they can get comfortable?
Let me kick that one off. This is a question that comes from a lot of our investors into our fund.
Yeah.
So what about this technology? Is it PEM or alkaline or
exactly.
solid oxide? What's all this about? You know, are you going to get stuck up a blind alley of technology that doesn't work? And we said, listen, just calm down. We're talking about anode, cathode, electrolyte. As somebody said earlier, it's just basically a battery. It's very low risk technology that was developed around the Second World War, which these days has been enhanced through materials, artificial intelligence, control systems. So it's a very low risk form of technology that's just been enhanced and made a lot better. And we believe that you'll get alkaline electrolyzers that will begin to perform like PEM electrolyzers in terms of their current density and response. As long as that company has got a well-established and reliable product that it's able to find buyers for, and it's got an order book, and it's got a factory, and it's got growth, all the usual characteristics you get from investing into a good business, that's more important than the particular technology. So for us, technology is a very low-risk part of the sector.
I mean, so if I was talking to an investor, I'd say the same as Richard. But I suppose on the ground, what I found is, and it is the right narrative, by the way, I do wholeheartedly agree. You're not in the wrong, you don't have to worry too much about being in the wrong camp, I don't think, at this point. What we've found, though, is there's a big difference between theoretical efficiencies and safety cases and CE certifications around small electrolyzers, and how that then, you know, the same company or another company that hasn't yet got there is going to deliver a 20 megawatt and then let's say to 100 megawatt system and what that looks like. And what we found is, you know, when we entered the market, you go, who am I going to look at? ITM, public listed company, probably the most valuable electrolyzer company on the world. Great. And then it turns out there's probably 13 to 15 manufacturers of PEM. There's probably 5 alkaline. There's a few solid oxides. You know, there's AEM as well. So there's cryogenic. There's loads of different electrolysis technologies. And fundamentally, the question is, show me your biggest certified product that I can buy that you can manufacture the same thing over and over again and have documentation that tells me how to install it, how to commission it, what its performance actually is, you know, and then they go, oh, I haven't got all of that yet. What I've actually got is a really small system around the corner that you can see. So I suppose that's where the market needs a bit of like kicking, which is like you say, it's not whether it's PEM or whether it's solid oxide, it's show me your big one.
Yeah. Is it tried and tested? Does it work? Yeah. You know, has it been certified?
And that's where more important. Some investors come in and do help scale it up. They're willing to sit behind that. They believe in the management team, the track record, and you know, it's not for businesses like mine to be investing through procurement against that. I don't want to pick the winner. I want someone else to pick the winner, and then I want to buy a product.
Yeah, I think just to kind of draw an analogy perhaps to the battery industry, right? There's a reason a certain battery type is used from specific manufacturers, because you have warranties. You need to be able to rely that for 10 years, you know exactly what the degradation curve looks like, you know exactly what happens, and if you use it within certain parameters, you're fine. And if it goes wrong while you're using it within parameters, they'll come and fix it for free. And as an operator, as an owner, you can't take that sort of risk.
Yeah.
As an investor, you say, okay, great, there's a 10-year or Toshiba or whatever equivalent in the battery. And likewise with electrolyzers, you just need to have that comfort that as an owner, you're good with that, and it can get replaced or fixed pretty quickly.
And then I was going to say we're running out of time, because then if we resolve the technology problem, we resolve the offtake problem, and then we've got a debt market. Which is a whole different debate.
Simples.
Yeah. Okay, so it would be great to take some questions to the extent people have them. Yes. Someone down here? Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm working with a piece of technology that will dramatically change the way the world generates electricity and green hydrogen from fossil fuels and from waste. So it's why it's very unfashionable. But we've got a promise of a loan of 23 million euros to build the first demo system in Germany, which may or may not come through. And after that, obviously, we're going to need investors to build up a whole ramp of selling these systems worldwide. What's the best way to go about that? As a group, we're a group of 8 of us with different nationalities, and none of us have got any experience of that aspect of business.
Okay.
I can help you.
Good.
No, I'll help you.
Well, Richard's at the end.
What I would do if I was you is get a buyer or get someone independent to verify it before you even bother approaching an investor. Because the investor will go, show me the independent verification that it works, or show me the customers.
I've got one from an organisation called Fraunhofer, which is Fraunhofer Institute in Germany, have produced a report that says this technology will work.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing. It would look a lot more attractive to us as an investor if you had a big, well-known name, an industrial partner, like Siemens, Bosch, somebody of that order.
Yeah.
Because if it's good enough for them, it's got to be good enough for us. Yeah. So we don't want to be able to judge and pick your technology, but we want somebody else in the sector to have done it for us.
Yeah. Well, certainly one of those 2 names you mentioned, we did have extensive negotiations with, and at one stage they were going to move jointly with us, but the management in that, or the manager of that particular unit changed, and he rejected the idea. So we have had negotiations with organisations like that.
Yeah, well, that's what you need. Just carry on doing that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and good luck.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. Great discussion. I love the way it flowed with all the insights. There was a reference earlier today about what China did to the solar PV industry in terms of subsidizing that and taking market share and destroying effectively a flourishing industry in Europe. It feels as though Europe's learned that lesson. They're investing massively in hydrogen. Is that risk eliminated, or is that still a possibility?
Yeah, it's of course it's true that when you look at the total addressable market for electrolyzers and fuel cells globally, it's totally dominated by the Chinese. It's 60 to 70% Chinese. But when you start talking to the potential end users of those products in Western Europe, they'll say, yeah, but look at the reliability, look at the materials, look at the efficiency. Look at the load factors that we can get with these things. It's just they're unusable. So, but they have great application within China that can take account for those shortcomings. But in terms of a threat to investments that we might make into the equivalent Western company, it's not really an issue, I don't think.
If I can add to that, I think we were talking about the analogy or the anecdote of solar, for example. Solar, it's a very simple piece of tech. The electrolyzer is actually a lot more complex than that. It is, as you said, simplistically to anode cathode and something in between, but realistically it's actually a lot harder to get it to the same level. I mean, I'm sure you speak with your portfolio companies. When I spend time with ITM, who we've invested in, or Denor, it's a lot more complex, and there's a lot of R&D which is very, very IP specific. So we're less worried about it, and you can go along a big spectrum of sort of quality, load, efficiency, etc. But it takes much more than just copying on on the solar panel or using that analogy.
But I think the future, the next step, is to collaborate with the Chinese to take the Western technology into China, just the way Apple have done. But then we've looked at that and we're terrified about the IP in the company just disappearing. But we need to work on that. I was in this discussion the other day where somebody stood up from BP Castrol and said that we have transplanted BP's Castrol headquarters to Shanghai. So it's about embracing that nation to figure out a way forward. And we're not quite there yet in the hydrogen sector.
Also, just volumetrically, just to give you kind of on the methane side, I know it's a bit of a bad word to use, but China is adding the equivalent of France to its gas network for the next 15 years. So that means a larger methane that's kind of supporting the gas prices at the moment, but also it will mean fundamentally that those homes, those boilers, those consumer uses are going to be more hydrogen, will be hydrogen consuming at some point in the future. So they'll need the volumes coming through at some point. They just need to kind of click their fingers and they've decided on a new policy approach. So that's, I think, the thing that nobody really appreciates is the speed at which it's going to just turn around and change how they approach it.
Okay, thank you. So I think great discussion. Thank you so much for all of you being incredibly generous with your time. I think 3 key takeaways for me. I think one was around scale, and let's have more scale, and also I'll use the word faster. I think secondly, a little bit around, there's lots of different pools of capital around, and it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all in capital whatsoever. And I think lastly, a point you mentioned, Richard, around it's not just projects, it's corporates as well, and we should be looking at it very holistically, because they can be independent, but they may go hand in hand as well.
Yeah.
So please, it would be good if you can thank in the usual way.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Gavin and panel. Well, this is the end of today's conference of Hydrogen for Life, and like to thank everyone involved, particularly the sponsors, Bosch, Ceres, Hydrogen One, SGN, Petrofank, and the National Nuclear Laboratories. And apologies if I've missed anybody off our list. I'd also like to thank the conference organisers, HN Communications, and all the support staff, technicians, and caterers, and others. I've learned a great deal today, and I suspect even although all of you know a lot more about hydrogen than I do, you will have learned a lot indeed about the most abundant substance in the universe. And certainly I think it's been made pretty clear now that at every level of the chain there are opportunities still to be exploited. And I think we'll all go away remembering very much indeed what Joe Bamford had to say about being 5 seconds ahead but in danger of falling behind, which gives us a lot of energy for the next year to work on. So thank you to everybody, and above all, thanks to you for participating. Safe journey home.